Please remain upstanding. May I request Ms. Goretika Jumba from the Ministry of Finance to come and lead us in a word of prayer. Goreti.
Our Father, we thank you so much for this day today. We thank you so much for our beautiful nation, Uganda, and the efforts everyone is making to make it a better environment, home, welcoming for our people around, our stakeholders. Lord, this morning, when I was thinking about today, I got this confirmation. And the Lord said, write the vision and make it plain upon the tables, that he may run that reads it. Lord, the vision of the strategy that is being launched today has been written and it's being made plain. Grant us strength to run fast, to get it implemented with zeal, with expectation, and bearing hope for the private sector. Every Ugandan, from the lowest household to the uppermost, has a stake in the private sector competitiveness. So we welcome you here today. We pray for clarity in the recommendations that we must run and implement. We thank you. In your name we have prayed.
Please take your seats, and Ms. Goreti, thank you so much for dedicating this day to the Lord, and may he continue to choke you with his blessings, all right? So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this 13th National Competitiveness Forum. I take the pleasure of recognizing protocol, the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, Patrick Ochaila, surely we can put our hands together, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Major General David Kasura, the CEO of the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, the heads here of the different government agencies and departments represented here, our development partners, members of the civil society organizations present here, members of the Fourth Estate, the media that is here. We want to welcome all of you to this National Competitiveness Forum. Today we launch the second national strategy for private sector development that will, of course, be speaking to our theme this morning and the entire day, leveraging strategic export markets. This morning, and for the better part of today, we will be partners in the trade sector, including the Ministry of Trade that is represented here, and I see one of the commissioners here in this room who will be part of the conversation later this afternoon. And then we will look at the implications for the financial year 2023-24 policy and budgetary process. A key conversation we will be having with the stakeholders, the civil society organizations. So I want to really welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to what should be a very insightful and candid conversation on where we are in this competitiveness forum. And may I now take the pleasure of inviting Mr. Chintu Anthony, or Anthony, depending on which school you went to, who's the Acting Director of Economic Affairs, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, to come and chair this session. So you're most welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Thank you very much, our moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take the opportunity to welcome you to the 13th National Competitiveness Forum. Our MC introduced me as Director of Economic Affairs, but that is a different person. I am Anthony Chintu Mwanje. I am the coordinator for the Private Sector Development program at the Ministry of Finance. And I'm sitting in for the Acting Director, Economic Affairs. So I thought I should make that clarification so that it's very clear to everyone. So this session will go on up to 11. And as the MC has shared, we shall have, first of all, remarks, the welcoming remarks, and that will be coming from our own Diana Nanono. Thereafter, we will have the NPA represented here by Dr. Patrick Olowo, giving us the context and highlights for the national strategy for private sector development. We shall then have a keynote presentation from our PSST, and thereafter we will have the Minister of Finance launch the national strategy for private sector development. And then we will have a short session, about 20 minutes, question and answer, and then our commissioner, EDPR, will give us the next steps. So without wasting a lot of time, may I call upon the head Private Sector Development Unit, Madam Diana Nanono, to come and give the welcome remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chintu, for that introduction. Honorable members of Parliament present, Your Excellencies, the Deputy Secretary to the Treasury, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, development partners present, private sector players, the civil society representatives, the academia, the media present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Diana Nanono, the head of the Private Sector Development Unit at the Ministry of Finance. I welcome you to this 13th National Competitiveness Forum and launch of the second National Strategy for Private Sector Development, organized by the Ministry of Finance in partnership with the National Planning Authority and other partners. The National Competitiveness Forum is one of the Ministry's public-private dialogue platforms for engaging with stakeholders on an annual basis, aimed at communicating the national economic development agenda and consequently feeding into the annual budget process. In this regard, the Ministry organizes the National Competitiveness Forum to engage and agree on interventions that enhance the country's private sector competitiveness. Currently, over 12 fora have been hosted, and these have guided policy and budgetary processes for private sector competitiveness. The forum has provided interventions with respect to easing the doing of business in this country, improving value chains, industrialization, and enterprise survival, growth, and performance. Ladies and gentlemen, several recommendations were made at the 12th forum, which were divided into two categories, namely the budget-neutral recommendations, which were directed to ministries, departments, and agencies for implementation, and the budget non-neutral recommendations that were incorporated into the budget process. This year's forum is themed Leveraging Strategic Export Markets to boost investments for import substitution and export diversification opportunities. Discussions under this theme are relevant today given that Uganda operates in a global environment and is currently healing from the effects of the rising commodity prices, the geopolitical tensions occasioned by the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, among others. The impact of all these challenges to our economy has resulted into a number of economic management issues, including constrained fiscal space. This forum, therefore, is important in providing a platform to discuss and agree on the most appropriate interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, the forum today is special because it gives us a platform to witness the launch of the second national strategy for private sector development, which is a comprehensive framework for identifying and coordinating interventions for private sector competitiveness in Uganda. As we are all aware, the third National Development Plan provides a number of private sector interventions in all the 20 programs that need a coordinating framework to sustainably lower the cost of doing business, build internal capacities of local enterprises to compete for public procurements, strengthen the enabling environment and enforcement of standards, harmonize coordination of private sector associations, and umbrella bodies to enhance export capacities. Ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore my singular honor to invite the representative of the National Planning Authority to present the context and highlights of the second national strategy for private sector development, and discussions after by a carefully selected panel of discussants ahead of its launch by the Honorable Minister of Finance. Thank you for honoring our invitation, and thank you for listening to me. I wish you fruitful deliberations today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Diana? I think let's have the next presenter. Dr. Patrick Olowo is from NPA. He's going to give us the context and highlights of the National Strategy for Private Sector Development 2. Doctor, over to you, sir.
Good morning. The previous speaker, Diana, has recognized all the protocol. My name is Patrick Olowo. I'm still waiting for my presentation to be uploaded. I was told it was uploaded. Greetings from National Planning Authority. The Executive Director is unable to join us because of other pressing engagements. So before I make the presentation, I must say that this has been joint work. It has been consultative, led by the Minister of Finance, the National Planning Authority, Private Sector Foundation Uganda in partnership with MasterCard Foundation, other development partners, the private sector players, and all the other people in that space. So, I need support. Good. So, we are coming from the first strategy. We will hint about what we have achieved in the previous strategy and then what we are going to do in the second strategy. So just briefly, the private sector development is about actions from all of us, state and non-state actors, to try and develop the private sector, to make something out of the private sector in terms of boosting household incomes, in terms of generating profits, because private sector is profit driven. So our private sector, the way we know it, is that it contributes 77% of the formal jobs. It contributes 80% of the GDP. It funds 60% of the investments in this country. 2.5 million. Okay, thank you. 2.5 million people are employed within the private sector. the number needs still to go up. 80% of domestic revenues come from the private sector. So that tells us how important it is that we have to be deliberate as government, we have to be deliberate as society to develop this private sector. So we have an enabling policy and legal environment in which we are dealing with when we are formulating this. We know that right from the Constitution, the state under Article 9 on the right to development, it says that in order to facilitate rapid and equitable development, the state shall encourage private sector initiatives and self-reliance. Within the vision context, it talks of industrialization. Within the NDP, we are looking at boosting boosting household incomes, as we are going to see within our results chain. So everything, all the efforts that we are trying to do is intended at making sure that the household incomes go up. So looking at the first strategy briefly, it had three pillars aimed at boosting, the macro pillar which aimed at boosting investor confidence. Then the meso pillar was aimed at accelerating industrialization. And the micro pillar is aimed at looking at business development in terms of increasing profitability, which the next strategy is not diverging much from that. But it is all coined around competitiveness, boosting the competitiveness of the private sector. So what was some of the major achievements? These are just the few that are highlighted. We've had some increase in exports, although we had some reversals when COVID hit. We've had the digitalization of the land registry, because you know that under the aspects of doing business or the global competitiveness index, the operations of the land registry were one of the things that were being followed. So government has made sure that that land registry is digitalized. These are just some of the few. We've had a growth in the taxpayers registry. However, there are some others that the strategy has not performed well. So one of the areas in which the strategy has not performed well is that number 5. You might not attribute it directly to the strategy, but as government, we had thought that would eliminate all domestic areas. That has not been achieved. Still efforts are ongoing to do that. The construction of the oil pipeline, the discussions of the oil pipeline, and the oil and gas sector have dragged. We've not addressed the transport infrastructure in rail. So these are some of the challenges. These were some of the key deliverables of the strategy, but they have not been achieved. So when we look at, but what do we know about the private sector, the current status of the private sector? One, we have to say that this is not a homogeneous group. We do not have homogeneous players in there. We have the majority of them are small people. So collectively, we have 98% of the private sector as micro, small, and medium enterprises. That is one. So the majority of the micro enterprises employ only one person. They employ only one person, and we have 6.5% employing between 5 to 9 people. So meaning that our enterprises are really small. We have enterprises that are not inequitably distributed in terms of regions. we have the statistics are showing that 58.9% are in the central. In central, that is Kampala alone has around 18.9%, and Karamoja region has less than 1%. Informality, there is a widespread informality in the private sector, so which this strategy tries to address. The large enterprises that are operating are mainly in agro-processing, they are in banking and finance, and light manufacturing. We can also add that despite the agricultural sector being the dominant, sector, there is evidence that there are some non-agricultural enterprises that each household has some non-agricultural enterprise. So at sub-regional level, over 40% of the households at sub-region, over 40% of the households in Kampala, Karamoja have at least, and Karamoja and West Nile have at least one household member operating a household enterprise, while Acholi region has at least 12%. So household enterprises are critical in terms of enabling a household to generate some income. The next strategy tries to address the regional imbalance in terms of the spread of enterprises. So this is the usual story of having agriculture contribute, the sectoral contribution of agriculture declining, yet the majority are still in there, talking to the issues of lower productivity, which we ought to address. And the biggest output is coming from the service sector. Now, talk about a decline in total factor productivity in agriculture in the region. When you compare the ESC region, you're able to see there that Uganda has the least total factor productivity in agriculture, and it is on the decline. We have so many of our people involved in agricultural production, primarily agriculture, but the productivity is declining. This speaks to our interventions at the subnational level, where we have to target households that are operating in that space of agriculture. Looking at the trends in investment, tax to GDP, lending rates, and the performance, what are we seeing here? We are looking at that green line, which represents private investments to GDP. We can see that they are higher than the public investments. We already made that point. But the problem that we are facing, we are having those high lending rates, although we are seeing a decline like from 2016-17, and we are seeing our tax to GDP still stagnant, just above around 10%, but with just some kind of slight decline. So these are some of the things that we need to balance if we are going to boost public investment as well as private investment. Talking about the issue of jobs, most of the jobs that are in the private sector are within the trade subsector. They are within transport, storage, and logistics. And what we are seeing, the bad news now, is that manufacturing was, there are some jobs that were lost to manufacturing, and some jobs were also lost in education, possibly due to the effects of the 2 lockdowns that we had. This speaks to the nature of employment that was showing the informality that we have a number of people employed in informal jobs, and most of them are within the service sector. The next is on net exports, showing how we are still having a negative trade balance. This speaks to to the theme of this workshop. What do we do to make sure that we boost exports, or that we correct this negative trade balance that we are having, given the opportunities that are available? So having seen all this, the new strategy is trying now to position, the goal of the new strategy is to position the private sector to accelerate inclusive monetization of the economy. It is going to be difficult to boost household incomes when monetization levels are low, or when we have so many people that are outside the monetary economy. And in doing this, this strategy is trying to consolidate and coordinate all the key players within the private sector. So the policy pillars of this strategy are still built around the macro, those that are intended at boosting those that are intended to boosting the confidence of our investors. And then the meso, we are still in the drive of industrialization. And then the micro pillar is to do with business development, to do with productivity, increasing the productivity of the businesses and their profitability. Let's go to another slide to get to the theory of change. Now, in this strategy, we have already had from the head of private sector development unit that say that the NDP3 has around 20 programs, and it has interventions that are to do with private sector development. So in this strategy, we are trying to consolidate all the actions of the private sector actions within the NDP3 into one strategy, such that we're able to coordinate and consolidate the actions of the different players. So, looking at the theory of change. So, at the top, we are speaking to the NDP3 goal, because NDP3 is our business. So that is on increasing household incomes and the quality of life of Ugandans. So, but for the NDP, further for the National Strategy for Private Sector Development, its goal is on positioning the private sector to accelerate inclusive monetization, and it has around 4 objectives. So the 4 objectives are: the first objective is aimed at sustaining efforts of reducing informality, because informality has given us some challenges, yet it also has opportunities for us. So we are trying to sustain all the efforts around to do strategic formalization of the businesses, such that we are able to gain some competitiveness. The second is we were hit by COVID, so our intention is to foster economic recovery and the restoration of the businesses that were hit by COVID. If you can recall, is that before COVID we were growing at around 6%, and the private sector contributes a lot to this growth. We are yet to return to the pre-COVID growth trajectory, because we are growing now in the region of 4%, and given the challenges that we are facing, it might even decrease. But with deliberate effort, we intend to restore all what has been lost, and we go back to our pre-COVID trajectory. And the third and most important in this is strengthening the area-based private sector along commodity and development value chains. So this brings us into the subnational level. Previously, we were from the midterm review of the NDP, or of the first strategy, there was a recommendation, or there was a finding, that the first strategy was urban-based, was Kampala-based. So this time round, we have gone down to the subnational, such that we bring all players at that level, now that government is going into the parish development model front. And last bit is on strengthening the coordination of all actors in the private sector development chain. I've already told you that this is around the macro, meso, and that kind of chain. Now, this is one of the most important aspects that I would like you to take note of, how we intend to get the results from the national result of the NDP, then the result of the second strategy that we are talking about, that is its goal. But in there, the intermediate outcomes that we are looking at, which intended at sustaining efforts for that enabling environment. So government has a lot to play in terms of putting in place an enabling environment, in terms of the right macro fiscal variables, in terms of the right policy incentives. So it is revolving around actions on improving the legal, regulatory, and administrative reforms that are ongoing. Some have been completed, some are yet to be completed. And the area-based, strengthening the area-based commodity development value chains, this speaks to our subnational or the parish development model mechanism, in which we are trying to do some kind of value chain development, bringing out specific commodities in each sub-region, as I'm going to indicate. And the next is on formalization and professionalization of the small and medium enterprises, which is critical. And the last bit is to do with coordination. There is a lot of resource wastage when we fail to coordinate all our efforts, development partners, government, and the private sector. And lastly, but not least, is actions or activities that are intended to boost climate-smart interventions, taking care of our environmental concerns. As I'm about to end, now the big screen comes. Now, this is very, very important for us in terms of our conceptualization of the subnational strategy. What are the challenges? So they are basically revolving around production, market access, and the weaknesses in the regional institutional capacities. So mitigating those risks, for example, at production, where we have a number of fake agricultural inputs, where we have weak regulation of vending in fake agricultural inputs, the implication of that is that we have low production and low productivity. And this has the biggest impact on people who are into primary production. So our mitigation or our intervention challenges around solving that. So if we solve this puzzle on production, market access, and the subnational institution capacity, then we will be able to support so many people at the subnational level. So this is just a highlight of the primary growth sectors of the enterprises that were identified in the study, or that the strategy has adopted to support the various regions that we have in subnational development. Next, please.
Doctor, you should be concluding.
2 slides and then I end it. First and foremost, this is a costed strategy. Only that we have costed it within, limiting it within the fiscal frame. What government can accommodate within its fiscal space. It is, one can say it is restricted, but there is room for other players to play within that, because it is not useful for us to do strategies which we cannot implement within the available fiscal space. The next, and we end it here. On the key messages, I want to end with the key messages. So the key takeaways are just 4. So while we can note that while the informal sector is critical, it is still a low-hanging fruit for us as a country, as a government, as players. So we have to strategically bring the informal sector within it has to be strategically formalized for it to contribute to the development of this nation. And then the inequitable distribution of the private sector across regions needs to be looked in, and it has been looked in through this strategy. So we need to boost sub-regional investments and competitiveness. And then 3, businesses are not growing and expanding fast enough to create the much needed jobs, the tax revenues, among others, owing to a number of challenges, e.g. costly finance, poor entrepreneurial skills, and all that. So business development services and other initiatives are required to ensure that businesses contribute there, businesses can expand fast enough and grow the job. And one last bit, speaking to the theme of this, of today's theme, is that there is evidence of availability of market potential in regional markets, most especially the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, although we seem not to have, it seems we have not yet tapped a lot from that market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olo. I think we should give him another round of applause. Yeah, thank you very much. Doctor has taken us through a journey, first of all, describing and telling us what the current private sector is, its characteristics, and what this national strategy for private sector competitiveness is going to address. Thank you. Many of the things that you talked about are key. One of the rather shocking statistics is the fact that almost 99% of the private sector is MSMEs. I think one thing that I can note from this strategy is the fact that you have gone down to the subnational level, because that's where things happen. They don't happen here in Uganda, in urban centers. It is mainly in the subnational governments. Strengthening coordination, that is a key issue in private sector development. It needs to be addressed. The issue of fake agricultural inputs, I think, is a very big one. It needs to be addressed. I hope the strategy exhaustively has interventions that are going to address that. The issue of informality, that is another pain. And then businesses not being able to create employment, and quite a lot more. So I think if we implement this strategy the way it is meant to be implemented, if we can achieve or if we can address all these weaknesses, I think we shall be talking a different story after the end of the strategy. So as of now, I think we will have to go into our panel discussion. There will be an opportunity for you to come in and share your experiences and advice. But before we go into that, I want to go to the next, which is our panel discussions. And I want to take this opportunity to invite our panelists to come over here so that they can also share about their experience in private sector development. So I will start by calling upon Miss Anna Namboze, the country manager for Trademark East Africa. You're welcome. Please come and take your seat as one of our panelists today. And then I also invite Mr. Charles Lugendo, chairperson ICAU. Mr. Charles Lugendo, please come because you're one of our panelists today. Then I want also to call upon Mr. Stephen Asimwe, the Executive Director, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, as one of the panelists. Please come over so that we can hear from you. Then I also want to call upon Madame Blessing Owomgisha Immaculate, the Secretary General of Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. You're welcome, Immaculate. I want to call upon Mr. James Karama, who is Head Client Coverage, Stanbic Bank. Please come and join us. And finally, I want to call upon Mr. Emmanuel Mutahungwa from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives to come over. Commissioner Emmanuel, please welcome. So I want to welcome our panelists. You can be my neighbor here. I want to welcome you all, our panelists, and I'll straight away start with you. I'll just give you 2 minutes to talk about your feel about this national private sector competitiveness strategy. I'll start with Anna. Just a few minutes, not more than 2.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. As I was introduced, my name is Anna Namboze and I work with Trademark East Africa. Thank you for presenting the strategy to us this morning. I'm happy to see that the strategy this time is more outward looking. I think the first strategy was inward looking, try and build the competitiveness of the local farms. But now we are outward looking. We're trying to see how we can export the produce that we have, the local produce. So in that regard, again, I am happy to see that we are focusing on some of the key elements that will help Uganda to be able to export. I know we've looked at the regulatory environment. We've looked at how to improve government to business services through the business licensing reforms and so on. But I'd like to see among the laws more focus on some of these facilitation agendas, like the special economic zones. That should be a key focus for us because it will enable more entities to fall within the ambit of, to be facilitated by government. Right now, we are either a free zone authority or an industrial park, but we need the special economic zones. We also need to see more government, business trustworthy agendas. For instance, we have the authorized economic operator system that is with the URA. URA has about 118 companies there. These companies contribute about 35% of our revenue collection. So if we can have, and basically it is a way of facilitating these companies to go faster, to exit faster, to export beyond Uganda faster. Okay. And it's a trust because I said these companies have proved to URA that their books are in order, that what they declare is actually what they are exporting, so they don't need to go through the nitty-gritty each time they export. So this would be interesting to see. Again, looking at exports, when we talk about exports, this strategy is more deliberate, and I like that because if you are exporting, we have to have a target and say we are producing for export. We cannot just say what we are not consuming locally is what we are going to export. In that regard, that's why we have UNBS presentations later, issues of SPS coming, because you're not going to transport your matoke or whatever it is you're going to export the same way we do locally. I mean, even locally shouldn't be accepted because you know once you taking this produce out, they're going to look if the matoke is all green or if it has any scratch, it's going to be rejected. If you've transported your goods in a certain way, they're going to get damaged, which the export market does not allow. So, and this is just a small snippet of it. The phytosanitary matters are huge, and these are one of the focuses we are looking at. The issue of value chains that was mentioned here, again, is one of those that is very key because we need to be able to, again, on issues of phyto and phytosanitary services, we need to look right from the inputs. You have to look at the entire value chain, and it's good to have a lead farm, not just so that you can have your produce, a market for your produce, but also so that these lead farms can be able sometimes to guide their producers on maybe where to get the right seed, where to get the right chemicals, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Okay, you're looking at me there. Okay, we'll continue later.
I gave you only 2 minutes. So can we hear from Charles? Charles Lugendo, what's your feel of this new strategy?
Thank you very much. The strategy is good, but it is generalized. I will first talk about, the strategy talks about taking advantage of the export markets. But at the same time, the northern corridor is the heartbeat of exports. The government has gone ahead to improve on the infrastructure. Right now we have the Kampala flyers, but they can't work in isolation. I'm looking at this strategy where the government can unclog the corridor from Mukono to Mpigi. It is very, very urgent. I come from a background of global logistics. It takes a truck 48 hours to move from Mombasa to Malaba. It also takes a truck 48 hours to move from Mukono to Mpigi and back to Mukono. So as a matter of urgency, the northern corridor must be decongested, must be unclogged, the cargo must flow. We've talked about the markets, taking advantage of opportunities and markets. When we got the Ukraine-Russian war, everybody looked at it with a lot of pessimism. On the other hand, it should have been an opportunity for us as a country with good soils that produce some of the best oilseeds in the continent, to double or triple our output of seed oil in a period of 4 months, instead of praying and waiting for the war to end. Another issue is the finances. All these activities require finances, especially in the private sector. And this money comes from banks. Unfortunately, the banks of today, sorry to say this, they are not so much into mobilizing deposits locally. They mobilize deposits internationally and then lend out this money for profit. What if the government liberalized the pension scheme and instead of government giving out pensions going forward, they put this money into a national social security fund or some providence body? The government has a wage bill of about 5 trillion a year. That means they can put 500 billion in these banks, and this money can capitalize the banks, can capitalize the activities that require borrowing.
Okay. Thank you very much, Charles. Charles, you hinted on banks in Uganda, and I thought I should straight away go to James Karama. James, what do you think?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. First, this topic is very timely, especially the bit about leveraging strategic export markets to boost investments for import substitution. As you all are aware, to be able to export, you need to first develop local capacity. So this theme kind of puts two responsibilities on the country. Develop local capacity, meet your local needs, and also be able to export. And this theme is very timely, especially after COVID. And when we realize that you can easily get disrupted and your reliance on external markets or reliance on imports gets disrupted, so you need some level of local capacity. Even the geopolitical tensions have even made it worse because we don't know where the next war is coming from. This means that, in a large way, Ugandans should look to themselves. And as Stanbic, we pride ourselves in the motto or mantra that we call Uganda home and we drive her growth. However, there is no silver bullet. And so we support the multi-sectoral approach that you're driving here. Bring everybody together and let's see how best to progress our development. Now, to drive value addition, in many ways, banks are part of the story. Banks support the risk management for these enterprises. And the first point of risk management is the enterprise development. Are these enterprises well organized? Do they understand quality? Do they understand standards? Are they technical enough to access financing, manage the financing, and pay it back? And employ people and pay these people's salaries, pay insurance, pay their medical health requirements, and give them a future and career. And that's where we come in. We've put in some interventions as a bank. One of our biggest is the incubator. The Stanbic incubator is involved in training for enterprises, and it's free. You come in, we train you across the whole spectrum of training that you need, from financial management, legal structuring, procurement, even marketing, and how do you access markets. But one area, since I have only 2 minutes from the chair, that I would like us to highlight is the opportunity digitization has brought to countries, to us, and how we harness the fourth industrial revolution. Like, for example, we have a Stanbic platform that we call the Stanbic Trade Club, where the moment you become a member, you have access to importers and exporters in over 190 locations, 190 countries of people who want to buy things from you. Over 200 pages of information. And once you join the platform, it gives you options. And that's an example of how we can leverage digital platforms to connect local businesses to international business. Even there are risks around liquidity management. When I sell, do I get paid on time? What's the process of payment? We have an example of what we call the East Africa Borderless Payment Platform, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. In just 1 year, since we launched it in January 2021, $40 million worth of transactions have gone through this platform. And it's an example of how we can use digital platforms to drive the export opportunities in the country. So I'll stop at that, moderator.
Thank you very much, James. I think that is, again, we have some good news there. The incubation, I think you should make sure that people get to know your contacts, because many want to go through the platform, the opportunities therein. I think it's a very good initiative, Stanbic. So make sure that, I hope you have carried enough cards. And
yes, I have carried.
because members will definitely want to see how to access that.
I have carried cards with me.
I will now go to Mr. Emmanuel Mutahunga from the Ministry of Trade. Emmanuel, from the statistics, we've been told that 98.8% of the private sector is made up of MSMEs. It's only 1% which are large private sector. So the majority, or all of them, I think most of the private sector from this is MSMEs, and SMEs, they are faced with quite a number of challenges. There are issues of informality, there are issues of mortality. Many do not see their first, second, and third birthday. There are issues of the high cost of doing business. And coming from the Ministry of Trade, maybe you need to share with us, what is trade really doing to make sure that many of these MSMEs actually turn into large private sector organizations, and that we reduce this percentage?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, friends. I wouldn't worry so much about the largest concentration or classification of enterprises being MSMEs, because from the little science that I have read, even human bodies are made up of small things called cells or something like that. So those small parts actually ultimately make up the whole. And you know what affects the whole goes back and affects the small units. So somehow, if I want to speak now to the context of this theme, the challenges that the SMEs face are essentially also the same challenges that even the big enterprises face. Now, what we may want to do is to look at how do we then tailor them to the biggest concentration of enterprises that we have, the SMEs. Now, I want to come back to speak to the theme, leveraging strategic markets for export promotion and import substitution, so that I answer your question in context of what we are discussing today. I would want first start by asking, what are these strategic markets? Do we have a commonly agreed position on what they are? And coming from where I come from, this is what I would be looking at. I would be looking at the preferential markets. That is those markets that have removed or reduced taxes on our exports when we get there. In short, our products have been made more competitive when we export there because the taxes are already lower. Number two, there are those markets which are closer to us geographically, the likes of Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, and so on. Now, what are the constraints that our companies face in moving to export there? And allow me to move systematically before I get to answer your question, so that I don't start at the end without going through the proper diagnosis. Now, what constraints do our companies face when we are moving to export in there? The first one, financing, cost, and availability. That really is a big issue. When you look at the statistics, we find I think in the presentation over there, we saw the graph. There is some bit of financing, but the cost is really still high. And that cuts across, irrespective of the sizes. Of course, the bigger one, the risk profile may be lower, and therefore the interest rate is a little lower. But if you compare with the people you are competing with in export markets, you are still not doing the way we should be. So financing is an issue on the cost element. Then we have also a very fundamental issue on the quality assurance. And quality assurance, I'm looking at standards, I'm looking at sanitary and phytosanitary measures for agricultural products, the fresh products. That remains a constraint for them. Then regulatory complementarity. And when I talk about regulatory complementarity, what am I looking at? Are our regulations as government supportive of private sector competitiveness to export and also substitute imports? If we will look at the World Bank doing business reports, much as it has been discontinued, you look at how long does it take for one to establish a factory, for example, construction. How long does it take to get a construction permit? Because if I want to set up a factory for import substitution, I must deal with the local government. They are the ones who are going to be the regulators in that area for construction, and so on and so forth. So I'm looking at regulatory complementarity, and this will still cut across the board. Then physical connectivity or interconnectivity for that matter, because we are looking at export markets. And when I talk about physical interconnectivity, I'm not looking at just the roads in Uganda or the rail in Uganda, but in export markets, because here we are speaking export markets. If I have a good road that takes me up the border with DRC, and after that it is messy, then I cannot be able to export. And that will apply irrespective of the size of the enterprise. There is a very interesting article I've read in The Economist. It's an old article called Tracking in Cameroon. The road here is unpaved. So you can imagine you are going to hell, but the road is still unpaved. Now here we are. What does this drive me to? You have already a poor state of infrastructure within the region for us to leverage on exports. But you also have some bits of skirmishes of insecurity in these markets. This week, you must have read on social media, but also mainstream media, about rebels in one of the neighboring countries stopping free flow of cargo from Uganda and Kenya. This certainly affects the small enterprises, the big enterprises, and then what then do we need to be looking at? Can we de-risk these markets? And we've had these discussions as a government, not just as Minister of Trade. How do we de-risk these markets so that the private enterprises can able get into these markets without worrying so much about the potential loss of their exports into these markets? Then there is a very interesting thing that I would want to bring out, leveraging on synergies across government, but also between government and the private sector. What am I looking at? We have open markets, say in East African community, in COMESA. Then you look at the statistics of how much are you selling there. Very limited figures. My brother here who sells to Europe, he'll tell you the market is so big, but I'm just scratching a little bit of it. Why? I can't have all the quantities that they require. And you're not talking about quality yet. Now, if we have government interventions that we have put in place now, like the parish development model, how do we use this strategy to link them to the market so that you are actually doing market-tailored production? And all these are discussions that we are having as a government and as government with the private sector. And I would want to end with one bit. What we have done on the export markets largely has been regulatory integration, if I use that phrase, where we go meet with Kenya or under the African Continental Free Trade Area and agree that our regulations are going to be harmonized in this manner. But when it comes, particularly the African continent, on the physical integration, I think we are still lying far back. If you did a research, or at least just a simple search, you want to ship a container of products from here to Algeria or to Niger, vis-a-vis shipping it to China or Europe, you can see the level of disjointedness within moving within Africa. We are doing now a national CFTA implementation strategy, and when you look at the indices of interconnectivity in Africa, you really find that there are big gaps, which now this strategy that we have as government of Uganda on private sector development would need probably to build on to see how do we then work with other partners outside Uganda so that our exports can get into this market. Because I think this is fundamentally important. Otherwise, if you build competitiveness around here, but some key fundamentals responsible for private sector competitiveness to drive exports and therefore import substitute are not available within your partners, you remain a good bride without maids. And that probably doesn't happen very often. Let me stop here for now.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I hope many of the things that you have talked about, the issues of financing, cost being high, quality assurance, regulatory complementarity, are covered in one way or the other in the various strategies that we have as a country. Okay, I will now go to Mr. Asimwe. Mr. Asimwe, I think as you share your views on the strategy, maybe one of the things that you should talk about is that this strategy is coming at a time when the economy is healing from the global economic challenges. What would a strategy of this nature prioritize to ensure economic growth?
Thank you, Mr. Mwanje, for that question. Good morning, everybody. I think colleagues have pretty much delved into some of the issues, but just quickly to put some emphasis on the fact that I think the strategy should also be diagnostic in the context of saying where our biggest challenges, and therefore what sort of interventions do we put in place. Now, of course, many things have been highlighted here. One of the biggest challenges that we have and still dog our economy is the cost of doing business. That has been emphasized. Cost of money, the cost of interventions. So just to build on what Emmanuel said, at the PSFU, in the last 9 months, we have concentrated very much on creating markets, especially the regional markets. So DRC, we were in Kinshasa and Goma, South Sudan, Tanzania, Burundi. We engaged with Somalia. Very good markets, very, very good markets. But like Emmanuel said, some of the challenges are somewhere in the middle, facilitative. So for instance, accessing credit for export has been a big challenge. So what did we do at PSFU? The Uganda Bankers Association is our member, and so we engaged them and said, look, how do we critically come in halfway? We have an export facility, we have the infrastructure, the markets are waiting for us, what do we do? And very, very quickly, between ourselves, we were able to get an export credit facility of 12% per annum and 0.5% on the dollar rate. And so this intervention was very, very quick, and it has been able to help. But I'll give an example of an export opportunity in horticulture, and I'm seated opposite Mr. Huda. There are those little springboard interventions that we badly need. For instance, is there, and this should really come in this strategy, as we go deeper, to look at it, how do we connect the farm, the infrastructure, the airport, and be able to beat a deadline for an export of vegetables in Tesco's in London? There are those little things, extension farming capacities, cold storage facilities, a removal of a lot of those little barriers at the airport to access cold rooms so that a cargo plane can easily pick a consignment of vegetables and be able to do a quick 8-hour flight into London to beat a deadline. The demons are in those little processes. That policeman who stops a truck that is carrying a consignment of vegetables destined for London needs to be appraised of the impact of stopping that truck for 2 hours. Because those 2 hours can substantially change the chemical component of the vegetables that are headed there. And everybody loses. The taxman loses, the transporter loses, the farmer loses, and then there is the reputational issue of the country, that these Ugandans never arrive on time, their things are late, the quality is not good. So we need to, this document is fantastic. And by the way, I wish to commend the team. We worked with them, PSFU was very much, but the competitiveness is in the detail. So we need to trace backwards those elements that reinforce, that catalyze, that support elements of competitiveness when we are looking at export. So, cost of money, cost of borrowing, infrastructure, very, very critical. My previous station was tourism. 75% of our tourism earnings, especially on conservation, are from 2 national parks, Gahinga and Bwindi. The road from Kanungu to some of those 10 or 15 gates are in a terrible mess. We badly need to move quickly. A gorilla permit is $750. But accessing that gorilla when you land in Entebbe makes it less competitive for someone to fly and drive 12 hours and be able to see that gorilla and pay you $750. In our neighborhood, it takes them almost 2 hours from the airport in Kanombe to access those. So we need to have a much more synthesized discussion of this. And at Private Sector Foundation, which includes 310 business associations, we have the answers. Thankfully, the Ministry of Finance has started cooperating. We now have weekly meetings. But it should be more in the context of shared services. So trade, Ministry of Transport, all of us should come into a room and be able to translate this document so that when we come to the third NSPD, we have quick answers. But very quickly, because of time, the issue of even us at private sector, we still have governance issues. At PSFU, we are trying to create a special purpose vehicle to ensure that our association members understand that this competitiveness thing is us. We need to put our house in order on issues of standards, of quality, of reliability, of sustainability, so that we ensure. I mean, we go to these markets and the guy is asking you for 10 tons per week. And we are saying, oh, we have a lot of coffee. First 10 consignments, super. The next 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, no reliable, they just cancel our system. So there are those issues that we need to work on internally. The other issue, Mr. Chairman, is the issue of air transport. I think, Mr. PSST, the issue of Uganda air cargo needs to be looked at quickly. When we went to DRC, we found a fantastic market. 18 million people live in one city called Kinshasa. The cost of beef, 1 kilogram, is almost 80 to 100,000 Uganda shillings. The cost of flying a kilogram from here to Kinshasa is anywhere between $8 and $10 because of having to, shared services with different cargo. Can we start to narrow down some of those very, very simple interventions that need government or a PPP arrangement where we can have those shared values that can then answer what the chairman is saying? The other one is the need for us to critically start to rethink some of the issues on capital markets. There are very good opportunities raising capital. At PSFU, we are looking at a catalytic fund that can be able to have cheap, fast, affordable, and quickly facilitative credit that can support. But I want to conclude on two things which have not appeared in this. Uganda is fast approaching 50 million people. We have a constituency of people we have not considered seriously. That is in the innovation, the arts and culture area. I was just doing some statistics on my chair there. Nigeria has emerged as the second largest music industry in the world, after the US and maybe India. It is the second largest after Bollywood. The earnings by this morning were $73 million. There's a group of young people who are innovative. You need to go to places like Innovation Village, Mr. PSST. There's a group of young people who have hit the fashion scene with their own resources. We need to start looking at innovation. My brother mentioned technology. The need for us to look at the creative arts as another emerging sector. And I think traditionally we have concentrated on manufacturing, agriculture, etc. But let's think outside the box and think no box. There are some very, very good innovation areas. And at PSFU, we're looking at intervening directly in the creative arts, bring in the lawyers in that space on things like the startup policy needs to be looked at more critically. But as I conclude, the need to start looking at the element of local content, especially in the construction industry. Those are areas that are very critical, and I think that they could be given more space in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simwe. One of the key issues that comes out of your discussion is the fact that competitiveness is within the detail. I think that is a very important observation. And also the observation that the Minister of Finance, Minister of Trade, and all other ministries working together. The good thing is that this national competitiveness strategy for the private sector, it is actually one of its intentions is to have a platform for coordination of private sector initiatives. So I think it should be able to address them. And many of the things that are missing, I hope the detail in the strategy has what you're talking about. If it doesn't have, I think this is something that we need to note and make sure that the strategy includes all the issues that seem to be left out. I'll now go to Madam Blessing Owomgisha. Blessing is from Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. They have quite a number of members, over 40,000, and she's the Secretary General. I think, Blessing, what I will maybe request you to talk about as you share about this strategy is what are your expectations of this strategy and what would you want to achieve by the end of the strategy, talking from a chamber point of view.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chintu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, we are very excited about this strategy. It addresses quite a number of things that had been left out in the initial strategy. So it's a plus for us as the private sector to know that some of the areas that have been left out have actually been captured from this strategy. One of the most exciting things when we looked at the strategy is the fact that we are trying to leverage on the export markets that are available. This is very timely because all over the continent we are talking about African Continental Free Trade Area and how much exposure we have and the available market that is the largest in the world. And this strategy will actually help us to prepare our private sector to be able to penetrate these markets. I was looking at the statistics that were initially shared where it was indicated that 98.8 form part of the macro, small and medium enterprises. And I wanted to compare them with the informal sector that we're talking about. You know, every time we talk about the informal sector, most of the people think that formalization is when we get to a registration process. We don't get to know that formalization could get into acquisition of the licenses that we need, on how many companies have been legally registered. Go past that, this number will actually reduce very many people into the informal sector. So when we're talking about experts, let me just give an example of agriculture. We are not just looking at the final purchasers of the agricultural produce. We are saying we're doing business to business, family, so that people need to know the quality that moves from the initial preparation of the soils to, you know, post-harvest handling, to the greenhouses that we need for storage, to the trainings that they need. So I think this by far is very impactful, and it might be substantially effective if it is implemented. The other thing that I wanted to comment about is the harmonization of the private sector coordination. And this is something that has really been lagging behind because the private sector is largely segmented. There is this one representing this, then there is this, then there are different policies that need to be harmonized, but you do not find a way of bringing them together. So the joint public and private dialogue that has been suggested could be one of the ways for us to find solutions, get to the real situation of the private sector and find their solutions. Most of the research that is carried out is carried out on assumptions that maybe the private sector is having this challenge and this challenge because there's no harmonized way of getting the challenges that the private sector actually have for them to be pushed forward. But with this suggestion of the harmonized private and public sector dialogue and a neutralized platform where people can meet, the private sector can meet and the public sector can meet, could be one of the solutions that we actually need. Lastly, I want to also highlight that one of the things that had been left out in the last strategy was the fact that there was no strategy implementing committee for monitoring. And this is something that has come up here. When there's a strategy, there has to be, I don't want to call it policing, I don't know the right word to use, but there has to be a strategy of monitoring whether it is working or it is not working. I know that it has been highlighted in the summary that has been presented by NPA, but we would want to know the composition. Because if the implementers are the same people that are monitoring it, are the same people that are implementing it, becomes difficult for you to monitor your own strategy and also be able to rectify and say, no, you're going the right way, you're going the wrong way, I think you could have done better in this line. So we would want to know what is the criteria for this committee that will be monitoring. How are they tracking the changes? Do they have maybe quarterly meetings where they will meet and be able to assess and evaluate that maybe this procedure that we're taking is working or this procedure is not working? But I would like to also highlight the fact that we have gone subnational, and this is a very good thing because most of the strategies are focusing in urban area. Like the first one was focusing in urban area.
Areas where I want the panelists to clarify, but I want to request the PSST to come and give, is going to take us through leveraging strategic export markets to boost investments for import substitution and export diversification opportunities. PST, please.
I shall request the team on the systems to walk with me through the slides. It's okay, I'll be prompting you, because if I do that, it will take a lot of time in back and forth. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for this session, for allowing me the time to come and make this presentation, even as the panelists are there, so that we thought the input from the Permanent Secretary Treasury in the keynote address shall be able to be part and parcel of the discussions and also the kind of recommendations that are going to emerge from here. I bring the apologies of the Permanent Secretary Treasury, who, although he was going to come here, has been summoned for another equally important presentation. I therefore have the honor on his behalf to make this submission, and I promise I'll take only 20 minutes of your time in under 20 slides to communicate. And I think what's most important is that we need to communicate in this strategy, and I hope I'll be able to achieve that in delivering this keynote address on his behalf. The outline, as you can see from there, is going to deal with introduction, to put in context what this strategy contains and how the topic I'm going to present is very relevant for us to understand and anchor the purpose of the strategy in this presentation. The topic is leveraging strategic export market to boost substitution and export development. The next thing I look at is the export performance briefly, for you to appreciate what has it been in the past and what is it now that we need to take attention to in order to design what's appropriate for us to leverage on that. Number 3, I'm going to look at the issues affecting the export performance briefly, before looking at the public sector investments, which we are going to put in place, or putting in place, in order to entice the private sector to equally come and participate with us in this area. And we shall look at the new approaches to export development before looking at the key lessons from best practices elsewhere and the proposed policy actions for us to consider. The next slide talks about the need for us to understand what is competitiveness really before we even delve or dive into it. At a macro level, competitiveness is the ability of an economy to supply increasing aggregate demand and maintain the exports in a continuous manner. Ability for us to increase aggregate demand
ability for the population and the economy to be able to have a bigger purchasing power of the people in that economy and be able also to generate the output that increasingly goes into the external market. Number two, at a micro level, me and you and the households, it is the ability of an organization to compete successfully with commercial rivals. The Private Sector Foundation made a very good comparison with respect to the price of beef out there in Congo. What are other competitors who are selling to that market? For the producers here, how do you compare the price ex-farm of that output of beef with the price ex-farm for somebody else who's exporting that market and be able to maintain competitiveness and a critical niche of that market? I think I noticed also Private Sector Foundation sponsored this issue, but I don't see their logo here. But that is for the team to be able to put it up. If somebody can design it quickly before I finish, I'll have achieved one purpose of recognizing them in a better way. From a welfare point of perspective, the competitiveness ability of a country or location to create welfare from that social welfare point of view. In our villages, in our communities, in our cities, how do we create welfare sustainably? That is a measure of competitiveness. In terms of exports, certainly, it refers to an economy. It refers to an economy which is competitive if it can export more than it can import. That's a very good definition of competitiveness of the economy. So I'm anchoring this definition so that we understand exactly what are we talking about when I'm dealing with this topic. Can our economy export more than we are importing? I'll later on, towards the end, be able to show you what the situation is now, so that from that situation, we should be able to anchor ourselves to do what is necessary for us to reverse that situation in terms of the trade deficit that we have with our economy. How can we measure competitiveness? I think that's another thing that I want us to share, so that as we move on, we know that let's not talk about competitiveness in abstract. Let's be able to measure, and I'm happy that people are concerned about the coordination mechanism for us to see how good this policy is moving. The second development, private sector development strategy. How are we moving from one year to the other? We should be able to measure it. There are about 4 parameters that I want us to walk through gently. The relative export prices, which the ratio, which measures the country's export prices in relation to other countries' export prices, expressed an index. So we need to watch at that index, the index of relative export prices. The prices of Uganda's coffee relative to the prices of coffee from Brazil in an external market. How do they compare? So we need to look at that if we are competing in that space. The second measure that we need to look at in measuring competitiveness is the terms of trade, which is an index of the ratio of a country's exports and import prices. Some of it is seen in the exchange rate movements. If you see a shilling depreciating, then you know that it seems your currency is weakening against the other currencies on account of the quantum of what you're exporting relative to the other. And the reverse is also true. So that should be the other measure that we must watch out in our monitoring and our coordination arrangements in terms of measuring how far we're improving in terms of competitiveness. The fourth ratio is our labor productivity. I think some of you have talked about the kind of labor that we have to produce our outputs for export. How much are we paying for that labor to produce? I think we're relatively competitive in terms of the numbers of people who are producing at the various enterprises, formal or informal, and how do you intend to organize those people in that labor market to be able to acquire the skill that's necessary? And somebody talked about innovation, how to tap into the innovation of those skills in order to produce that output and then be able to sell that product outside. The quantum of that labor price in the final product that you have out there is very important in your competitiveness measurement so that we move together in that direction. Finally, the fourth indicator that we need to watch out in our monitoring of our performance is the unit labor costs, which are certainly the cost of labor per unit of output. Of that kilogram of beef that you're producing, how much does labor cost? Could it have been that the bigger part of it is by machinery, which you're importing? Could it be that you don't have skilled labor to deal with aspects of that export that are necessary for you to certify the value in line with the phytosanitary standards, etc., etc., for that export commodity? The unit cost of labor per the unit cost of output that you're exporting. Let's now shift, having understood what competitiveness is, the measurement of competitiveness. Let's look at the exports and our national ambition. Government of Uganda through the NDP3 certainly set out very ambitious aspects and targets to pursue an export-oriented growth strategy in identifying export promotion as a key development strategy along the industrialization program. We have also set out to increase the value of manufactured exports, the value of those manufactured exports. What are we manufacturing? Not primary commodities. In total exports, from 12.3%, the data is there, to 20%. That's what we've set out to do. That tells you the kind of direction we want the private sector, together with the government, to move into in terms of measuring what is it that we're exporting in the first instance, value to that product, and export it. And that proportion of those exports is then the one that tells us the amount of value of manufactured products, processed to the final products. They are going to the high-end output in order to compete in those markets, using the other ratios that we talked about. The third area is we want to increase the ratio of exports to GDP. And this ratio is a liquidity ratio, which is very important, even in terms of showing us the direction of our capacity to finance the loans that we are getting from abroad. So we want this ratio to grow from 12.7% to 20% in this planning period of the NDP. It shows you that the capacity of the economy to generate that wealth, that welfare, is enough for that economy to be able to pay its debt, to be able to have good reserves in case of the difficulties that at times come, like the recent one we've had for 2 years, and so on and so forth. So we are setting a very ambitious target, and how we are going to achieve that is part and parcel of what this strategy should and is addressing, and we shall be able to measure it year in, year out, so that we stop now from the book of Lamentations to the book of Acts. Now let's go to the next slide, which gives us the priorities and export growth areas that we have set ourselves to do, again, in the context of NDP3, to anchor the competitiveness agenda in this economy. We have set out to strengthen the legal and institutional arrangements to support manufacturing for exports and export development. I'll tell you briefly towards the end of this presentation what these are in real terms, not in terms of the literature review. 2, we're establishing export credit guarantee schemes for the SMEs, and I think some of the panelists mentioned it, and these need to be enhanced in terms of putting them together, helping them to expand these obstacles that most of the panelists mentioned, in order to deal decisively with those areas that constrain the expansion of the necessary inputs into that area. Number 3, we are certainly continuing with public sector investments to boost import substitution for value-added exports. And in this area, there are quite a number of activities that we were talking about. From the production side, we are certainly paying attention now to the whole of government being in a parish. That wonderful program called the Parish Development Plan
is intended to address, is a public sector investment to address the supply side constraints with respect to what is required for us to export sustainably, add value sustainably, and be able to export manufactured items sustainably. We are talking about irrigation, solar powered irrigation schemes to mitigate the supply side constraints as a result of climate change and at times drought, which hits us. We have just come out from that kind of cycle. We have also paid attention to organizing the large informal villages. The 79% of the people are being organized. And I think I wanted the gentleman from cooperatives to have mentioned it. Informality is not something that's very good for us to continuously produce. We need to start with the basics of organizing society to produce and participate in production and sustainably for their own benefit in terms of welfare. What are we doing? The circle in every parish for them to identify a production line which they know, and they obtain inputs from what you used to supply from the center. They now become their procurement managers in order to put exactly what they want in a parish to produce what exactly they are capable of producing, guided, remember I talked about welfare at the beginning, sustainably, to do what they can do with respect to marketing the items, to link that output with the next level of production. Because I've taken electricity to the rural growth centers, that electricity then is used to power industries. Some of that money will be used for them to build storage facilities. Agriculture and trade and everybody else will then play in the space of respect to the growth in this area. The statement that the graph is showing is that there is a slow but continuous growth in this economy. It's unprecedented. We are coming out of a situation where the whole world economies, not only Uganda, forget about the financial crisis. Once they were called to this leader, who is very tough, said, "What have you done, my scientists?" The scientists, and are you therefore surprised that you're earning less from your exports? Certainly not. Then what must we do? Let's now aim at the other measure. The rest of Europe, you can see that a mere 68 million. The Americas, a mere 78. Middle East is growing and expanding. I'm very happy, but I think the Minister of, the PS Agriculture should confirm to me that because of the World Cup there, a number of our pineapples and bananas are going there now, which is very good. So, but the problem, it expanded. 2019, going up. 2020 is even worse. 2021, marginal increase. And you can see what we have been getting and what we have been sending out. So you can see for that, that's the indictment on us in this forum. And as we launch this strategy, let's pay attention to that ratio. And let's seize opportunities of what's available from government and private sector, sit together and then let's measure ourselves and see that ratio should be improving. What are the issues affecting the export performance? I think most of you have mentioned it. I don't want to bore you with that. Non-tariff barriers in some cases, the quality issues, the civil wars, we know them, and somebody mentioned, I think, to us somebody from private sector, the persistent informal cross-border trade. Mr. Muntahungwa, this informality is very bad. You should not sleep because it's there. You need to organize those guys so that they can be able to process or grade the produce and before they export. That's a value added, and that's adds welfare to the business themselves and also before they export to the other side. Trade facilitation and logistics and infrastructure. I've talked about the cargo, rail. Recruit for support the platform, that platform which is chaired by PSSD and co-chaired by Trade, with investment and export opportunities analysis for China, India, Africa, and other related market access opportunities. 5, mainstream the regular review and follow-up I think one of the panelists mentioned this, within the joint committee to work on this continuously and monitor the other indicators, which I told you, the 4 of them. Revitalized the review and follow-up of multilateral and bilateral trade and investment agreements using the whole of government approach. You have the double taxation agreement here, you have another agreement here, you have a joint protocol here, all the way forward. Competitiveness is largely determined by its, of a country, is largely determined by its attractiveness to FDI and export performance. They ought to do together for us to move the economy out of and development in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and they've got a whole army of the team. They'll be able to answer all the tough questions and also give the policy options into what I said. I'm now leaving for the next assignment. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's have Blessing give us your concluding remarks.
Thank you so much. The measures for competitiveness are very clear. Uganda has a vast comparative advantage compared to other countries that we need to be able to tap in, but there are strides and the public sector to make sure that we're able to penetrate these markets, and recommit that also as the private sector, we would recommit that we are very excited to have as many dialogues with the government as possible, but also to have enforceable outcomes that we need to.
Blessing, let's hear from Anna.
Thank you. The strategy as it is a very exciting document. As implementing partners alongside government, we're excited to see that the recommendations or what the strategy holds are actually mainstreamed within the different budgets of the different responsible bodies to ensure that these are implemented. The monitoring should also be closely followed up to ensure that what the strategy upholds is actually implemented. Let's be deliberate on focusing on the exports, the infrastructure, the standards, the SPS, and increasing the competitiveness of the businesses as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Can we have Charles?
Thank you very much. The strategy about competitiveness is exciting. The private sector is very flexible They are willing to learn, to do their best, to improve on their processes. But they can only do that when the government gives the macro support, the infrastructure, the finances, the quality assurance. But together, if we continue interfacing, then we shall iron out these issues, the pertinent issues, and progressively we will become competitive because we have already gotten the parameters that show whether we are being competitive or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stephen, let's have your concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. I think that the PSST gave a very good closing remarks, which pretty much spoke. But very quickly, is it possible that this conference and what we are discussing can be translated to the 120-something districts? Can the RDCs, the CAOs, the district enforcement officers understand what we are discussing now? Because everything starts at the farm. How do we translate this very fantastic initiative? I'll give you an example quickly because of time. There are now over 100,000 Ugandans living in Dubai area, Sharjah and all those places. Their lowest common denominator on their plate is matoke. As we speak right now, almost half the luggage that goes to Dubai, almost, is matoke. So there's a market there. Same with Doha and these other outlying areas. But they will tell you that the matoke that goes to those places, the skin, the cover, is bruised because of handling and transportation and things. But the money is there. The market is there. It's fantastic. But there's that detail between the cargo plane and the farm, and those elements need to be understood by the law enforcement, by the district officials, by, I wish this conference material and concepts and everything can be translated down. I'm telling you, competitiveness begins at the farm. 2, those facilitating elements around this ecosystem need to be managed. And I can tell you, people are excited. They want to export. Those things are there. So for me, I think that the outcome of this should be, can we create a regional discussion and let every RDC, CAO, and whoever it is that is responsible for facilitating this happens. 2, quickly, there are areas we are forgetting, and I'm partly to blame for this because I was part and parcel of this, but quickly, one of the things in our regional programs was the fact that our education system is in very high demand. How do we invest in those regional areas that are close to our neighbors that can actually create that rolling stock of students, of good quality courses, of curriculum, but high value? Can we create a fund where some of these private or even government institutions can access resources that can up the quality of some of these things? 3, in the same vein, health. Uganda's health system is good. It's just that it needs financing, support, equipment, technology. That's an export. Turkey right now is emerging as the go-to place for treatment. India, we cannot talk about it. Thailand, and those places. We can translate that ecosystem and infrastructure and export. All these are exports, because basically you are exporting resources. 4, there's one demon in this area which is killing us: traffic jam. Traffic jam is now measured as a GDP problem. Moving from one place to another is exerting a lot of impact on our profitability and our competitiveness. So can we speed up? For instance, in this document, they need to fast track and reinforce and fund some of these ring roads that are going to access Entebbe Airport. And I think my brother mentioned it, Emmanuel. They need to fix this road to Malaba and things like that quickly. 5, if you go to, I use one example predominantly. If you go to Washington, D.C., the Korean embassy is 2 floors. But next to the Korean embassy is a tall tower of 12 floors, the Korea Trade Center. That Korea Trade Center is responsible for everything that is exported out of Korea into America. The KTC now is in almost 15 states. It's in California, it is in Georgia, it is in Illinois. Those guys are pushing LG, Samsung, Hyundai, and whatever else comes from those places. I'm glad the PSST talked about it. Can we start to reinforce our embassies minimally with those trade experts from Mr. Mutahunga's office, whose work it is to ensure that they really, really push these markets for us? And it just takes a ministry to deploy strategic, professional, and we have brilliant kids out there who can do that quickly. 5, again, non-traditional areas. Sports. Guys, there is money in sports, sports infrastructure, big time. You should see what is happening in Qatar. But I'll give you an example. I went to the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. On the flight, I was with 3 people from the same family. They are all runners. 2 of them had gold medals, 1 had a bronze. Between this family, Mr. Chairman, they have created a 1 billion shilling economy in the village somewhere in Kapchora. How do we invest in infrastructure in those places that can generate? We have the fastest runners on earth on anything, middle distance to long distance. Those are areas that are low-hanging fruits. 5, innovation, and I really want to emphasize on this one. These kids are incredible. This morning, before I came here, Mr. Chairman, I will just beg for an extra minute. These guys came to my office. They have developed a tractor, and General, I want to come to you after here. This tractor uses batteries, uses solar, it plows, it winnows, it then even does grinding for your kawunga. It produces oil from these seeds. It's incredible. These guys are looking for $15 billion. They've been tossed in 10, 15 offices. And I'm saying private sector does not fund these things. But can we create an innovation fund where I can go in with my prototype, with my innovation, and be able to create? There are people who are willing to put in money in these things. So these are things that we start looking at. 5th, strategy. Quickly, and I'm really itching for this.
That's now 8, eh?
Sorry. I must use this time, eh? Quickly, strategy. Media this year, the president of Tanzania was coming to Uganda. Her Excellency Suluhu Hassan. She was coming, and then we were planning for Sijui to take her to this factory, that factory, the other one. We said, no, give this Excellency 4 hours with the private sector. And we have 10 areas we want to fix. So Madam Suluhu came, we sat with her, private sector, we mobilized all our friends, Chamber of Commerce, we sat down and said, Madam, number 1, Tanzania is overcharging our trucks, $520. Our neighbors are being charged $120. She said, finished. She removed the thing. Right now, our trucks are going at $120. 2, we said sugar. She said, take. We are taking now more than 10,000 tons. 3, we said poles. We are now exporting poles. Poultry, milk, dairy, etc., etc. We said now even transport to Dar es Salaam port is a problem. She said, don't worry. She immediately ordered the Tanzania Railways Corporation, Tanzania Ports Authority, Tanzania Revenue Authority. They are my neighbors in Nakasero. That is a strategy of engagement. Now we have said, every president coming to Uganda, you come with business people. You sit there, we sit here, we do business and we transact. This business of visiting factories, very good, but give us 4 hours and we sort. So those are strategic issues. 5thly, and I'm going to close on this. Seriously.
Stephen,
No, I'm going just boss. Okay. Just give me this one.
That one only.
Only this one. The last one is this issue of regional security. Guys, we went to Kinshasa and Goma. Potentially, we have a $3 billion market. These guys will eat everything. Name it. We just came across from Goma, and the war started in Bunagana. I'm glad the president has offered 3 roads: the Goma Road, the Bunia Road, and Beni Road. Once those roads are completed, right now we are trading anywhere between $500 and $600 million. Those roads easily are going to cost $600 million. $3 billion worth. Can we speed up regional stability? I know we are doing a fantastic job, but let us marshal every support that we need to do this. I had many points, but I don't want to cheat my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Over tea, we shall have those ones.
Thank you.
We shall. So let's go to James. Please give us your concluding remarks.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, I noticed that about 3 speakers raised the issue of the price of financing, especially the cost and access and availability. What I would like to emphasize is there's no silver bullet to this challenge. It's going to be a number of interventions. I can only raise a few that are important in this particular case. First, giving the Stanbic story, we've made some what we call specialized interventions where we do everything possible to offer competitive pricing, especially post-COVID. We have a SACCO fund, for example, where we're lending to SACCOs at very competitive rates they would not get in the open market. We've also tailored products for women enterprises, where we give women subsidized interest rates for their businesses, and a number of other interventions. However, I'd like to go back to one key thing, and I would encourage the private sector, encourage government, the attention away from the idea that it is financing or cost of financing, more to capacity building. And I would like to applaud government. In the recent past and months and weeks, I've seen a lot of information where government is driving capacity building for women enterprises, for SMEs, to equip them with skills to run their businesses. This is extremely important. I'll give a simple example. Being tax compliant as a way to start your governance journey. Being 100% tax compliance. Knowing how to engage with the tax officials and organize your funds and affairs in such a way that they're transparent and give confidence and assurance to the taxman, as a simple example. Then complying with NSSF requirements, complying with standards. Now, when the business drives compliance, the overall outcome is confidence for anyone who wants to invest in that business, partner with it, or lend it money. And once we build the capacity of these enterprises, then the issue is no longer about whether a bank can put money in your business. Investors, there are many people in this room in Uganda who have money to invest, but they don't know where to put it. Instead, they're building massive mansions on hills and driving very big cars. But if they have confidence that they can put money in your business and there's transparency and they will see the right return, there's a lot of capital lying around that has got nowhere to go. And the result is the governance around these businesses. Probably we also need to invest more in the Institute of Corporate Governance of Uganda. This institute needs more money as one of the interventions, so that they can drive the agenda of how do you create a business that people can interact with and don't feel that there's a lot of risk that they have to navigate in order to invest or lend into your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. At this moment, I want to call upon the Commissioner, Economic Development Policy and Research Department, to give us the next steps. This should have come after the launch, but let's have it now.
I want to walk you through about 5 action points that we are going to put on the road to actualize the pragmatic points that have come out from the discussion here and also that are contained in the report. From the statement by the PSST, you already appreciate that we are doing this as part of the budget process for fiscal year 23-24. And so we will be finalizing this BFP for Parliament's attention before the calendar year ends. And so we want to confirm to you that as part of the NDP 3 midterm review, that has taken into account, of course, you know, the impacts of COVID and global inflation and the rest. We have identified most of the priorities that are contained in this strategy, and those will make it to the national budget as far as public sector investment is concerned. And of course, we are also in engagement with the private sector, notably through Uganda Bankers Association, on some of the initiatives to drive our markets to the regional neighbors. So that is one major avenue, the national budget, that we are going to use to take this forward. An innovation in the strategy that we are launching also today is something we call a strategy implementation group. So unlike the previous strategy, we have about 33 umbrella associations that we are going to work with, of the private sector we are dealing with. So the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development will be formally appointing them, and we'll be having an inaugural meeting where we will lay out their TORs just to give us reassurance that the conversation will not be an event. It is going to be a marathon we run for the next 5 years with you. So that's the second major action point as a next step. Number 3, you will recall over 1 month ago, the PSST launched something we call the National Business Development Services Strategy. And this is our game plan for being able to handhold our SMEs as they transition, one, into formal enterprises, but also as they upscale from micro to small, from small to medium, and of course from medium to large. And that strategy does have a very significant subnational agenda. And so we are in very active engagement with our sister ministry, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. We've commenced the process for the regulatory framework for BDS in Uganda. And the idea here is really to be able to drive the notion of structured demand right from the district level. So bringing on board our district commercial officers and being able to understand how production at the district level speaks to our export agenda in a manner that can also speak to local politics and local private sector development. Number 4 is this strategy that we are launching has something we call the area-based commodity development strategy. It is aligned with the new strategy of the Ministry of Agriculture, but we also realize, as has been mentioned, that data and technology are very critical in the competitive space we are in. So through our private sector development unit, we will finalize an area-based commodity development portal, online portal, by the end of this fiscal year. And through that portal, we will be able to drive commodity-specific value chain development consistent with the PDM investment that is happening through the country. So that will anchor our subnational development strategy to the next level. And then finally, working with the National Planning Authority, NDP3 provided for the preparation of what we call zonal economic plans. It's not enough to look at Uganda's economy as homogeneous. We will be initiating the process of activating the preparations of these zonal economic plans so that you are able to optimize certain infrastructure. Some of these investments may not make sense at a district level. If you're going to have, for example, regional mechanical shops, you don't want to have them in every district. Or if you're going to have certain equipment that services certain value chains, it may be better that they're stationed at a regional level. And so these zonal economic plans will be able to deliver on that. So those are the 5 concrete steps we will be taking to drive further this strategy. The strategy also will have a communication strategy to it to answer the concern of PSFU, how we are going to popularize but also cascade this information so that it is consumable, be it at the level of a parish, at the level of a district, at the level of umbrella associations that ultimately represent the different players in the private sector. That's the summary, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for the next steps. I want to thank the audience for listening in. There will be an opportunity to give the audience, for the audience to ask questions, to discuss, but that is going to come after the minister has launched and when the minister is here. We didn't bring you here just to listen, but there will be an opportunity for you to. All I can say is you can note it down and give it to our MC. He will manage that. So I want to thank you for being a very good audience. I want to thank my panelists. Emmanuel, thank you very much. Immaculate, thank you. Anna, Stephen, Charles, and thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together again for our panel. And I want to thank Mr. Chintu for a job well done. Thank you. Please do take your seats. Just before I invite you to pick some coffee, I wanted in a very special way to recognize the presence of the former head of PSDU, Peter Ngatejize. Please stand for recognition. We thank you for service to country. Peter Ngatejize retired at the beginning of this year, or was it at the end of last year? Yes, at the end of last year. And now he's a consultant with PSFU. So you can see when you retire, they rethread the tires and find a way of putting you back into service. So we want to thank you, Peter, for a job well done to this country and your service to the ministry and the mentorship to people like Diana. So I already see Diana is in this knee-deep working lunch. Our suggestion is you pick the coffee and you return to the room, because Erastus is going to be seated here, and in the next 5 minutes I will invite him to invite his panel. So if you're outside and having a small panel discussion of yourself alone or with a colleague outside, you will miss the discussions that will be happening. So I welcome you to coffee. Please quickly pick up the coffee and return to the room. Thank you very much.
Somebody
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can get back to the room. For those of you who are still picking your coffee, please take your, do fast track that. And let's get as many people back into the room. We have two key discussions we must have before lunch. And we may and could launch this session, during this session. So that may affect the amount of time we provide for the panel discussions, and also whether we get enough time to ask questions for the panel. So I want to invite and shortly I'll be asking him to invite his panel. And so I want to request the secretariat at the back, if we could get as many people back into the room. If you haven't picked your coffee, please see how you can fast track that and get back into the room. Thank you very much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you back to our second session. We will have exactly 50 minutes for each of the sessions that are beginning now. So to the session chairs, both Emmanuel and Erastus, you'll only have about 50 minutes. In there, we do expect the key presentation and also the panel discussion that will include an open discussion to take some questions. So again, I want to welcome you. If you're just joining us, you missed quite an interesting on the first session with the key presentations on the interventions and lessons from the previous PSD, our NDP3 midterm review process, and the operational bottlenecks therein. And then, of course, we delved into the panel discussion on the previous strategy, expectations of this second national strategy for the private sector development. We did receive a very compelling case by the ministry through the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury on the strategy for export markets to boost our investments for import substitution and export diversification. And we are very hopeful that later today we should be able to get some time for some questions. I did receive a couple of questions from that session that we hope will be answered. So I want to quickly turn to our second session. Our session on addressing standards and the quality issues along Uganda's selected export value chains. We did hear from the first presentation the issues around certification and standards, and I'm glad that the session chair raised these issues. So when we find time in the second session later this afternoon, so from Erasmus session, we'll move to the next session on leveraging opportunities from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area with Emmanuel. And as soon as that also closes, we're hoping we'll find some time. So I want to, ladies and gentlemen, hand you over to Erastus Nsubuga from AGT Technologies, who will be taking us through this second session, and also invite him to speak to this session and the context of this session, and invite his panelists and keynote speaker. You're welcome, Erastus.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this second session of the 13th National Competitive Forum. And the topic for discussion of the issue we are going to discuss is about the standards and quality along Ugandan selected export value chains. Without wasting any time, I would first of all start with inviting the panelists to come forward. Mr. John Magny, please come forward. Miss Patricia Bagaina, please come forward. Ejaru, yeah. And Miss Ovia Matovu. Miss Ovia Matovu, please. Miss Anne-Marie Mwaka. So, before I ask them to say anything, and of course, our presenter, Mr. Samuel Wataza, also should be ready. I want to take this opportunity to thank the government, the Ministry of Finance, for this launch, or to congratulate them on the launch of the second national strategy for private sector development. This is an indicator that here and there, not everything is roses, but at least it's an indication that we are getting support from the government, and it's a question of now making sure that we see the right ways of working this out in terms of implementation. Without any ado, I think let me welcome Mr. Samuel Watasa from Uganda Consumer Protection, first to give us his presentations. And the key issues we picked would include role of commodity exchange, internal regulations, imports regulations, market information flow, needed strategy to eliminate interceptions, rejections, and NTBs on exports, experience sharing from practitioners at farm, industry, and regulatory levels for policy input. Please, Mr. Samuel Watasa, I don't think now you still have 30 minutes, but try to squeeze it in.
Thank you, moderator. And good morning, participants. I will probably take less than 30, but I might take more than 30 depending on how well it goes. My name is Sam Watasa. I represent Consumer Protection Association, and I've been in this field for long of standardization, but I'll go straight to the presentation in the interest of time. Can we get to the, okay. I probably will have to be looking at the slide because I don't have it here. So before we get into discussing the details and the intricacies of standardization and related issues, I just thought that we all need to be on the same page on what we talk about when we address standards. So this slide is simply to provide a snapshot of what a standard is or what standards are. So what are they? Standards are published documents that provide common, for common and repeated use. So, how do we go about it? Standard integrated way. Standards do facilitate trade through common understanding of definition and grading. Now, I usually, at this point, use an example of car tires. If you go to to buy tires, you'll be talking about 17 or 15 or 16. Everybody across the world knows what 17 and 16 is when you refer to a car tire because it's probably a rim size. Just imagine a situation where this kind of situation was not in play. How would we be able to both define the tire we want for and manufacture? So standards are that simple in terms of facilitating communication between parties and common understanding of the product you want to select. Now, standards are also broad. They cover products, processes of production, and the environment. Now, in the past decades, environment standards were not so much of an issue. Now they have become a very important part of trade, and therefore without complying with them, even if you complied with production processes and product standards, you may not actually penetrate a given market. Can proceed? So just for purposes of creating a distinction, because standards and certification have tended to be used variously, standards development follows a particular process, but we have different bodies that do that. We have indigenous standards bodies, like where my sister Patricia is coming from, Uganda National Bureau of Standards. You have International Standards Organization. You have Codex Alimentarius Commission that specializes in standardization for everything that goes into your alimentary canal. Then we have ESC, Standards Committee. I belong to that committee, apparently. Then you have Africa Regional Standards Organization, and so on and so forth. So these institutions are mandated with developing standards. However, when you have finished to develop a standard and published it, then you need someone external to do certification. And certification is a procedure by which then a third party assures that the process and service conforms as specified. So you have product certification, and then you have management systems. Management systems certification is more. So The critical elements, therefore, include the quality must be defined and defined accurately and very, very precisely. The next is the requirements. The requirements have to be sufficiently known to the whole value chain. Now, it's one thing to define quality, but it's another to have the defined quality understood by everybody in the value chain. If we talk about grain, then the standard must be understood by everybody from the producer to the dealer to the exporter to the consumer, so that the communication that the standard provides is understood by everybody. Specifically, if you look at inputs, you look at soil quality, I have been looking at production, well, good agricultural practices, and find that in some markets, they even define the temperature of soil in which the particular product was grown. Now, that process is complicated, but has to be documented in some way that I produced my vegetables, but the soil was at this temperature. It's a complex area, but I just mentioned it to show how newest standardization is. As a result, you would need incentives along the value chains that you select, and permit me to say I have not selected any particular value chains because these processes apply across any value chain that you will select or not select. Whether it's grain, vegetables, horticulture, you would still have to have the same elements. I'll come to selected value chains at some time later. So you need incentives. Now, in standard management processes, we have the policing approach, and then you have the incentivization approach. We had a discussion this morning about small enterprises, MSMEs. This is a very emphasized sector, but when it comes to standardization and certification, the smaller you are, the higher the cost of certification based on your size. Because paying for certificates, it's expensive. So we want the MSMEs to come together in order to be able to afford the cost of certification. That's why we need incentives for that, and also to help these MSMEs to probably come together in order to afford this process. There are additional costs, of course, across that are not just limited to production, and then you need domestic capacity for credible certification. Just 48 hours ago, I was trying to get a contract to supply to a UN agency somewhere, and they require good agricultural practice certification. We don't have certified, call it, we don't have professionals in Uganda that are qualified to do that gap certification. So I was told there are some coming from Kenya next week. Now, these are critical gaps for us to leverage export markets. Then you need effective government regulation, of course, that's obvious, across the value chain again. I do hope that when we speak the parish development model, we have factored in regulation and standardization across the products that they select, because it's very unlikely that each parish is going to afford the cost, the technology, and everything that goes with whatever sector they select and have it comply with the required standards. Of course, when you have certification and you are done, then it means that you also, when you get into the market, the cost, the prices are substantially differentiated. We'll go to the next slide. Okay, so why then do we emphasize standards? And this will be really fast because of food safety concerns. When we are talking about value chains, Uganda and East Africa are all literally into agro-production, and agro-production specifically for human and animal feed. And therefore, food safety concerns become the major focus of standardization of whatever value chains we will be selecting. This is because we have microbiological hazards, and These contribute to foodborne diseases that have become increasingly a public health concern. Later you will see when we talk about NTBs. NTBs are actually usually applied through standards to say, yes, your products don't qualify because they are contaminated, even when they are not. So it becomes important to be compliant. Then there are microorganisms that are transported mainly through food. Some of these are very common here: Salmonella, E. coli. Wherever you go, you'll find them. At some point, I think a few years back, with the School of Public Health, we did a survey around Kampala's all these fast food outlets and found that up to about 87% of them were contaminated with E. coli, but we are eating them. And yeah, that's part of our market. So whenever I am discussing standards and compliance, I find it a little bit uncomfortable to differentiate between domestic market and international market, because the effects on non-compliance with standards are more impacting on us than the international market that we are looking for. Next. Okay. Principles of food safety, simple things. Proper cleaning and sanitizing of all surfaces, equipment, and utensils. Now, these are the entry levels of food safety, and yet they are very important in terms of the products that we want to trade both locally and externally. And I mean, even in homes, this should be happening regularly for purposes of good food hygiene. The next one is personal hygiene, washing hands, bathing, and doing all those things that go with the body. Because why? The first contact of contamination between a food product is between the body and the product. You are going to handle grain, for instance, or fish, or beef, you are going to use your hands. It's not common to go to an abattoir in Uganda and find people using food-grade PPP in terms of gloves, for instance. So the contamination actually happens right there because of inadequate personal hygiene. Storage, let me see. Yeah, storing, chilling, all these are important entry points for standardization. Implementing effective personal pest control, and I don't seem to be reading quite well. Comprehending food allergies, food poisoning, and food intolerance. Now, all these things, as we will see, they fit in standards, they will fit in labeling and other things. Proceed. So, if we are done with standards development, compliance, and other things, then something else has to be done. That is the risk analysis. Why? Because eventually when you are going into market information, which I was required to talk about, the destination market must be assured that the standard you define and your compliance can be, the process is foolproofed. That hence we get into risk analysis. And risk analysis is simply provision of information and evidence for effective and transparent decision making, contributing to better food safety outcomes and improvements in public health. So it's just that process, and we have a three-stage paradigm. You go to do risk assessment, then you go to do risk management, and then you have to do risk communication. Risk assessment, yes, okay. So when all these are done and you are sure that you have in place a robust risk management plan, then together the environment within which you develop standards, implement them, comply with them, and assure that if anything happened through your risk management plan, then it is possible for you to assure the end market that your product is safe for their consumption. So what goes into our information that goes into the market is two-way. We have product information and market information. So product information is about standards, quality assurance, metrology. I was speaking to someone who was asking me about metrology. This is the science of measurement. That's how you know 1 kilo is 1 kilo, 1 meter is 1 meter. When you order for a shirt, you say I want 17 and get 17. So testing. These 4 elements are the most required in information about the product. They go into labeling, they go into everything that takes you to another market. Okay? Now, if you have complied substantially with the standards that you set, and you have done all this information and provided it either on the package or in your export documentation, then you'll be able to be speaking to the market in a language they understand. Then we have market information. That's product, distribution and logistics, promotion structure, and pricing. Now, before I forget, we talked about my colleague Asimwe, PSF, you talked about matoke going to Dubai. It's a very big export now. But when they reach there, they are knocked around and have black pieces. All that is to do with non-compliance with standardization, both product and the logistics chain. Because if you got the matoke and packed it again in food-grade boxes that are specifically made for that purpose, then the matoke will reach when it is in a state in which it left the farm. Okay? Again, I have done a quick research. I talked to 10 manufacturers of packaging boxes, and not a single one of them produces waxed boxes. They said they can only produce that on order. Okay? So if we get into a specific value chain, let's say horticulture, vegetables, and fresh fruits, and we decided to invest in quality infrastructure in that value chain, how many jobs would you create? You need cold storage facilities across the country. You need refrigerated trucks across the country. You need food scientists across the country. You must train them. You need refrigeration technicians. You must train them. You need industries that produce packaging materials that comply with international standards for movement of foodstuffs. You need electricity to keep the cold rooms running so you wouldn't be crying about excess electricity in Uganda. Just one value chain focusing on quality infrastructure investment would sort out employment issues over the long term. The best employment sustainably does not lie in infrastructure, but lies in operation and maintenance, because that's long term. Again, if you ask how many institutions in Uganda are training refrigeration technicians or engineers, you will ask after we have finished. I don't want to give the answer. Let's go to the next. So, I was asked to speak to interceptions and rejections. Now, you will excuse me. I deliberately left out commodities exchange, because commodities exchange is at the tail end of this process. They facilitate market information, which is what I've just talked about, and facilitating interaction between exporters and importers and the like. So, interceptions and rejections. What happens? Why are things rejected? Some rejections and interceptions are statutory, and these are usually addressed in terms of genuine public health concerns. So we can stop a product or service, for that matter, from entry into a destination market if there are serious public health concerns that that product introduces because it does not comply with standards. And some of these are product contamination, deterioration during the logistics chain. For as long as we are still loading cows on a truck and moving them from the villages to the abattoir in industrial area, I can tell you we will never take meat out of this country. because the entry process for getting beef onto the international market is simply non-existent. What would that mean? Again, I spoke to cold storage facilities, which we don't have. We would be having all these meat packers, as they call them, or abattoirs, should have cold storage facilities. We should be having refrigerated trucks. We should be getting these cows slaughtered at the farm and be packing that beef right when it's fresh in a refrigerated truck and ship it to a facility where it can be processed in a hygienic manner. Both environment, its classification of products by standards, again, it comes to when you define a standard, is it the same way it's defined in the destination market? Now, at this point, I need to mention that all the standards we call Uganda standards are actually harmonized with other standards elsewhere. So when we talk about a Uganda standard, we are literally talking about an East Africa standard, we are talking about an Africa standard. So the question of arguing that the standards in another market are too high, we can't meet them, is simply a perception of the private sector that does not want to invest in compliance with standards. Then you have market rejection. Now, market rejection is a function of two elements: consumer perception, that is customer perception, and the logistics chain. You might want to enter into a destination market where there is a monopoly on the supply chain. They will create a technical regulation that you want to meet, so you don't enter that market. Some of those, you know them. The weight of a pineapple might make it impossible for you to put it on someone's shelf, okay? So those ones are there. They can be dealt with. Consumer perceptions can be handled if we comply with standards and communicate those standards to the destination market. Because what happens is you enter a market and you have competition. The person you are competing with or farm, the first thing they will communicate is your product from Uganda does not comply with standards. And there is nothing you can do about it because we have not sufficiently complied as a country. Now we have consumer alerts by regulators. We have the COMESA Consumer Protection Committee. I am a member of that committee. If something happened in Cairo, we would put it across 20 countries in less than 20 minutes. Guess what that means? If your product didn't comply with a standard in Zambia, then it will not comply everywhere in these 20 countries. So you are hit in one country, you are hit in all of them. So consumer alerts are playing a role in defining the behavior of business people in the market. And the only way to deal with that is to comply with the standard and communicate the standard. Next. So, mitigating strategies. No. Before that. So we need to extensively do product certification because that's the only thing that will help us to make money in a clean way. Okay? Again, I will give one example. People go to the supermarkets and look for the chili called akabanga. It's from a neighboring country, right? I was in that country a couple of months ago, and they didn't have for domestic market. Why? Because the product has been certified and therefore on high demand internationally, and so they focus on meeting their order requirements in the international market, so in that country they are running short of it. Owing to the interest in time, I will just summarize these ones. That market rejection can be dealt with if you communicate standards well, okay? The other one can only become an NTB. So let's go to the next and probably the last, I suppose. Second last. Now, I picked this from the Deputy ED Technical at UNBS. It talks to the turnaround time for certification, okay, which is about how many months? About 4 months, Okay, if you apply for certification, it takes about 4 months. And that is if you go through seamlessly. But if you fail, then you apply again, then the same. So how do we ensure that we are certifying many and quickly? Next slide. This one, I have already spoken a lot about it. In the purview of standards, there is nothing called import substitution or export competitiveness. Everything is a standard. Like I've said...
Excuse me, Mr. Watasa, time is against us.
Yes, I'm concluding.
You have 2-3 minutes left.
I'm concluding. So because there is no distinction from the purview of standards between the domestic market and the export market, for me, these two terminologies only serve one purpose: to make us as planners and implementers begin to look at these markets as one standard for the domestic market and the other for the export market. Like I've said, if you are still carrying your cow on the lorry and hitting it with sticks and then slaughtering it, the international market will not take it. So from that point of view, the two are one market. Okay. So you can proceed. This is a detail. So my conclusion on this is that leveraging strategic export markets to boost investment for import substitution and export diversification opportunities potentially disaggregates these markets. And therefore, because it disaggregates these markets, the focus on standards and quality is likely to take a similar paradigm, that we are going to end up creating a distinction between domestic market and the external market in terms of quality issues and standardization. And I heard this someone saying it here. You see, we need good standards because the export market requires this one. If you can't do it here, you can't do it anywhere else. So therefore, I conclude that leveraging the international markets to boost trade and investment opportunities for national competitiveness will require strategic public and private sector investment in quality infrastructure for those selected value chains. And just to cap this, we need to see the Investment Authority working with the Ministry of Trade, pulling together areas where the public sector can invest and areas where we can attract the private sector to invest, so that we have sufficient capacity in the country, both to develop the standards, to implement them, to comply with them, and to explore the export market. If we don't do that, we will have lots of money going all over the place. And some people will select chicken, others will select pigs, others will select goats, and by the time we want to enter the market, none of them will comply with the standards. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wakasa, for that good presentation. I would like to invite Mr. Everest Twimuke as our fifth panelist, if he's around. However, I think Mr. Wakasa has very nicely put forth to us really the standards, the quality and the standards, definitions, and actually what we need to achieve in order to what we need to do to achieve these standards. And on its exceptions, also endeavored to give those reasons as to why most of the interceptions and rejections occur. However, my feeling is that Mr. Wakasa focused on a generic, not really generic, but Ugandan's kind of standards and qualities, what we understand by these, and according to Ugandan market. But I wanted this discussion to go pretty far on export, mainly, because I want to believe that standards are different from different trade areas. Some of the standards, not all. Some are generic, but some are specific. And so what is standard in Uganda may not necessarily, especially if you go for food and fruits and you know, there's agricultural products, may not necessarily be the same standards acceptable to other trade areas. Okay, to bring forward a very disturbing statistics before I go for the panelists to talk. Last year, on rejections, I got a very, concerning statistic that Uganda lost close to $200 million in non-compliance and quality issues on international market, on European market only. That's a huge figure. So I think on compliance on compliance and quality, we still have a problem. And we list one of the first, I think, on European market for rejects, product rejects on most of the European countries. So we still have a problem there. Anyway, those are my comments. I would like at this juncture want to call the panelists and the questions which are put together here, and each one of them would have a say on each of the questions, but because of time, I think I'll give a question to each one of them so that we can catch up with time. And secondly, I was not assurance in our export. Properly introduce yourself before you answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Erastus. My name is Anne-Marie Mwaka Sabano. I am head of business for ABI Finance. What most people know as ABI Trust. ABI Trust doesn't exist anymore. So we are two companies, ABI Development, dealing with value chain development, and ABI Finance, which is the commercial arm, that is a wholesale lender. So moving on to the question, Mr. Watasa has done a brilliant job on the earlier panel in addressing most of these issues. But given the interest of time, I will just add a little flesh to maybe 2 or 3 of them. Now, our government has brilliant ideas, very good ideas when it comes to quality assurance. But in my world, I come from the private sector, finance sector, agriculture finance. We have a mantra: if you're selling anyone anything, first maintain what you have before you go in and bring in other ideas. So what are we doing as a country to retain and also be able to implement what we already have? For starters, we have these standards that have been, like what he has mentioned, but if you go down to the villages and you ask your grandmother who has been bulking in a cooperative, what exactly they have to do to be intentional pertaining that quality, in most cases, you get close to no answer. So the issue of, first of all, developing a quality culture, we need to transition out of a culture of perhaps if I take my produce, it will be accepted, and then we end up getting rejections, to one where we are very intentional from the grassroots. ABI Finance, we are very intentional about smallholder farmers. If you've gone to our website, you've interacted with us, we'll ask you, how does the smallholder farmer feed into this? Before we get to the international scale, it has to be working nationally. So that culture has to be built. I know UNBS has something they are doing with universities to develop this kind of culture. I think with UCU. Can it be scaled to other universities? But then that is the cream. How do we make sure that our extension workers understand these standards? A certain quality of milk. And then at the district, there's no vet. And you're talking about what's it called? That fertilization without using a bull itself. Yes, that. Before you get into that, and then the extension worker doesn't understand it, probably the vet, even if they had the technology, brilliant technology, ABC, the Ugandan Breeding Center has given us this technology, but then when it comes to cascading, they do not invest, they do not know what to do. So even as we are developing these technologies, we have very good scientists. What is the strategy for cascading this information to the last person? Then the issue about popularizing in a language and in a way people understand. Close to 80% of our population has what we call the microwave generation, as in youth. If it is not instant, if they do not understand it in the first minute, they are gone. So how do we digitalize this information? How do we make small clips to make sure that while someone is still, before they get distracted, they know exactly what is happening, but then also the intentionality of it. That also needs to come through. That way, once we have the local setting, the buy-in, then it becomes a lot easier to sell the international setting. Then the issue about demand, what Erastus has mentioned, the definition of quality is different. Mr. Waters has indicated that everything we have in Uganda, every standard we have, has been benchmarked on to a different country. But now we have, let's say, the organic movement. It keeps shifting. Today it can be 98% is acceptable, and then before you know it, it's 99%, and then before you know it, it's close to, So that kind of upgrading has to keep happening such that we don't get to a situation where our produce is rejected. Then also the issue of investing in human capital. We have all these technologies still we are developing, but the human capital might not be there. Mr. Waters also touched a bit about that. If I still go to the dairy sector, you have all these machines, and we are setting up, we've supported, the ABI has supported, let's say, the buying of cold chains, refrigerated trucks, and that kind of thing. But my dear, if it has a problem, getting an engineer is another story. So how do we make sure that we actually have the human capital? But also the human capital has to be incentivized. At the end of the day, when you have someone, a very good engineer, a very good extension worker, and they're not seeing value they're not receiving value for what they're offering, they're bound to walk. So how do we make sure that these, the people that we are building, whose capacities we are building, are also being incentivized? Then the issue of the cooperatives. Cooperatives are self-policing. They have a way of self-policing. I don't know how many of you were born in the era of Chiboko. You've heard of coffee that is called Chiboko. The way they enforced quality back then was if they find you and you're putting your coffee directly on the ground without a tarpaulin or a raised platform, they would beat you up. They would flog you. Because at the end of the day, if you bulk that coffee with theirs, the whole batch is going to be rejected. Imagine a full district in a cooperative and the whole batch is rejected because of two human beings who have refused to comply. Now, cooperatives, okay, these days they're not flogging people, but cooperatives are self-policing because they know one bad apple spoils the entire batch. So can we get back to strengthening these cooperatives? We have the private sector in there that is playing quite...
If I want to export, if I want to inch an SME wants to export something abroad, who is there? Where does he get the information? Who is to assist him? How does he get certification? And all these kind of issues. So, okay, without going any further, I'd like to bring up a second question, and this will go to Madame Patricia Bagaina Ejaru. And the question is, there are several, there are several strategies and interventions on enhancing standards on our exports that government has implemented. What lessons do we pick from their successes and failures? Patricia? And let's keep it, I think, to 5 minutes if we can, because the time given to me is very short. We're about there.
Thank you very much. And I'll try very hard. It's very hard to talk about standards in 5 minutes, but I'll do my best. And I want to thank everybody who has presented, and my previous presenter as well. Well, what has government done really? Just to put it in brief, one of the key things you need, of course, is to be able to meet the standards. So we have been able to, and I want us to appreciate and understand this issue of harmonization of standards. You want to be able to enter the market, you have to meet the requirements of that market. And the first thing you have to do is have the standards. And this is what we have done as UNBS, together with many members who are participating in the national technical committees we have. Just to give an example, at the EAC, we have over 500 standards that have been adopted as national standards. It means if you're meeting the standard here in Uganda, you are meeting it throughout the EAC. So now when you go to any country in the EAC, they don't inspect you again. They receive your product because you have already shown that you are meeting the standard that is accepted within the region. That is what we've done. We've had a mutual arrangement within the EAC countries. We all recognize each other's quality marks. So if you get certified in Uganda, Kenya will take your product. If you're certified in Kenya, Tanzania will take your product, because we have all gone through the same system of making sure that product meets the standards. But we don't stop there with harmonization. What Mr. Watasa mentioned, the Codex Alimentarius Commission, they develop international food standards. We have done our best to adopt the food standards from Codex, so that if your standards are if your product is meeting the standards here in Uganda, they are meeting international standards. We are signatories to the WTO agreements, the SPS and the TBT. So which country is going to stop you when you're able to show that you're meeting the requirements at the international level? This is what we need to understand. It isn't the same as the private standards. Private standards go a little bit higher than what we are talking about in terms of national, regional, and international standards. We've also simplified a lot of these standards. They are available in simple forms in different languages. This country has invested in conformity assessment. We have accredited labs. We have accredited certification. What am I saying here? In the briefest term, can we stop giving responsibility of the quality of our products to external people? Why are we sending our products and asking them to verify what they are? We have to be able to do that here. So we have to continue investing in our quality infrastructure. There is no running away from that. So we have accredited labs at UNBS, but we have also recognized private labs. We have to increase the testing capacity in this country. We have to give people incentive to invest in testing so that we are able to test our products before they leave this country. We have accredited certification services. One of the most required standards for products that are leaving this country is ISO 22000, which is a food safety standard. UNBS is accredited to give you that certification. This would help very much with those who are taking products and are instead getting notifications out there. The issue is this: we have to do all the work here. We cannot do the work at the border. We cannot do the work at the destination. We have to do it here. And the domestic market is the source of the export market. The domestic market is the source of all those issues they are notifying about. So if you want to get it right at export, you have to get it right here. Not only just for the quality, but the quantity. I think our brother from PSF, you mentioned it. First round, you're great. Second, minimum. Third, you can't do it. Why? Because you don't have the numbers. Now, if we have everybody who is involved in maize production certified against the standards here, it means we have dealt with the source of aflatoxin. So when the buyers come, they will find the product in quantity, quality product in the right quantity, and you'll be able to trade. The examples I can give that have worked, and when we're talking value chain, please, we are not talking about one institution being responsible for everything. Value chain means everybody on that value chain is doing their work. And the two examples I can give There might be some still challenges, as you mentioned, in dairy, but the dairy and the coffee sector are two examples that work very well. We are in partnership with DDA. We don't certify any product that DDA has not handled. DDA knows milk from the beginning. So it means there is regulation from the beginning all the way to the end. These are products that have added value. In Uganda, you're not allowed to export raw milk. So you have to add value. So the entire value chain is working. What DDA and UNBS is doing, the product is now selling throughout EAC, throughout Africa region as well. And why is this happening? Because we are all doing what is required of us with what already exists. UCDA had a similar problem. Now we are issuing a certificate that has UCDA and UNBS. UCDA knows everything about coffee, and they do all the assessments that's unique to coffee. We support them with what they don't have. We do the pesticide residues. We add what it is we have, and we issue a certificate. Because the bureaus in the different countries know each other. So we go together. When we are saying bureau, we are talking Uganda. So this works for all of us if we can agree on collaborations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Patricia. It's very unfortunate that time is rushing, and we don't have enough time to really put some comments on these presentations. However, I want to stress, to make it clear that what I mentioned is very important. I want all of us to think about it as we listen to these speeches, that last year alone, $200 million worth of interceptions, okay, we lost in the European market alone. And the reason was poor standards and quality. So why do we still have this problem, despite the fact that government is putting all the efforts to address it? Okay, I would like to invite a third panelist. That is panelist number one, Mr. John Magnay, on the third question, which is from the experience and from the best practices. What should government do to deliver, what should the government do different to lower interceptions of our exports?
Thank you very much.
5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Magnay. I think I'm here representing the grain sector. Some of you may know I've been involved in the grain sector for, well, more than 36 years in Uganda. This is the National Competitiveness Forum, and the first thing I want to say is that Uganda does have a competitive advantage in the food and feed supply chain. We've been a surplus producer of food and feed to the region for more than 30 years. But what that actually means is that we, as a gross exporter of basic grains and pulses into the region, we have to be better at than the countries that are receiving our grains in terms of our standards and our monitoring. Now, the good thing is that the East African grain standard, I'll use maize as an example, but you can reflect this across all of the grains and pulses that are going into the region. The good thing is that the standards were, regional standards were adopted for grain standards in 2013, and therefore the standard that we utilize domestically is the one that we must use to be able to supply into the region. Our biggest challenge has been that because we are a mainly smallholder farmer production system and we are operating in a wet double season country, it means that we have challenges over quality. I would suggest that grain in the field and at harvest is of good quality, but it is what happens in the post-harvest situation at farm level, at aggregator level, and at processor and exporter level that is giving us a challenge. The biggest challenge, and it's a derivative of the high humidity at harvest and the high level of rainfall that we have in the country, which is the reason why we are able to be a surplus producer. The main challenge is to do with aflatoxins. The irony is that our recipient countries, you know, we are exporting grain to Kenya, to Rwanda, to South Sudan. Our exporting countries have the same problem with their aflatoxins within their domestic market. But because we are sending that grain out of the country and it's going through the borders, it must go with a certificate, and the failure of our national crop to meet those standards is the failure of us to be able to penetrate those markets. And I'll put up a warning here. The Kenyans have just allowed 350,000 tons of yellow maize from outside the African continent to come into their market this year. They've done it because of the availability of quality grains from the region, and there has been a little bit of shortage. But once they start recognizing they can buy quality grains from outside the region, it is likely that it will happen again and again. So what are we going to do about the practicality of implementing a standard that has been on the statute books? Actually, the Uganda grain standard has been on for maybe 15 years. The East African standards was adopted in 2013. We have to drive that message back all the way down to farm gate, because the problem is actually happening on our smallholder farmers, with them drying their wet grain on the ground and allowing for the encroachment and the development of aflatoxins within the system. And therefore we have to show farmers what they are doing is going to affect their ability to sell their crop. And it also means that the informal traders who are doing the bulking from our farmers, they also need to understand that. It is not something that we can get this grain all the way to the drying and cleaning centres and ready for export. The damage has been done, and therefore we've got to drive it back. So I would argue that this is a sensitization issue, and the message and the ability to test has to be available in the productive areas of the country for our grains. And I'm going to put a warning on this. Yes, we are talking about exports, and yes, Uganda requires to develop its export markets for its grains, but it is also affecting the secondary industries in this country in terms of the animal and fish feed that is going into our system. I think I'm right in saying that at the moment 80% of finished fish feed is being imported into Uganda. That is because we cannot produce low aflatoxin maize and high quality soya cake to go into our fish feeds to produce it. So we are receiving fish feeds from Zambia and Egypt and somewhere else, 3 places, because we are inability to do it. And I think you'll get the same comment from the chicken industry, and you will definitely get the same comment from the pig industry. And I'm going to flag up another thing. Some of you may know I'm a pig farmer. I have just lost my entire pig farm due to Africa swine fever. We identified that the Africa swine fever broke through our very high biosecurity facilities at the farm in the feed. And if you want to trace it back, it came from sun-dried maize in the village being utilized to make feeds. And where that sun-dried maize was, there were pigs wandering around in the village, defecating on grains. If that's the sort of quality of grain that we are producing, we are not going to be able to achieve our potential in the industry. So this is something where we have to drive it back to the farm gate, and we have to drive not just the message, but the ability to demonstrate the challenges that we are developing within our system. And if we can do that, Uganda can be the powerhouse. We are becoming the powerhouse for dairy in the region. We are becoming the powerhouse for chicken and eggs in the region. We are becoming the powerhouse for fish in the region. But we cannot do it and become a major exporter of those products unless we have quality raw materials going into our industry, producing the products that the neighbours and our international markets want. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mogne. Yeah, you had it there from the horse's mouth. It's not because we are not producing, we are producing, but the quality is poor, both for local consumption as well as international market. So we are losing out on all these. The question is, what plan, what program does government have to assist the local producers to meet the international standards as far as export is concerned? Otherwise, we are losing out. I would like this time to invite a fourth panelist on the fourth question here, and it's going to be Miss Ovia Matovu. Okay, introduce yourself, please, first, and then you answer the question of why have existing internal regulatory measures failed in most sectors? For those that have succeeded, what are the key lessons for us to pick up and implement? Please, Ms. Matovu.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Erastus Suga. My name is Ovia Matovu, and I work with Uganda Fish Processors and Exporters Association. Uganda Fish Processors.
5 minutes.
It is an umbrella association of the Uganda Fish Processors. The question is, why are internal regulations failing, and what are the lessons learned? Internal regulations are failing mainly because of the lack of supervision and implementation of the regulations that exist. And I would put most of the blame to the government, because once the regulations are made, there's hardly follow-up and compliance on their part. The private sector has tried to follow some of these regulations, and they have been in different forums with the government. But at the end of the day, you find that what has been discussed and what has been put on paper in strategies and plans has never been implemented. I'll give an example of the regulations we have in the fisheries sector. We have regulations on the fish size, that is of the narrow perch which exports from Uganda, and it has been in existence for a number of years. But we still continue to face the challenge of fishing immature fish in our lakes in Uganda, and that results in the shortage of fish for processing and export. So these regulations touch on the size of the fish and also on the nets that are used for fishing. You find that the regulation is there on the fish nets that is supposed to be used by the fishers, but at the end of the day, you get these fishers using illegal nets. And why? Where do these illegal nets come from? I think it's because there's some laxity or loopholes by the Uganda Revenue Authority to strictly stop these illegal nets entering the country. That is one of them. Then on the issue of the standards and regulations, we have, in the fish sector, we have regulations, a number of them along the value chain. And as a private sector, we try to comply with most of the standards, because most of the standards are market-driven, and we have quality assurance managers that try to ensure that the fish that is brought into the factories meets the standards and the quality. But when you go down to the learning sites, you find that the situation is different. It's different because there's lack of proper infrastructure on the learning sites. The learning sites that are approved for export markets are very few, and they have to comply with all the standards. So you find that some of the fish does not come from the approved learning sites, even for the local markets. So the infrastructure, I think most of it is in the hands of the government. That is to ensure that they put up nice receiving platforms, that there is potable water, that there is electricity to have ice, and also the roads also from the learning sites to the factories, and also export. So most of these fishers find themselves handling the fish in a wrong way, because now they are not ably guided on the quality and quality aspects on how to handle the fish. Also, we have what is called traceability. If you are to export to an external market, you have to prove that the fish or any commodity that we are going to export has a traceability system. So once that traceability system is broken, then you find that there are challenges in that regard. Mr. Magne also mentioned about the fish feeds. That is a major challenge we are facing in the aquaculture sector because of what he has mentioned. Lack of, the ingredients that are used are contaminated, especially in the maize, and also in the mukene. Mukene also forms part of the ingredients for the fish feeds. So you find that the way they harvest the mukene and the way they dry it and process it for fish feeds is also a challenge. So in the long run, that affects the fish that is going to be farmed and exported. On the other hand, we also have transport regulations and how the product is kept before it is transported and exported. So not only in the fish sector, but also in the other products that in the agriculture sector, you find that the quality also starts at the farm level. If the product is not well handled, you'll find that it is contaminated. And if the transport, if, for example, it's fruits and vegetables or fish, you have to ensure that the transportation vans are regulated as well, so that they keep the products in a cold environment before they're exported. I think that's what I have to say for now. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. That was nice and short. Again, I won't go into comments. I would like to call upon our last panelist to answer the last question. And this is Dr. Everest Trimukie, and he will introduce himself, and then to answer the question, how should we improve compliance with standards in your sector? Well, in these sectors, call it.
Thank you very much. My name is Evarist Twimuche. I work at Uganda Development Corporation, and I'm supporting them with the reviving of the Uganda National Commodity Exchange. And so I will touch on the question, but I also want to talk about the commodity exchange, since it was part of what we're supposed to discuss. So compliance to standards is both a government and a private sector function, but it might be mainly government. And I think the role of government should not be to set policies, but should also to be sure the policies are implemented. And therefore, whatever quality policies that are set and standards, government needs to make sure that they follow up. And this takes me back to what I wanted to talk about, the commodity exchange. The nature and the shape of the private sector in the country is changing. This is not a 1990 private sector we are talking about. When privatization and liberalization were envisaged, you remember those stories about government is not a poor is a poor business person, should not be doing business. I think on reflection, I think those questions, those assumptions were probably not correct. And that's why you would see increasingly, because of market imperfections, the market failures, government recently has come back into business, and it is going to be coming back in 3 areas. And one of them is what I wanted to concentrate on. One, government is coming back into manufacturing through UDC. UDC is investing in many private entities. Why? Some areas, some sectors, the private sector does fear to engage, or there is a market imperfection that the government comes to cure. And therefore, UDC, as part of the investment arm of government, is increasingly coming into business. That is different from what it was in 1990, for example. 2, government is coming increasingly into financing through UDB. They are financing many investment sectors, not because there are no financial institutions, but because there is a market imperfection, even in financing. And therefore, the government is increasingly coming into private sector financing. Thirdly, the government is now increasingly coming into marketing, providing a market service. Recently, government, not recently, actually for a long time, government has been heavily involved in production. And you can enumerate them. NADS, Operation Wealth Creation, there's now PDM, even MAIF has a new program to support commercial farmers. And all what it's doing production. Imagine if the government was to succeed and production was to go up, where would this produce go? We need to ensure standards, but we also need to ensure that we have a market. And therefore, that's why government is now going downstream, even into marketing. And they are doing marketing in 2 ways. One, physical market services and digital market services. So physical market services, you know them. They are constructing urban markets, regional markets, border markets, but they are also now entering into digital marketing servicing. And that's where the Uganda National Commodity Exchange comes in. A commodity exchange is a digital marketplace, and the government could have left it for the private sector. But I said, the private sector is where where there is no profit, the private sector will not touch, or where they are burnt, their fingers are burnt. And therefore, if the government was to leave it to the private sector, there will not be market access. And therefore, through Uganda Development Corporation, the government is reviving the Uganda National Commodity Exchange. And I think this is an important service that government takes seriously. Because if production is to be ramped up and we are not looking at markets, you are going to depress production again. And we have seen that in the past. And therefore, even if we get it right on quality and standards and we get volumes, if we don't work on markets, it will be a cobweb. We are going to and we have had that in the past. And therefore, we as government, through UDC, we are asking for your support in the private sector, in the private sector, in the public sector, to make sure we can revive the commodity exchange so that we help with price discovery, and more importantly, we remove information asymmetry from markets, so that when you produce, you know where to sell from, and you are not limited to your neighborhood. With the commodity exchange, we can sell across the world because your products can be seen throughout the world. So we are doing two things, and I'm going to finish. One, we are digitizing warehouse receipts. And these warehouse receipts are going to either be traded at a commodity exchange, or they will be used for collateral to increase agri-financing. And in those two ways, government is intervening. We are digitizing warehouse receipts through the Uganda Warehouse Receipts Authority. And we are setting up a trading platform, the Uganda National Commodity Exchange, through the UDC. And we call for your support. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Dr. Everest. Yeah, we come now to the end of the presentations from the panelists. But what personally, very short time I'll take to wrap up on what really has been discussed, to my understanding, is being able to identify that standards and quality is actually one of the most, if not the most important, issue affecting export performance in this country. It's not a question of producing. You may produce as much as you want, but if what you produce doesn't comply to the standards of your market in terms of export, definitely you're not going to get anything out of it. So I would have, that came quite clear. Not actually, Mogni had mentioned also on the local market. He's a local investor, but cannot use local products to feed his animals. So we're not only looking at losing the export market, but also the local market. Now, and also, this came out very clearly, that Uganda, from my colleague here, Ms. Patricia, that we have the standards, yes, but are we implementing those standards? And are those standards acceptable, what we call Ugandan National Bureau of Standards, acceptable to international market? I would say no, and I want to leave this on the floor. Each trade market has its own specific requirements in terms of standards. Not whatever we call quality and standards here would pass to any other, to whatever market, to most of the commodities. So who in government is focusing on this to make sure that at least those standards which we have, or regulations which we have on these standards, are being implemented, okay? And who is then is making sure that those companies dealing with exports are actually compliant to the focused markets in terms of export. I think that's what I've picked up, and the big questions, I think, which needs the government to address, and the issues of cost certification for SMEs, which is very expensive. Who's going to help, small and SMEs to get certificates on these exports? Without, sorry, we've been given very little time.
No, Erastus, actually, I have allowed for some questions, because the biggest concern was questions. But I see you have a contribution on this side.
Okay.
You still have a couple of minutes. I will let you know,
right.
but I'll also take some questions.
Oh, thank you very much.
I also wanted to prepare the PS Agriculture, because we were speaking to his space. He needs to intervene, yes.
All right, whom do you want us to say first? Okay, a comment from the, and then from the audience, isn't it?
Thank you, moderator. I just want to correct one thing here. The standards we have called Uganda standards is because the law requires them to be called so. But the standards we have comply with the international standards up to ISO level. Some of the standards that we then domesticate and call Uganda standard with US are actually originating from the International Standards Organization. So this needs to be very, very clear so we don't begin to mislead ourselves that we have standards for different places. Yes, private sector standards may vary, but those are not the standards we're talking about. The second thing is you did ask a very important question. What should government do? Now, my answer would not be what should government do, but what should we all do? And we can pick examples from what Patricia mentioned, the dairy sector. What drove the changes in the dairy sector in a revolutionary way? There was a government deliberate effort under the Cattle Corridor Strategic Plan that brought in and guided investments, both public and private sector, into the dairy industry, ranging from coolers, storage facilities, even up to household level, the quality of containers in which you put the milk from farm gate. All that was a simple intervention, simple in the terms of understanding it, that we have to deliberately and purposively invest in quality infrastructure in a given value chain over time. And we therefore have to select maybe 2 or 3 and focus on those for the medium term, 5, 7 years, 10 down the road, we would have them facilitated to enter the international market. It's not going to be a one-day thing, and it's not going to be only the public sector, because the private sector is the one going to trade. But to do that, specific effort must be guided by the government and even local authorities. I mean, John Magne mentioned grain. You imagine that a household where they are producing grain that has no latrine or that has no hand washing facilities and where chicken is running all over the grain is going to contribute to the value chain of maize grain, and you still can meet even the domestic standards? No, of course. So we need to not spread our resources too widely in terms of quality infrastructure, and it will have to come with both equipment, processes, training, human resources, and all that goes for particular selected value chain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, as I was requested, I'll request, is it the minister? Please to give put forward your comment on the topic matter.
Thank you very much. My name is Major General David Kasura Chomkama. I am now the Permanent Secretary. I emphasize the now Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Now you may ask a soldier who has never studied agriculture, what am I doing there? I'm providing leadership. A lot of our problems is our inability, first of all, to focus on a problem, second, to understand solutions, and thirdly, to provide the leadership that goes from the problem to the solution. And really, once you're at my level, I think you can do this. It's not in nuclear physics. You can really provide this leadership. Now, I will start by commiserating with Mzee John there. I feel your pain. I also lost a lot of pigs. I made a mistake, and I told some idiot to go and buy pigs from my farm. And you know, these guys, the local people, he goes to this farm, goes to the other one, and goes to the other one. So he took African swine fever to my farm, and I lost 95 mothers. I actually was wiped out. And when I hear Mzee crying there, you imagine me. I was wiped out, and I was very, very annoyed. This was before I became PS. So the first thing I did when I became PS was to put my people on notice about African swine fever. And it's a problem that we are really, because it's endemic, unfortunately, in the areas of Kampala, Pigi, Wakiso. African swine fever is endemic. Masaka, be very careful. If you have a keep of pigs, be very careful. Don't allow people have very high standards of biosecurity. This thing, and I didn't know when, for example, you slaughter the pigs and you throw away the meat, and dogs eat it. This thing comes in the feces. The thing comes, seeps through, as he said, he put it through, he got it probably through feed. When you put feed on the ground and the people dry maize on the ground, you get the microbials, you get the microbes, the pathogens in the food. Now, there are three issues which I want to talk about. The first one, Uganda's exports have a problem because of three basic issues. The first is issue of volumes. Everybody has been talking about it. Issue of volumes. How do we have enough volume? Somebody said, you go out there, you get a market, you sign all these deals in public, and you say, I am able to produce 10 tons, to export 10 tons of grain per week or per month. First, consignment, yes. Second, third, usually they don't last beyond 5. Then you have issues of non-compliance with the contract terms. The banker has gone away, but the main basic problem of Uganda's business is people don't like contracts. They like to sign them, but they don't want to keep to them. We are talking of private sector, but I also want to remind Mzee, Stephen, you know, 70% of our people are in agriculture. Now 70% are in private agriculture. This is private sector, isn't it? Huge, huge, huge number of people. I suspect that usually when we talk in rooms like these ones, we are talking about ourselves. We are not entirely the people who we should be talking about. So, first, volumes. And what is the problem of volume? Linked to what I've just told you, the structure of our agricultural production. Smallholders, 2.5 acres and below, rudimentary technology, rain-fed, depending on rain, and really, for most part, subsistence, maize, beans, etc., etc. So, if we are addressing the problem of export, the first thing we need to do is address the problem of that agricultural system. Address, because if you have everybody here with 2.5 acres, we are probably about 200 people in this room. Yes, you'll have 200 acres of maize. But each of you will have your own standards and your own methods of production on your farm. And as one mama was saying there, all you need is one of you to have aflatoxin. You can see I am even calling it an aflatoxin. But you have aflatoxins, and you'll have a problem. That whole maize will be dead. So, structure of our production system to generate volumes. The second is to be able to answer to market requirements. We think that there's a mango called kagogwa, but this one cannot be eaten because the teeth, it's fibery. So when you bite into it, the thing goes into your teeth. And when it goes, people out there don't like this. Secondly, it becomes rotten very quickly. Somebody was talking about Dubai. I talked to some children in Dubai, some young, very enterprising young people who are taking matoke and taking all these fruits to Dubai. And they told me that the problem with our apple banana, which is very nice, squalindis, is that it gets rotten very quickly. So if I buy it and I'm in a supermarket, really this thing is not, I am going to lose it, because people don't buy when we sell. They buy when they want to buy. So that is the second problem. The third problem, of course, is compliance with international sanitary and phytosanitary standards. Compliance. I was in a conference in Kenya talking about this issue, and I was with a very distinguished academic from Uganda. And we were talking about the issue of aflatoxin. And this man said, but these people are being very obtuse because I ate aflatoxins, my grandfather ate aflatoxins, and I'm still alive. Now I say to myself, now this Mzee here is supposed to teach me. If he's talking like this, do we have any hope? Don't we have a problem? Now, people talk about, and I will ask for forgiveness, because sometimes I am not a good diplomat, I'm a soldier, so sometimes I'm very straight and blunt. People, when I hear people speaking, it's as if you have a group of angels called private sector, for whom the government has failed to facilitate, that they are the ones with all these brilliant ideas, and the government has failed to facilitate these brilliant ideas. And I want to ask a question, or narrate a story, a very small story. Before I became PS Agriculture, I am a farmer. I've been a farmer since the age of about 13. I'm a farmer by genetics, I'm a farmer by inclination, I love farming. Now, I went to the container village to buy seed. I'm a Major General, so at that time I had not yet retired from the army, and I was in my car. Well, and you know, when you're a Major General, these fellows jump out and all this and the other. So I went to buy seed. When you reach container village, these people grab hold of you, private sector. They take your wine, then in every room. So they took me and sold me grain seed, maize seed, worth 1 million shillings. I took it and I planted it. Up to now, I'm waiting for that maize. Now, I ask myself a question. If somebody is not afraid of selling a Major General in an official car, fake seed, really, don't you think we have a problem? Ask yourself this question. And this is private sector. Private sector. Now, when I became PS, the first thing I did, I was talking to Mzee there. He doesn't know. I have launched, I put people, and I want to do it publicly now, facing those cameras. I put anybody with fake agro inputs on notice, because this touches me. I'm a chicken farmer, I'm a poultry, I think they call it poultry farmer. I farm some cows, 1 or 2, and I was a farm of pigs, but now I was wiped out. I put everybody on notice of fake agro inputs. Really, I am coming after you. I've come after you. We've had, absolutely. Because I learned something else. I recently attended another conference, and I discovered that we are actually in the process of killing ourselves. Why? Because everybody in Uganda can treat an animal, cows. The cattle keepers, they every day, even when the cow looks as if it has lost appetite, antibiotic. When the cow looks as if it can't walk, it is sitting down, sleeping, antibiotic. So what we are doing is we are almost getting, Mzee here knows, I don't know what we call it, something called antimicrobial resistance. That's what these scientists call it. We are eating antibiotics in most of the meat and eating pesticides in most of the plants that we are eating. I haven't heard anybody talk about it so much. It's a terrible thing. Of course, somebody will say it is the fault of the Ministry of Agriculture. Why? Because we lack extension workers. Why? Because we don't enforce standards and qualities. Why? Because everybody, unfortunately, everybody in Uganda thinks that because animals and plants don't speak, they can treat them. So, I would say yes to some extent, but I would also say no. It goes back to the structure of the agricultural sector. Why? Because people don't look at agriculture as a means like you look at banking. It's not as sexy as banking. It's only when we reach here and say Huda there is talking about export and we are thinking of dollars, then we say, we need to think of agriculture in terms of commercialization. So I put down, I know somebody's looking at me and is only afraid to tell me to shut up. Mr. Mujisha, I'm going to shut up very quickly, don't worry. I put up some points which I think you need to think about. One is the issue of outlook for the agricultural sector, commercialization. Don't treat symptoms. In Europe, you have to have a license to actually practice agriculture. Not every idiot goes to practice agriculture. You have to have and the standards are maintained so highly because people know that whatever you produce in agriculture, you produce for two reasons mainly, either to wear it or to eat it, isn't it? So, and all these create problems for the human being. So, if you don't enforce what you're planting, you're going to have a problem of productivity and you're going to have a problem of export. So you must think of the problem of the market. You must start from what you are going to use this thing for. And you must start from thinking that if I think of what I am going to use this thing for, there's money. And if there's money, people are not idiots. Once they know there is money, enforcement is very easy. The second issue that I thought about was issues of knowledge management, managing of knowledge in agriculture and for agriculture. You see, here we are. I see probably, I can make a quick anecdotal, it's not scientific. I can ask a question. How many of us have more than 200 acres of land here? Not me. How many people? 1, 2. How many are farmers? About 30% of the audience. So who are we talking to? That means we are actually talking to people who are not practitioners. Maybe through the cameras and other things. But how many of these farmers, Honorable Minister, welcome, sir. And I think I'll be in trouble if I'm not careful. But how many of our people watch TV and watch these farming programs? How many? So who are we watching? Who are we talking to? Now the question is, Maif, we should be the ones giving out this information. Yes. How many? You have a deficit. I've had occasion to talk to Afande Minister and other people. You have a deficit of more than 5,000. I think you have only 4,000 extension workers in Uganda who are under the Ministry of Local Government. Not under Maif, by the way. The structure of extension in Uganda is such that they are under the Ministry of Local Government. I can't sack them. I am a soldier. I would be able to really frog march them and do things to them. I can't do any of them. So, I promise you, however, that this question is hard, and really I think we need to manage it. The third point is the issue of building capacity. Capacity in real hardware. I have a point of contention with some people about how best to deal with the issue of enforcement of standards and regulations and of ensuring that our commodities are taken to Europe. Some people think that the deficit is in knowledge, in putting people into these kind of situations, talking to them, and then hoping this knowledge will percolate down there. That is good. But you see, if you want to go to heaven, would not be such a good proposition if there was no alternative of hell. Are you aware? None of us would go to heaven if we did not know that there was an alternative to hell, of hell. You need, yes, incentive. You need to talk to people nicely. You need to have all this and give them knowledge, but you also need to enforce. So you need to build the capacity for enforcement. You need the numbers of inspectors. You know, in Uganda, I think Mr. Mwambu is not here, my commissioner, but I think we have about 47, 48. Mr. Huda, you know? 67. Kenya, how many? 1,300. Uganda, you have 67. I rest my case. The last point is who enforces and why. Who enforces and why. Some people think inspectors, other people. Me, I think that I put myself in the private sector. By the way, I'm a part of the private sector. Because I have an enterprise, my wife runs a very successful poultry enterprise. Small, but she pays me a salary, so she must be doing something right. We must enforce. When I complained, I went back, by the way. I went back to the container village when I became PS, and I complained. They laughed at me. Can you imagine? Bakufera he in Uganda. They said bakufera he habana tevatia. They laughed. People laughed at me. Then I thought to myself, if this person really felt my pain, because I'm wondering if you guys are the ones who are hit in the pocket, why can't we enforce? What is so difficult about us enforcing? At least report them. Because the enforcement is the whip, but you need information for enforcement. We don't have this information. So what am I forced to do? I'm forced to send what they call agricultural police to go and carry out an operation, arrest people, and become a fascist, because those are fascist methods. Beat up people, do this, do the other one. But if, for example, you guys who export grain were to actually be the ones to ensure that these small people, I know it would add a little cost, but you imagine how much more it costs you if you lose a consignment of maize, of grain, or any other thing. If you are the one to say, you man, the way you are doing this thing is not proper. I'm not saying do it as part of your duty. I'm not saying do it, I'm not charging you, but I'm saying care. Don't tell government. Because government, you see, we, people who work in government, with Mzee there and other people, we sit in these offices, we have all this self-importance. You can see I'm putting on a hat. You come in the office, the man looks at you as if you have disturbed him. He says he's busy. You ask him what he's doing. There's nothing he's doing except reading newspapers in his offices and so on and so forth. We are not so important in the scheme of things. You are the ones who are important, because we cannot get paid our salary if you don't export, isn't it? But therefore, and the pain you feel, I only feel as a by the way. And therefore, I beg of you, join my struggle. Join this struggle for information of the fake agro input dealers. I've given somebody a nani. We have a Professor Kabasa committee on agrochemicals, agro inputs. And we have discovered, anecdotal, it's not scientific evidence, about 40% of inputs in Uganda, into agro inputs in Uganda, are fake. Can you imagine? But they are fake. When you guys are there, we are all there. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
I am charging all of you.
Time, sir.
Yes, I'm charging all of you I'm saying, let us join. Let us all be locally. Praise God. Let us all be locally and all take our country to heaven. I want to thank you for this very wonderful opportunity to vent, because really I wanted to vent. I've been listening and I wanted to tell you this. But I want to also assure the private sector. Maybe let me finish with one thought. The Honorable Minister will allow me. I want to do a Stephen Aswimwe there. Who gains out of agriculture in Uganda? Who gains out of agriculture? I can tell you. First and foremost is the agro-input dealer. Second, it is the middleman, the aggregator, the trader in agro-input. Third, maybe sometimes when they sell our houses, the banks. Lastly, at the bottom, the poor fellow, the 70% who are farmers, who are down there. So, as we are here, I want us to focus, because you cannot milk a cow you have not fed. Think of those people and think of enabling the structure of their production system to be incentivized so that we can all gain out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Major General, for your submission. And it would have been unfair not to allow you to speak this afternoon. So, Erastus and team, ladies and gentlemen, can we give them a round of applause? Please take your seats, because now we want to transition to the formal launch. But before we do that, allow me to invite Mr. Joseph Enyimu to come and invite the Honorable Minister to address us and officially launch our project, the Strategy for Private Sector Development.
Thank you, Maurice. Honorable Minister, we are heartened that you have graced this occasion with your presence. You found us going through the second session. The panel that has just left the stage was facilitating our dialogue on addressing standards and quality issues along Uganda's selected export value chains. And the PS was adding to that discussion and bringing a response to some of the issues that arose. In our morning session, we were treated to welcoming remarks by the head of our private sector development unit, and also taken through a presentation of the second national strategy for private sector development, a report that you will be launching after you have delivered your remarks. As part of that session, we had a panel that also discussed the thematic focus of this 13th National Competitiveness Forum on leveraging strategic export markets to boost investments for import substitution and export diversification opportunities. That discussion was followed by a keynote address by PSST, which was delivered on his behalf by the Deputy Secretary to the Treasury. And the meeting was also taken through the next steps that will follow the launch of this strategy. Notable among the steps that were highlighted was that this forum is one of the platforms that government uses to consult as part of the national budget process. And so the outcomes of this engagement will be feeding into the budget that will be laid before Parliament, the BFP that we are finalizing this month. And then also we did discuss the key aspects of what this means at the local government level and even beyond at the level of the parish. So it is now my pleasure and honor to welcome you to deliver your address. The people before you are a wide range of players from the private sector, and thereafter you will perform an official ceremony to launch our second national strategy for private sector development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join with me to make the Honorable Minister a warm welcome. A welcome.
Thank you so much, Joseph. I think to be safe, I'll stand on the existing protocol as already introduced. And I'll begin by apologizing to you all for coming in at this time. I should have been here much earlier to make these remarks and to officially open this session, but due to other commitments which I could not avoid, I was unable to be here at that time. I'm coming here. First of all, my name is Amos Rugorovi. I'm the Minister of State for Finance, Planning, Economic Development, in charge of planning. But I'm also here in the capacity of the Minister of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development, purposely to launch the second national strategy for private sector development for the years 2022-23 to 2026-2027. I'm not new to the private sector because I've worked with the agencies for many years that have been responsible for stimulating private sector growth and for supporting them, facilitating them to actually grow. I'm pleased to be here with you to officiate at the 13th National Competitiveness Forum, and as I said, to launch the second national strategy for private sector development, which has been organized by my ministry in partnership with the National Planning Authority. What I'm going to say in here, I'm sure could have been said already, but I have to officially go on record, you know, to make these statements as the minister are responsible for this. The theme for this year's forum, as you already noted, is leveraging strategic export markets to boost investment for import substitution and export diversification opportunities. It's relevant because we're operating in a global environment, reeling from the effects of rising commodity prices, the geopolitical tensions which have been occasioned by the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the COVID-19 pandemic, and of course climate change that has had devastating effects on various factors of production. All these challenges have impacted on our economy, resulting into a constrained fiscal space. If constrained fiscal space, put in simple language, is actually we are talking about limited resources to be able to deal with these challenges. I wish to recognize the immense contribution of the private sector in the development of Uganda. The third National Development Plan NDP3 states that the private sector generates 77% of formal jobs and contributes 80% of GDP. I think you can imagine how important the private sector is based on those indicators alone. 80% of GDP. It is therefore fitting that the second national strategy for private sector development provides a comprehensive framework for identifying and coordinating interventions for superior private sector competitiveness. I think I should pause here to talk about the importance of coordination, the interventions. Coordination here presupposes that we have to collaborate. We have to work together. You cannot work alone. As I came in, the permanent secretary was talking about local governments being responsible for extension at the local level. What that means is that the Ministry of Agriculture has to collaborate with the local governments. Furthermore, the research organizations like NARO have to collaborate with them in order to disseminate their research products. The laboratories, the same thing. So the issue of collaboration to deliver this strategy is going to be very, very critical. Consequently, arising from the midterm review for the remaining NDP3 period, remember that NDP is 5 years, a medium-term planning framework. But because 5 years is too long a period, we do a review at the middle level of implementation. And that's what we have just been doing. So, arising from that review, government plans to sustainably lower the cost of doing business by increasing access to affordable long-term capital, because we have discovered it's a serious bottleneck. Promoting local content in public programs. In other words, creating opportunities for the private sector in public programs. Strengthening the enabling environment and enforcement of standards by harmonizing coordination of private sector associations and umbrella bodies under the National Strategy for Private Sector Development 2. Now, interventions of the second national strategy for private sector development. The interdependent interventions of this strategy can be grouped into 3 pillars, which I'm sure you must have already talked about. The first pillar, macro pillar, boosting investor confidence. This entails prioritizing economy-wide interventions that will be implemented by government MDAs to facilitate increased domestic and foreign direct investments. Stable macroeconomic environment, we just have to make sure that inflation is properly maintained at acceptable levels, usually below 5%. The exchange rate is stable, and all the key macro level parameters are functioning well, and that there is economic growth. The GDP is growing. Now, the legal and regulatory framework is functioning well. Infrastructure development, we continue with the construction of the railway lines and the roads, etc., and enhancing market efficiencies and ensuring entrepreneurship. The second pillar, the meso pillar, accelerating industrialization. It's about accelerating industrialization. This pillar emphasizes the need to consolidate and direct efforts that facilitate industrial development in the country towards attaining the overall goal of a more competitive private sector for sustainable economic development. It identifies linking agriculture to industry as the best mechanism through which transformation of the economy can be achieved. It will also focus on improving the quality of products, value addition, and increasing business-to-business linkages to enhance inter-farm collaboration. And I want to add the issue of factor productivity, because you cannot talk about private sector without talking about the factors of production we learn in elementary economics. The productivity of our land, and that has a direct bearing to issues of climate change and the extent to which we have utilized this land, to the extent that before, fertilizers were not a critical input. Today, they are. So issues of land productivity, labor productivity, the people you employ, how productive are they? I go to certain companies and I find guys importing labor from Kenya. Why is that when we have millions of people here? So that all rotates around issues of factor productivity. The productivity of capital that we use. How much access do we have about the technologies that can render us more competitive than others? And in terms of money, are our interest rates acceptable? So in looking at this strategy, the issue of factor productivity, Joseph, is something that you need to look at and to keep monitoring very critically to ensure that we compete with the best of the best. If we don't do that, then we are not talking about competitiveness of the private sector and the entire macro economy. Now, the third pillar is the micro pillar, which is about increasing farm profitability and enterprise growth. This pillar will focus on enhancing the profitability and growth prospects of enterprises, enhanced factor productivity, land, labor, and access to finance, improving professionalism of SMEs by providing standardized and tailored business development services, and increasing access to credit. So those are the three pillars. Now, talking about the implementation strategy, in implementing the national strategy for private sector development 2, a unique service delivery focused approach will be adopted such that an improved macroeconomic environment, enhanced legal and regulatory reform, improved infrastructure, efficient markets, and improved labor skills for MSME productivity are realized. I've established a multi-stakeholder platform with the Secretariat in my ministry to coordinate the implementation of this strategy and ensure that its objectives are achieved. Now, the following are the government commitments to support the private sector. In the budget speech for financial year 2022-23, government committed to A, provide affordable and accessible credit under the Uganda Development Bank, and we shall continue to do that. Uganda Development Corporation, recently Cabinet took a decision to recapitalize it, I think to over 4 trillion shillings. The Small Business Recovery Fund, that money is already available with Bank of Uganda, and the Agricultural Credit Facility to support economic recovery. B, implement appropriate fiscal and monetary policies to mitigate the impact of price shocks without causing long-term distortions in the economy. Recently, we withheld release of resources, and that was part of our fiscal strategy to control the inflation pressures. And I think it is working because we appear to have hit the peak, and prices are beginning to come down. C, enhance investment in infrastructure to facilitate increased production, value addition, and national and regional market access and entry. And D, operationalizing the existing industrial parks and support local industries to acquire appropriate technologies and product certification, among other interventions. Furthermore, in the budget strategy for financial year 2023-24, I pronounced government's commitment to enhance value chain development, to fortify linkages between production, post-harvest handling, storage, and processing. And I think this is very important. There are all sorts of commodities in this country which we can promote. But I think we need to zero down on something and build very strong value chains. Because if you were to ask me, what is Uganda best known for? Where are we most competitive? Sometimes that question is very difficult to answer. But to have a competitive edge over other countries is something that you need to work for and to make your priorities very clear. And that's why I'm saying that the issue of enhancing value chains of given commodities is something very important. B, boost access to regional and global markets. I would add continental market as well, because now we have the AFTA, and build the resilience of the economy by supporting efforts to lower production and trade costs to encourage competitive production of quality tradable goods. C, increase the use of technologies in agricultural production countrywide under the parish development model and other food security enhancement initiatives. And D, prioritize the intervention to increase trade within the East African, COMESA, and AFTA regions. I also take this opportunity to call for the private sector to embrace business formalization, a faster transition from trading to manufacturing. But that is not to say trading is not important. It's very important, because whatever we produce, we must be able to sell. And increase the participation in import substitution and export promotion efforts. I was the other week in Ethiopia, and I visited one of the provinces there. I met with the president of that province. You know, they run a federal system. Oromia province has a population of 40 million people. I think bigger, almost equivalent to Uganda's population. But they took a decision to do import substitution of the wheat, barley, and rice. And within 3 years, they are no longer importing those products. So in Uganda, we can equally choose some of these products and say we shall import substitute them. And we have seen this happen already. So we just need to continue supporting it. Let me now conclude. I expect that in this forum, we will, A, obtain a better understanding of the best practices that can enhance efficiencies for private sector development. And this is going to come from you. B, agree on the best implementation modalities for effective private sector development initiatives. C, provide recommendations on effectively reducing the size of the informal sector. We are not saying we don't like the informal sector, but the informal sector feeds into the formal sector. So we need to see a transformation. And so what are those recommendations for us to be able to effectively do that? D, deliberate on measures to hasten the pace of economic recovery. We are still in a period of economic recovery, but we need to hasten the process of that recovery. So what are the measures? And E, acquire insights on the ongoing public and private sector investments and opportunities, and how the private sector can be positioned to take advantage of these prospects. Sometimes we forget that we have a law on public-private partnerships. It is there, and we have a whole unit under the Ministry of Finance on this. So these partnerships between the public and private sector opportunities really exist, and we need to exploit them. F, consider emerging proposals to inform economic development policy, planning and budget execution for financial year 2023-2024. So like Joseph Wenyimo has indicated, your emerging proposals should inform the next budget. And G, appreciate that the lessons picked from previous forum have helped shape the policy landscape and allocation of public resources to meet the diversity of our national needs. The discussions and recommendations from this forum will be duly considered as we formulate the budget for financial year 2023-24. I would like to thank all our partners in development, including the private sector umbrella associations with all its members, the World Bank Group, the private sector donor group, research institutions, ministries, departments and agencies, civil society, and the media. Finally, I thank you and wish you fruitful deliberations for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Before you leave, I want to ask our partners to join you and you officially launch the strategy. So I want to request PSFU, NPA, and the Chamber to join you. And Diana, you'll do us the honors of giving the Minister. And PS, Maif, you have to represent agriculture. Yes. As a key stakeholder.
Yeah, so who are the people signing?
You are signing, sir. You're the
Yes,
first with your PS of Agriculture, CEO Private Sector Foundation Uganda,
Okay.
and the Secretary General of the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
And NPA, represented by Mr. Olo, Patrick, Dr. Olo. Yes.
Do I need that mic?
Yes, you will need to formally announce the launch.
So where do you want me to sign? May I now take this rare and singular honor to launch the second national strategy for private sector development for the years 2022-23 to 2026-2027.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And now we'll have the PS also officially sign our strategy. May I also invite our partners, our development partners, IFC and Trademark East Africa, IFC and Trademark East Africa, if you could come. I did see a very key stakeholder, Honorable Minister, the private sector foundation that has a brand new team. And Honorable Minister, you will stay because we now want to officially hand over the strategy to the partners, and we'll have a photo. Each of our partners has to have the strategy, and then we'll have a group photo with a copy of the strategy, and then Honorable Minister, I'll ask you to stay and award and give some of our other partners a copy of this strategy. Please give NPA. And IFC here needs a copy. Here you go. Right? So Diana, as head of the unit, you will probably join. Joseph, I think you also need to come. You need to come and hold your copy also as you go up. And please stay. We want to have a photo there. So Joseph, you'll join Diana on that side. There you go. So please, very good smiles, because this is on the calendar of the ministry for next year. Oh, the Honorable Minister's copy. My apologies, Honorable Minister. There you go. Please show off our strategy. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the launch of the second national strategy for private sector development. Thank you very much, our partners. You can leave. Honorable Minister, please stay, because I have to invite other stakeholders who you're going to give a copy of this book, and then I will make sure we get these copies closer to you. May I invite UNBS, our partners on the issues around standards. UNBS, please come and receive our copy of the standards, because this is of the strategy. This will speak to our direction. Ministry of Trade, I think Francis will receive on behalf of Ministry of Trade. Makerere University, please come. You'll also receive a copy. Makerere University. Export Promotions Board, I think Mr. Kecho will receive on behalf of the Export Promotions Board. The Cabinet Secretariat, we have a representative here from the Cabinet Secretariat. Please come. We need a photo, sir. Don't receive from the side. There you go. We also have our other stakeholders, the Tailors Association. They are well represented here. Honorable Minister, ABI Finance, please come. I saw Magni has left, but do we have someone else representing the Grain Council? The Grain Council. And Honorable Minister, we have not finished, don't worry. Even please, members of the media, there is a demand here, so you also organize yourselves at the back. Our other stakeholders, Casita. I saw the chairman here, Casita. Casita, Honorable Minister, has a business dinner on the 9th of December, and they're inviting all the stakeholders at 4 p.m. at Imperial Real. They have a business dinner for all their partners, Casita. We have UFPEA. I think we had one of the partners on the fish team. Where's the Ufair? Yes. Please come. Is there, has she left? There's someone, a representative? Yes, I'm glad there's a representative. There you go. And then the chair of the Presidential Investment Roundtable? Yes. Chair of the, yes. I was just making sure. There you go. So, all these are our key stakeholders. Honorable Minister, thank you. Thank you very much. We are done. We want to thank you for officially launching this. Then you want to make sure you also receive it? Okay, please. You are the driver, the key driver of this strategy. There you go. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And he has other engagements. In case you see him move out, do not imagine he's just leaving us. He has other engagements. But allow me, ladies and gentlemen, delay your lunch for another just 30 minutes. Just 30 minutes. And ask Francis from Ministry of Trade to come and handle this session. Francis, the only problem you have is keeping our attention for the next 30 minutes as we think about lunch. So Francis, my is to help you with Dr. Seriange. Doctor, you will also cut your presentation to probably about 7 minutes. And then we'll ask the discussants to join in thereafter. So Francis, please invite your panel And I've helped you with the key discussant. He has been given 7 minutes. So the rest of the 23 minutes are yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's sometimes very, very difficult to catch the attention of the crowd when it's past lunch or when they have not had lunch. But it would be unfair for us to go and have lunch when we have not had a bite of what we call Africa Continental Free Trade Area. This is a new elephant in the continent, and everyone is really struggling to be a member. And as you're all aware, Uganda was key, or is key, in the negotiations of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The agreement came into force January 2021, and most times the government signs protocols, but there's a lot that remains to be done, especially for the public and the private sector. So you'll sign a protocol, but if you don't do something internally, then you may not benefit from that protocol. Now, what we want to do this afternoon is to demystify the FCFTA. Now, to help me do so is a panel of about 5 discussants that I will invite as follows. So I will have Mr. Aga Sekarara Yugachik, followed by Mr. Kasim Kasule, African Queen. Next is Dr. James Kanyije Keke Foods. Dr. James Kanyije Keke Foods. I've not seen Mr. Kasim Kasule, African Queen. Mr. Kasim Kasule, African Queen, not here. And then I also have Stephen Kasule Baite, the Netherlands Embassy. Mr. Stephen from the Netherlands Embassy, are you with us? Good. And then lastly, I have Emmanuel Awol. He's the acting CEO, the White Oak Holdings. Emmanuel, you're with us? Good. So we don't have someone from KK Foods, not here.
He was here, but I think there's KK, no, James is there, Kanyishe. Is there?
Okay, yeah,
yes,
thanks.
Mr. James is there. I think you don't have Kim Kasule.
So Kim Kasule from African Queen, yes.
I think he's supposed to join us virtually, but if we find him, we'll let you know.
Sure, thanks. All right, so we have a task, and I will call upon you to, in your interventions, to be very brief, but not losing the gist of why we're here, and also the importance of your sector in the FCFTA. Now, to help us do this, we'll have a presentation that will be done by Dr. Siriaje John. Doctor, please, you'll need to abridge your presentation and focus basically on what you think are the proposals for preparedness of the private sector. The theme is the preparedness of the private sector to leverage on the opportunities under the FCFTA. So kindly to abridge your presentation and focus on your proposals, and so that we try to catch on time but not losing the gist of the matter. So you have the floor. I'll give you a short, brief time. I don't want to give you minutes, but I'll stop you as and when I think you're available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and welcome all of you, our participants, in your different responsibilities and dignities. My work is to showcase how farms in Uganda are prepared to benefit or to take the fortunes of the African Free Trade Area. But in the interest of time, I will skip the introduction and start showcasing what we have found out in this study. I don't know who's meant to move the slides. Okay. I think we skip the motivation. We move on to the... Can you move on because of time? Again? What I put here in the introduction, motivation, was about showcasing how the government has tried to anchor the private sector into its development plans, the Vision 2040, the NDP 3, and many other documents, how it is anchored. But I want to start off with how we are prepared in terms of benefiting from this free trade area. Can we move? This study was commissioned by NPA together with the Ministry of Finance to understand the current state of the Uganda's private sector performance and also to understand how the sector is prepared to benefit from this African free trade area. Can we move? To start with, the study was based on secondary data and also on primary data. On primary data, we visited districts of Arua, Busia, Kampala, Kasese, Lira, Mukono, Jinja, Tororo, and Wachiso to see how exporting firms and potential exporters, here I mean in terms of size, how are they prepared to take advantage of this free trade area. Can we move? To start with, why Uganda needs this free trade area? One, the expanded market which means we are moving from a market of approximately 42 million people to about 1.3 billion people. This is something very big that we must actually go and reap its benefits. Secondly, as John put it, John Magna, Uganda is a food basket. So we need to take advantage of the shortage of food in some African continents. You can agree with me, if you go to West Africa, these countries are known to food secure. They are importing food from other countries. Why don't we use what we have to benefit from this free trade area? Thirdly, we have abundance of resources, fish, water. How can we use what we have and we take the cost minimizing advantage to the next level? Can we move? This table here was actually presented by DST in the morning, showing how Uganda is standing presently or currently in terms of Africa's trade. You look at our destinations, what do we get from Europe, what do we get from Asia, but most importantly, we are getting a very big share from within Africa, about 8.8 million US dollars coming from, over the years, coming from within Africa, meaning we are already moving, we just have to move forward based on this. Can we move on? Here, I extract to just show you the trend in terms of export earnings from within Africa over the years. You can see we have been experiencing a positive trend, just to decline in 2019, but we are trying to pick up again in terms of our export earnings from within Africa. Here, I again try to give a picture of how are we importing from within Africa. I first start by showing that we import more from Asia, but again, when you look at Africa in general, we are importing a lot from within Africa, meaning the import-export trade within the African continent, Uganda is fully involved and already moving. This is the same curve which shows how the value of imports from within Africa has been changing over the years. This is data available from Bank of Uganda website, so you can go and check it out. Now, when you look at the investment sector, as you know from Vision 2040, NDPs, the government is looking at how to boost the investment sector, and most importantly, the private sector growth. When you look at that, a lot has been done Much has been said by the Honorable Minister, and much was said by the previous presenters and the panelists. But we can see there is some bit of steady improvement in the investment sector. Evidence comes from where? Establishing of the one-stop center, which is at URA. We are seeing also establishing of national parks. These are actually based on evidence we got from the field. Investors are performing better. They are appreciating such interventions that have come up. Here, this is data got from Investment Authority, is showing the trend in the flow of FDIs. We are seeing that the planned investment, not actual planned investment from our FDIs, is showing a positive trend again, meaning that we are on track of improving the investment sector for the good of benefiting from what we are looking at. And it's a picture showing how the government has been attracting FDIs, and this shows their contribution, investment amount as a percentage of GDP over the years. The decline around 2020 could be possibly about COVID, but at least we are performing better in terms of attracting these FDIs. Can we move on? But now, what I've been showing you is that which is already available everywhere. But we agree, let us go in the field and we get some information from the players. So we moved out in the field, as I told you. So here I'm presenting what does survey data say. This was a small survey we did. And most importantly, I want to be clear here, our main focus was mainly on the medium, other than the large what? The large farms. How are these farms also progressing towards being exporting units? You can see from the survey data, we visited mostly manufacturing farms, and then agricultural farms, and then service providers. I'm driven by time. How do we measure or indicate for the preparedness? We just did a simple trend analysis. Looking at different variables, the report has more reports. The legal status of farms, are they registered or not? Export capacity of these farms, investment in research, investment in technology, investment in staff skilling, certification of products, and then the employment stability. When you look at all these indicators, if you want to be an exporter, it's quite very important that at least you are investing, or to show you are investing in research, you are investing in technology for quality improvements, you are skilling your workers, you can employ your workers on a stable basis. But if they keep moving and moving, it means you keep investing into skilling and skilling. It's another cost of what? Production. In terms of registration, we saw that many farms are registered with URA, followed by URSB. Can we move on? Now, here is these are the figures which are showing the export value. On the left, we are seeing a positive trend from the surveyed farms in terms of how much they are earning in terms of exports. And the other one, the other side, shows the national average. Data got from Bank of Uganda shows the other picture, positive trend. But again, even the medium farms we studied are also showing a positive trend in terms of export. In terms of how much they invest in research, we still see some bit of positive trend, indicating that if these farms can be supported and they do research, there is a potential of them improving possibly quality, and then they can compete favorably. In terms of technology, this is what we saw from around 2017 to 2020. There has been some bit of improvement in technology. Data speaks to different forms of technology, different types. What do you use, etc. But this is a kind of an index of how much they have invested in terms of technological improvement. When it comes to skilling of workers, because we want to improve quality, we observed a positive trend over the years 2018, but again, we kind of register a decline in terms of how much farms spend in terms of skilling workers. The possible reasons could be here. They have invested in technology, possibly they're replacing humans with technology. In terms of patents or getting certification of your products, this is still lacking. When you tease the data, you see that many farms are not getting they are not satisfying the product. They are too weak over this. And when you lobby, or you lobby further, many of them even don't know what to do to get their their products satisfied. The medium farms that we looked at. In terms of employment, most importantly, the full-time workers, there's some bit of stability, which gives some positive note in terms of investment. Can we move on? Now, what can limit Uganda's farms to leap enough from this free trade area? What we got from survey data and what farmers tell when you begin interrogating or robbing them, instead of competing to improve quality, they're just compromising quality. And they tell, I have to do this because we are incurring higher costs maybe for production. Some people are getting incentives. I have to think of how I can compromise this, and then I beat up the market. And if you remember when John was presenting, he spoke about this. Quality is so much compromised with. Major General came up with the quality. This is very common. We want to enjoy the free trade area, buildings are collapsing that night. And we're exporters of steel. This actually can affect our potential to leap from. Then, this should be inadequacy of patent rights. And this is causing alarming duplication. Farmers complain, I produce this, somebody produces. I produce this, they produce. So the lack of certification of products and getting ownership is giving a leeway to those who can imitate what you're producing, and thereafter compromising with quality. Then many farms have full information about regional markets, but when you lobby further for more information, they have information about East African community, and very few know that we are members of COMESA. Amazingly, you talk about the African free trade area, almost many of these potential exporters and medium exporters have no information about what is coming. The only information they have is about East African community, we are members. And when you do further interrogation, they know we are members with Kenya and Tanzania. That is it. So more needs to be done on that front. Can we move? Then, can we move? Okay. Low certification, I've said that, for locally produced goods. And many farmers have no information about how to do it. How to do it, they are there. They don't know where do I go, and that is it. Then, how can Uganda maximize the benefits from this free trade area? There is a need for study detailing Uganda's exports by destination. Ever since when I was still a small boy, we are exporters of coffee. But are we sure that where we export coffee, this is the best market where you can get a better price? We need to do a thorough study and know, if I have fish, where can it go? We ever think about China, think about Dubai, but some markets are from within. I gave you an example of food. They are from within. So we need to understand what has to go where, which market is highly paying for our exports. Two, we need to better understand the country's cost minimizing advantage. If we have water, can we export power, get more power and export it? Sometimes I get out of money, like South Africa, from exporting of power. If we have got enough food, can we invest in more in terms of agricultural production, value addition, and we take advantage of this because we want to be cheaper for us to export foodstuffs compared to other products. Then widespreading of information about external markets, more so about the steps of benefiting or joining these markets. And lastly, softening of operating costs to match with those of the free African trade area members. the cost of power, the cost of roads, etc. What are we paying and what are they paying? Thank you for listening. I've been on a rush because of time.
Thank you very much, John. Can we put our hands together for John? Thank you, John. So John has really attempted to show us how far we are in terms of preparedness, in terms of our private sector, the study that was undertaken, and showing us at farm level what's the preparations in terms of the knowledge, in terms of the technology applicable. And he has also crowned it all by proposing what next we should do for us to be able to tap into the African Continental Free Trade Area. So this is on the understanding that we all understand what the African Continental Free Trade Area is. And that's what he should have done earlier, but because we assume that we all know. But just say that this is a free trade agreement for the entire Africa. And it was launched in 2021. It's actually operational. Kenya has done its first export, which is known to have not reached Ghana yet up to now. It's still in the Dubai. So the issue of connectivity is still a big, big problem. And we are now negotiating the phase 2 issues, issues of competition, IPR. So before we consolidate the phase 1 issues, are we sure that the private sector is ready? Now, just for us to be able to really understand, the panel is composed of the private sector players, and we want to hear from them. And my first question will go to Aga Sekalala from Yugachik. And the question is, I'm sure you have taken advantage of any of the trade integration, say like for the ESC or any other. And if so, kindly share with us your experiences on how you felt it when exporting to any of these integrated markets. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Aga Sekalala. I'm Yugachik Poultry Breeders. We are poultry producers. We produce day-old chicks, we produce animal feeds, and we produce dressed chicken. We're part of the poultry value chain, and we provide inputs into egg production. Our value chain is a big part of exports into the ESC. Eggs are a big product that smallholder farmers aggregate and are exported to mainly Kenya, but also to Congo and Southern Sudan. However, regional exports have been quite challenging, because I think everybody in the room is quite familiar with the challenges that exporters have been facing, especially when it comes to unlimited unilateralism, where partner states abdicate the trade commitments per protocols, and the source countries have no recourse. Specifically Uganda in this case, there have been stoppages by Kenya, where milk, eggs, poultry meat, maize can be stopped at a drop of a hand. So where there is extra production, where production has been geared for those markets, it's unable to move to them, and which causes, naturally causes a depression in prices and a glut in the local market. Time, I think, has come to harmonize and fix these sorts of situations, because producers have geared up. Currently, a lot of the producers in our sector are only producing at about 40 to 50% capacity. There is a lot of excess capacity, but it is currently unutilized because of these fluctuations. COVID is also to blame, but no more trade hasn't been happening as usual. You all know the border with our neighbor has also been shut with Rwanda, and what used to be a market for us has been closed for a few years. So these are our simple experiences, and you know, certainly exports into the DRC are challenged because of infrastructure. Road networks are very poor. I think that there is an opportunity, which is enhancement of our air cargo capacity, and also retooling a little bit of our own Uganda airline to be able to have a little bit more cargo space and to have more regular flights into some of into the DRC, where I think there is quite a bit of an opportunity.
Thank you very much. Sure, you indicate that yes, although we have challenges, there is an opportunity. I know there are some unilateral decisions that countries take against the protocols they have signed, and they have affected your trade. Definitely, this has been happening. We saw this with Kenya, we saw this with Rwanda, but this does not stop us. Really, an economy without exports may not really be able to develop more, and exports by the private sector. Now, I will beg your indulgence that if you have any question, take note, and then at an opportune time, we should be able to open for discussion. I'm sure the Master of Ceremony will provide us that opportunity. Now, the other panel discussant is supposed to have been Kim Kasule from African Queen, who is not with us here. And I know African Queen is very good in logistics and the rest. So possibly at an opportune time, we will be able to discuss it. Do we have African Queen here? No? No. Okay, so the next will be Dr. James Kanyije from KK Foods. So James, how do we overcome the lack of standards? We talked about standards this morning, and also coupled with accreditation and metrology, and also quality harmonization as a key bottleneck to regional trade development.
Thank you very much. I come from the horticulture industry, where I have been for the last 20 years. The unprofitable area we have been and tried to develop, but quality issues have come across. Everybody has been talking about quality issues, and everything goes around the quality issues. But the quality issues, people, you ask yourself, how do other people get quality issues solved? And for you, as you keep on lamenting, talking about it for the generations to come, this is because the market is not the problem. I want us to agree that I have tried to move across the world to see the market. The market is not the problem. The problem is what you take there. And if we can work, what is the most important thing is capital investment. In this country, there is no wrong capital investment. There is little money to invest. For example, European Union, without England, can import over $73 billion every year. But you find Uganda exports between 43 to 45. And then you start saying that the market is not there. The market is there, but we are not ready to take it in because we are not investing. We are not putting money in where it's supposed to be. And unless we get long time and enough capital to invest, we shall remain in the other way. Another thing, Africa cannot trade with Africa because there is no connectivity. 2 months ago, I was supposed to ship tomatoes to Ouagadougou, but there is no plane. There is no way you can take them there, unless you fly into Brussels and then fly back to Africa. And those are the issues we go through as export. I think here, government was saying we shouldn't blame them, but they should come to the 70% of the people and support them and get out of this. Again, I go to infrastructure. There is no cold room, no cold chain, no infrastructure in place. For the producers of horticulture produce, how do you expect this to happen? That's why you see people still sell food on the roadside. All the fumes of the vehicles pass, and then you find someone has come from the office with his tie, is buying the fruits on the roadside, which is contaminated with the fumes of motor vehicles, motorcycles, and we are not looking at that, but we are talking of market should be something that we should now not focus on. Production, I come back to production. I am 53 years old. I have never seen my green bananas in Uganda costing 60,000 shillings, which just happened. What does that one tell you? You need to do research. There is no production. The other week when the Minister of Finance sent me a document that I'm going to speak here, I went to my little area in Barara. I found people, instead of producing, they are buying peas and other essentials in the shops. And where are these peas coming from? From Canada. Where are these onions coming from? From Tanzania. And then we have become a market for others than us taking these things there. And if I was the enforcer, the government, I should get these parish chiefs and give them maybe 10 cans of chiboko. Because how do you accept your people to go and buy rather than making them produce? These are the things where we can keep on talking. There is no quality. When you go there to buy things, the quality is really poor. Yes, you are talking about the popular government program that is going to the parish level. But there are no extension workers. As a company, KK, we tried to identify ourselves with a smallholder farmer, the poor of the poor. But we are getting poorer. The reason is this poor man produces on a quarter acre. He uses chemicals, the chemicals are fake. And then what he produces, the money you put to him, you put in the garden, does not come back to you. This is a job the government should do. But then we are talking about this African market. There is a big market, but we have nothing to put there. I urge the participants and the government mainly to get capital into this country, to get money to produce. Otherwise, the market is there. There is no way you can milk a cow when the cow has no food. Gentlemen and ladies, let's think about standards, but you cannot put standards when you do not have production. You must have production and then have standards. I thank you.
Thank you very much, James. Critical, he says markets are there. It depends on what you are taking the market, and it must be a standardized item. And he has underscored the issue of trade infrastructure, very key. Let's have trade infrastructure, and this should be a PP. The issue of production is quite very important, and connectivity. You can't be flying to the fellow African country but via Europe. It doesn't make sense. And of course, makes your product uncompetitive at all. In the beginning, I was telling you that the Kenyan tea is still in Dubai, it hasn't reached Ghana. So those are the issues that maybe we need to deal with. So again, as we get closer to the end of our session, we will then have Mr. Kasule Stephen, is from the Netherlands Embassy. So Stephen, in your opinion, and in less than 3 minutes, kindly, what should government do to boost regional trade?
To boost?
Regional trade,
regional
to boost
trade.
regional trade.
Thank you very much. I think that is a fascinating question, because much as we are discussing the African Free Continental Trade Area, we've had several other agreements where Uganda has actually signed to be able to trade. And the question that we need to ask ourselves is, how have we fared as a country? The failures that prevented Uganda from benefiting from those earlier agreements will apply to this agreement as well. And if we want to do better, we need to take stock of those lessons We really need to move away from the blame game and apportion responsibility, because the private sector, the public sector, they are different mandates. Our executable roles differ. For example, if the government is responsible for infrastructure, they try to do that. The budget constraints are very obvious. But the private sector, on the other side, is not doing enough to build intra-firm capacity to be able to engage in big negotiations, secure deals, and do big business. What we all need to appreciate is that going into a bigger market requires that you pull up your stockings. You're going into, call it the World Cup. You need to really have fit players. You need to have good strategy. So we go into this market, trillions of dollars are at stake, and you need to look at our performance. Look at Ugandan value chains. If you look at fish, coffee, soybean, poultry, you'll hardly find any value chain that even has a share of more than 3.7% of the global market. Now, the easiest market to access has been the East African community. And there we are doing equally not very well. So the question for us is, how do we boost capacity of the internal firms to be able to play a significant game on the continental scale? Here is what I advise. I think we need to take this game from the supply side across the entire value chain spectrum. We also need to be very, very careful. You cannot be a jack of all trades and then be a master of none. Uganda's comparative advantage is in agro-foods. And that is where we start, because that is what we can do very cheaply, almost cost-effectively. We also need to underscore the fact that each failure along the value chain is in effect a cost. This is what pushes the transactional costs really high for Ugandan companies. Certification takes so long, it's very costly. Workers lack the appropriate skills. They're not skilled. Technology used is not to say obsolete, but it's not up to par. So then the scale of production then remains low. What this means is that you're going to a market with low volumes. And let me tell you, if you go in a bigger market, it is sustainability that really gives you the leverage. You must supply on time and supply consistently. You cannot give an excuse that we never had rain. They sprayed the vegetables with fake inputs. All that has got to go into the past. In the future, we are looking at a need for proper regulation of agro-input markets. You've seen what COVID has done and the war in Ukraine. Right now, the costs of fertilizer have gone up simply because of the war. That means production here and productivity is going to suffer. The translation effect is that you have less to take to the market. Now, we are looking at our private sector to do everything, and we really expect them to invest in research and development, to pay workers, to buy equipment. But if you look at the financing system, the system is clogged. The system is not adaptive to the needs of the private sector. I'll tell you that even when the market offsets these costs for financing administration, the financing rates remain high. Why is that? We need to do something, and we need to know that if we go into this market, Sam is not going to export to Ouagadougou, not simply because, not because there are no connections, but it's also the fact that he cannot afford the capital. He cannot afford the capital. That is one. Two, the attitude of our workers. If you're playing an international game or a continental game, the attitude has got to change. The way we handle business has got to change. The way business facilitation agencies work should also change, because we have a common goal, and that is to deliver goods. I will part with the DRC experience. You see what is happening. Uganda Airlines is trying to open up a route into Kisangani to be able to have goods going over there. But just a year away, we are looking at Kenya closing out our eggs and saying the quality is not up to par. that communicates to DRC as well. So if another competitor is on the market, they will actually come and use that same reason to lock us out. We need to partner, work together, but most importantly, fix our transaction costs, because the continental market responds to price. If you're not competitive on price, you will not make it. I will stop it at that.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Good submission, really. I'm so pleased that my panelists are really doing quite very well, and I hope we are catching up with them. So we have the last, but just to underscore the fact that Stephen says, please take lessons. Have a stock of lessons from the previous integration agendas. You're in the EAC, what are the lessons you can draw before then you go to the AFCFTA? And then the blame game does not work. National preparedness is key, and especially building value chains, and focus on competitive advantages. We can't do everything. There are those products that we can be able to produce competitively. So and also skill your workers, quite important. Technology, let's use their recent technologies, advanced technologies, for us to be able to produce competitively and products which are cheap. For this will help us to avoid what we call the preferential erosion, where you are given preferences to supply a product at no tax, but because your cost of production is high, you cannot compete even with a person who actually pays tax but uses the latest technology and is able to produce the same product at a low at low cost. Then scaling up production is quite important. You should have something to sell. And then sustainability as a way of leveraging your competitiveness in that market. And in all, what he says to me is strategy for this market. Now, as we wind up, I have the last panelist, and that is Emmanuel. Mr. Emmanuel is the acting CEO for the White Oak. Emmanuel, you will tell us what White Oak does. The rest was self-explanatory. But just in less than 3 minutes, Emmanuel, let's not do a lot of lamenting. I like proactiveness. Just give what you want to really do. Can you, in your own opinion, tell us, is the policy an issue, or it is the weak private sector capacity that affects export trade? Emmanuel, just 3 minutes, and yeah, tip, you're there.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Awori. I am representing the CEO for this particular afternoon. White Oak, in brief, is an agribusiness company dealing in the macadamia nut and Hass avocado value chains. And what we do basically is inputs, training of farmers, as well as creating market linkages for the farmers. So, of course, we work very closely with Mr. Kanije there of KK. And going back to the question, is it weak policy? Is it a weak private sector? I think the policy is really good. We have just launched a new one here today. And kudos to the Finance Ministry for that one. But I would say, just like Mr. Moderator, you said, strategy. I'd say execution. Very, very key. Yes, private sector does have challenges, and I will not go back into those because, I mean, they have already been stated here. Lack of capital. I mean, we do not have a culture of quality. This morning, someone talked about a quality culture. If you look at the World Cup today, there's a team called Japan. Japan had a game, I think, last week, 2 weeks ago maybe. And after the game, which they won, by the way, the supporters and the fans stayed in the stadium to clean up that stadium, much to the shock of the world. Why? Japan has created a culture. This kind of culture is something that we need to inculcate, not only for us here in this room, but all the way down to the grassroots. So I'll just address 3 issues, and this, will probably speak to our execution of policy. We have the policies in place, we spend a lot of time drafting them, putting them together, but now we need to execute. How can we do that? Number 1, I'd look at a take no prisoners ideology in terms of quality. We need to appreciate that, yes, we are trying to speak a quality language to the markets that we want to target, but this is a language that we probably don't even understand ourselves. We're trying to speak a language that we don't understand, first of all. So how do we ensure that we take no prisoners when it comes to quality, we do not compromise? And for us as a private sector, we do have challenges, as KK has stated, and getting our produce out there and getting $200 million in terms of losses because of rejections and interceptions is not something that we should be looking up to. We should be almost at zero. Why do I say this? Because we are not appreciating that we need to have a no compromise in terms of quality. And I'm sure that in terms of the market, whoever is out there in the market, whoever is taking our produce, appreciates the fact that anything that comes from any country, in America they like to see pure yellow bananas, scarless bananas. How do you get a scarless banana from here to the US? How do you get a scarless banana from here to the Netherlands? My second point is we need to pay attention to the trends. We have spoken about lack of capitalization. What are the market trends? Mr. Stephen Asimwe of PSFU spoke about, he proposed that we should have commercial attaches, well-trained trade professionals attached to our embassies, out there. But again, are we as a country also paying attention to the trends in terms of agriculture? What is the market saying? Do we have constant information coming back and trickling down to the grassroots? Let's not read this and keep it in policy books. Let's find a way to design strategies and execute. If it means going down to the schools to teach children about how quality affects, the market and affects the economy in general, and how at the end of the day we will not have quality education because we do not have the financing trickling back to the grassroots. So how do we ensure that this kind of knowledge is going down to the grassroots? We have trends like ESG, environmental social governance. Many companies, by the way, in terms of private sector, for those of us who are doing commercial agriculture, when you look at the kind of produce you're putting out there, some things like ESG certification that the World Bank is putting out there are trends. Mr. Steven here from the Embassy of Netherlands will get pressure from the Netherlands to say now, from now on, all the projects that we're going to finance need to have some sort of ESG certification. So in all the plantations and all the projects that we're putting out there, is there some sort of compliance to these ESG certifications? Are we promoting circular economies in terms of the agriculture we're doing? Are we promoting zero waste policies in the agriculture that we're doing? So these are the key things, and these are the trends that are going forward that are going to affect the way we do things, the way we do our agriculture in this country, and ultimately what we are exporting, but even more ultimately, our competitiveness as a country. In order to be competitive, we need to look at these trends, analyze them, and start to work backwards to implement them even beforehand. And we've talked about identifying our competitive advantage. I think in terms of identifying our competitive advantage, we need to identify it over and over and over again. It's not identifying it once and saying that's the end of it, our competitive advantage is this for the next 50 years. I do not think so. We think as a company, as White Oak, and because we take a very unbiased view to this, and that's why we went to do a space like academia, because we know that with time, these are the things that European markets, Asian markets, Middle Eastern markets are going to be demanding. And we do hope that as a country we can adopt the same and just pay attention to these trends, pay attention to the market, ensure that we have information trickling down to the communities. I mean, down in the communities, a child knows that during the school holiday, I have to go and help my parents on the farm. When we have harvested the maize, where are we putting it? Are we putting it on the ground? If that's what they have been taught, that's what they're going to do, that's what they're going to teach their children. When you bring something like a solar dryer, they're going to say, no, we prefer to dry our maize on the floor. So, leading to contamination. What we know next, the aflatoxins. What we know next, Kenya is saying, please don't bring your maize here. And how else can we take advantage of an African continental free trade area if we cannot match up to the standards of just our East African community? We need to boost our production. We need to enhance our competitiveness. We cannot have a country like Ghana importing loads and loads of milk from New Zealand. And that plane actually flies over Uganda, flies over the cattle corridor, beautiful cattle corridor where we have lots of Frisians and cows producing milk. And they're importing tinned milk. Liberia importing rice from India, from Brazil, from China. These are the things that we need to look at as a country, as a region, as a continent. We have been very selfish to ourselves as Africans, but I believe that it's now time, especially with the help of partners like the Embassy of Netherlands and other development partners, to facilitate this kind of interaction, break the barriers, get institutions working, bring down these borders that we put up ourselves, and make it less difficult to trade internally. We cannot have planes going to Brussels before they reach Burkina Faso.
Thank you.
It just doesn't make sense. Thank you very much,
Thank you
moderator.
very much, Emmanuel. Great, Emmanuel. So for him, he says on top of strategy, there's execution, execution, execution. We should execute these strategies. So it's not the weak policies, neither is it the weak private sector, but for him, he says three things. One is the issue of no compromise to quality if you are to sell in the world market. He also says pay attention to the trends. If you get stuck to the traditional way of doing things, you'll be outcompeted. So pay attention to the trends and make sense from the trends. And lastly, he also says, please focus on identifying the competitive advantage that you have as a firm or as a country. And so this brings in the issue of prioritization, issue of producing what you are good in, and for you to be able to sell in the market. So we've come to the end of the submissions, and I think we have underscored the fact that we can't do without regional integration. And it's quite very important. It's highly linked to economic growth, and we have also seen that there's need for us to boost our production, pay attention to standards, and also issue of comparative advantage is quite important. Then also negotiation and elimination of NTBs is quite important for us to have a smooth market access. And so of course also the support to private sector competitiveness is quite very important. So Mr. Moderator, here we come to the end of our submissions, and we are at your hands now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Francis and the team. We want to thank you. Please do take your seats. So very quickly, we run an hour and a half late from our program. I am humbly requesting that we do lunch for 30 minutes because Ugandans and lunch, it's as if it's a ceremony. There must be. So can we do 30 minutes and have Sarah begin her next session? Sarah Chitakule, I would at least extend it maybe to 3:40. So Sarah and your team, and I've seen Sarah there, Sarah and your team, 3:40, you will be starting this fourth session on promoting joint ventures to boost productivity, technologies, access, and innovations, since we spoke about this in the morning in Uganda's trade. I really want to request that the presenters and the panelists are here by 3:30, so we can then prepare to start at 3:40. You should have a lunch coupon as you move out. If you don't, please ask the gentlemen at the back. They will be standing at the back to let you know. There's 2 lunch locations. Please look at the coupon you have and the location it's mentioning. So there is the first floor, which is downstairs, and there is the poolside. Your coupon will tell you where your lunch is being served. So please check. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. right. So now we know the guys who used to eat very quickly at school, and always ensured that they were back in class on time before the others. But I also know that this is one of the most difficult sessions you'll handle in any conference, because everyone slants back and the food is digesting, and then the sleep kicks in. Hopefully, the next panelists will get us dancing at some point. So I want to welcome you back, and thank you for joining us. Some very quick, because I was told we really haven't had time for questions. So if you have a question, and that's because Diana is here and she's listening. So Diana, you will write the questions so that you might be able to answer them. But if there is an intervention you want to speak to, I'm happy to give you a mic for a minute as I buy time for my people who are coming. Yes, I'm also happy to move around, because when I stand in one spot, I might doze, so I need to. Okay, so there are different players in this room, and I noticed to Richard and Diana, we have also people in the fintech space who were invited in this room, and we are glad that they are here. And this particular session might speak to their interests. So we have also players from the manufacturing space. I know Uma is in this room, and they were here. We also have other stakeholders, especially the different organizations in the entire agriculture value chain, right from the farm, where there is some representation, whether with the coffee or tea. Fish was well represented this morning. Sarah, please take a seat at the front. You can even sit in the middle. You're the one who decides where you want to sit, Sarah. And so this conversation is really open to whether you want to speak to the first session, or the second session, or the third session, because Sarah is in charge of the fourth session. And so this is because we've not had time really to take questions. And I'm being hopeful that before we close, round about where Jabo will be closing in the last session, we should be able to take as many questions, or at least key comments on some of the areas of interest for yourself, especially in the space within which you operate. So I really want to thank you, first of all, for coming. There has been the discussion has been heavy on production and standards, and I'm glad standards are still here. UNBS is still here. The Deputy CEO is here. And also the issues around certification, and also the conversation we had around what we need to do to access the regional markets. Now, there is a perception out there, and because Enterprise Uganda works with a lot of young people, there is a perception out there that and probably I said this at lunch, maybe I should put it differently. At lunch, I was at the liberty to say how I felt. But since we have launched the parish development model, now I won't say how I said it at lunch. But so with the parish development model in motion, and let's say in about 2 years, with the different enterprises, since we are talking about Enterprise Uganda, with the different enterprises that have been set up at the parish level that are going to receive this money, there is a fear, and I'm just sharing this as honest feedback I have had, that there is a fear that the different enterprises, depending on where they put their money, which could be in agriculture, and I think a lot of the money will go to agriculture, and I know we have other pillars under PDM, that we will have an increase in production in some of these items. And you could give examples, whether it's bananas or tomatoes, right? The quick question was, if farmers are already struggling, not necessarily now because of the high prices, if they were already struggling a year ago to find market. I don't know if you all remember what happened during COVID with the eggs. If there was a scenario where we double our egg production, do we have a market in the region that will uptake these eggs without those bottlenecks that we were talking to? The markets in Kenya being closed, where they would necessarily have taken a lot of our eggs. What happens to that increase in production that we will have in the market? You want to speak to that? I'm very happy. Richard, where are you with my other microphone? So what happens? Because the conversation here, and someone also asked, I think in the coffee break, shouldn't we be looking at the markets first and finding the market and then working backwards to increase the production because of the market that we have found? But if we increase the production and then we are stuck with these products, what do we do?
I think, Maurice, what you're arguing is a classic economical challenge, demand side versus supply side, right? So there's a group who thinks that you create demand first and supply will follow. I think the philosophy here is the reverse. If we create the supply and that's not a challenge, the innovation will come to drive the market. And you can debate this night and day, but this happens everywhere. Do you build roads first or do you create income first to use those roads? So this is the same debate, and I think on both sides of that conversation, there's I guess, valid arguments. So I think that what you're asking is accurate. Shall we have a market for this increased productivity? My belief, and I think this is what I think our leaders are buying into, is that once we have that problem solved, innovation and creativity will step in to fix that problem.
All right, I was still waiting for Richard with my mic and he's stuck. Here we go.
Thanks a lot, Maurice. PDM. Is it possible that we can handle this PDM under a lead farm and small supplier system? Instead of getting every small farmer, get money, engage into their own micro, which I call nano. I call them nano enterprises in some of my written works. Why don't we have every sub-county, you have one investor, invests in manufacturing, and then the rest supply him. Maurice has talked of eggs. Technology exists to create powder eggs, the way we have powder milk. So the market is insatiable. Our schools, our universities, our hospitals, if they are to be fed on powder eggs, you will not get enough supply to feed the factory or to feed the demand. So let's look at agriculture outside the instinct. My argument about Ugandan agriculture in my writings has been that the peasants, the ordinary farmers, engage in it as an instinct. You are into farming because your great-grandmother was farming. The elite in Kampala, you do it as a hobby. You have a small pineapple farm, some 20 kilometers outside Kampala. Over the weekend, you have government fuel and a government vehicle. You drive to that, and you come back, and then you say you are into agriculture. And then the intelligentsia, they leave it in the lab after getting PhDs and masters in agriculture. It ends there. But if you are to go into agriculture as a business, then we look at the PSPP value chain. It is planned, specific, predictable, and profitable. If we go along that, then the PDM will become a success. If we leave it the way it has been gone for every small farmer to produce at his own micro level, then it will follow the other programs which came and have been deemed not successful. Thank you.
All right, Sarah, I was building momentum for you and creating a case for the conversation, but I agree. What we probably need to do is, support the different value chains, whether it's at the farm level and also at the market level. Because now, we had from the presentation, even when we have the products, we don't even have how to get them to the market. Infrastructure, the cost of getting them into the market. We saw that in another session on terms of how competitive are our products in the market. Around to invite our session host, Sarah Chitakule, to invite her panel and also set in context her conversation. Sarah, you have 45 minutes. The time just run like that. All right, as Richard disturbs the session host, I need to try and manage this. So we'll do 45 minutes and do a session, and I think Diana will guide in terms of, before we get the directors to speak, we will take, because they will be here, they can take questions based on the feedback we will be getting. And so your panel may actually take the advantage of getting questions after your 45 minutes, but go ahead.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Thank you very much for coming back this afternoon. I was a bit worried we'd have an empty room, but thank you very much for coming back. I don't know whether you saw my bright colored coat and decided, you needed to come back. So thank you very much. Maurice, how many of these workshops have we had? When they asked me to come and moderate this session, I asked them, what is new? Yeah? And they told me, my dear, there's a new thinking. We have a new thinking. There are new kids on the block. So I said, well, I will then turn up, because, we've been talking about these things year in and year out. And the sad thing is that sometimes we talk to ourselves, because if the ministers, the PSCs, and everybody leaves after their speech and the private sector stays behind, I think that can sometimes be, they can miss the boat. So this afternoon, we are quite happy. The morning was engaging. We learned about the strategy. We heard about all the good things that government is going to put in place, or has always put in place, to support us as the private sector. Our topic tonight is promoting joint ventures to boost productivity, technology access, and innovations in Uganda's trade. And I have a distinguished panel, which I'm now going to invite to the stage. Dr. Abe Mutumba from Makerere University Business School. You are welcome to take your seat, please. Mr. Joseph Kitamirike, please come and have your seat. Mr. Dixon Sembuya from CMA, come and have your seat, please. Marie Mutahi from BID Capital, please also come and have your seat. Professor Ernest Abaho, I hope we have enough seats. Yeah, we do. Professor Ernest Abaho, please take your seat. And Mrs. Rosemary Mutiable, Enterprise Uganda, please take your seat. We have, I must say, we have a combination of good brains here, and I'm looking forward to a very, vibrant discussions as we talk about the new things. Maurice talked about the Paris development model. I think, Rosemary, come and take this seat over here. Yeah, come this way. Yeah, we hear a lot about EMIOGA, parish model, operations wealth creation. The list goes on of what we have. Can that actually transform our society? Is that able to attract the kind of partnerships we are looking for? Can it attract joint venture partner? You're looking at somebody who at one time did a full-time job 8 to 5 as promoting joint ventures between Ugandans and Danish companies. So I really know what it means to try and get joint venture partners. And I'm really looking forward, without preempting the discussions, of what our experts are really going to tell us tonight. So I do not want to eat into the discussion time. I'll take my seat and we shall proceed. Thank you very much. Can we please welcome our panel? Yeah, I would like to start by inviting Dr. Abe Mutumba to make the first presentation. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for bearing it and coming back for this session after lunch. As our MC, Bwana Morris, put it, this is the most difficult session. As introduced, those are my names, and I'm here to see how we can promote joint ventures in order to achieve more productivity, more technology transfer and innovations in our country. Because, you know, in our country we suffer from the problem of church tumbler, everyone is copying the other. You go to a mall, everyone is selling clothes, and you ask yourself, where are other people's brains? When they say Sinsenene, everyone is Sinsenene. When they say exporting vanilla, everyone is doing what? Vanilla, the same way. So how do you expect to compete? Competitive exclusion can kill us, but there is hope. We have a Ugandan company that managed to make it. Once again, I welcome you to this session, and here we go. What is this? So this is our structure. That's our focus. We shall give a success story of CIPLA quality chemicals, learn some lessons. From those lessons, we shall see the opportunities that we have. Then we shall look at, if CIPLA succeeded, what are some of the preconditions that make you ready to attract joint ventures and other partnerships. Then we shall see exemplar strategies, other strategies beyond joint ventures that are needed for us to be better at exporting through partnerships and competing. Then we shall look at one of them. Which is the franchising strategy. So as I promised, here is the story of CIPLA. CIPLA started, it's not CIPLA, it's a venture between CIPLA, which is from India, and then Quality Chemicals, which is Ugandan, made in Katwe, maybe. So in 2004, CIPLA wanted to sustainably access the African market, import here on a sustainable basis. But they knew it back home that for you to be sustainable in a country, you have to be also present. Meanwhile, Quality Chemicals needed government and a strategic partner to work with in order to competitively export its products. Because as we know, Quality Chemicals has spent some years here. So they were moving away from just selling within the country to selling internationally, but on a sustainable basis. So in 2004, they managed to convince CIPLA and government of Uganda. They convinced CIPLA to enter into a joint venture. Then they convinced government of Uganda to invest into the pharmaceutical plant we see in Luzira. So it was some kind of, thank you for that. So it was some kind of a public-private partnership. So actually the plant was commissioned in 2007. They went on succeeding, making some reasonable sales, exporting here and there, but then like any other business, they were equally affected by COVID-19, which started in around March 2020. So around the onset of COVID, what looked like a threat to CIPLA, in fact, to them it was an opportunity. At the age of that COVID chaos, CIPLA decided to do some aggressive geographical expansion, going into different markets. We all needed the COVID drugs. They registered their products in the in West Africa, in a number of countries like Nigeria, like I think Mali, then even in Southern Africa, where they registered their products with the quality regulators there, for example, in Botswana. And they expanded their product lines. So what were the results that we can learn from? So from that, they are now producing over 1,000 million pills or tablets. No, not pills, tablets. From previously 892. More to that, they have widened the portfolio that they export, portfolio of products that they now export. And in so doing, they have also registered, they are now registered in over 30 countries. As of March 2021, they were in 31 countries. I don't know what the figure is today. They might be in over 40 countries. I don't have the recent statistics. And they are earning they earned within a period of April 2020 to March 21, they earned more than 400% of the export revenue from the previous one. More to that, they entered the Uganda retail pharmaceutical pharmacies, drug shops. They now also sell locally. And they have developed some kind of a franchise chain that they used to sell. More to that, their revenues year by year revenues increased to 48%. And furthermore, their cash flows improved to 20%. So, from their story, what do we learn? We learn, there are a number of lessons, but we learn mainly 3 lessons. First, we learn that finding the ready joint venture, finding the ready partners increases export competitiveness across Africa and outside Africa, especially with government, public-private partnership, supported infrastructure involvement, as we have seen in the case of CIPLA. More to that, multinational product registration and quality standards compliance are key, because CIPLA did that, and in all those countries, there is nowhere where it's facing rejects and interruptions. I will call them interruptions. Then we also learn that that ignites us, and we learn that a Ugandan exporter can actually succeed in more than 100 countries, especially when government co-invests with that exporter, because there is infrastructure that a company might not have, as we've seen in the case of CIPLA. So, what is the opportunity? The question is, can we have more CIPLA quality chemicals? Can we have more gessers? Can we have more roofings? Can we have more Kakira sugar works? Those which are exporting. Can we have more? So, from that lesson, from that story of CIPLA, we learned that as the government of Uganda increases the local content competitiveness, you know, right now, like for example, at National Medical Stores, I got an opportunity through Professor Abaho to be a trainer there. Previously, they were using South Africans. Nowadays, they say, we want Africans. and I'm reporting Professor Bao is one of them. So if government is doing that, including locally purchasing vaccine and drugs from the likes of CIPLA, and when more Ugandan international exporters are emerging, like CIPLA, like JESA, like all those ones, yet they are multinational and homegrown, and even the multinational yet homegrown franchises are emerging, then it shows that even the upcoming that we don't know can also what? Emerge if they do their homework. What? Well, more to that, today, the Minister of Finance has just launched the National Strategy for Private Sector Development. We all saw that. And in this launch, there has been a change, what? Message. And this change message shows that there is principal support. There is support from government. It shows that when we successfully have these joint ventures and partnerships, we all benefit, because the implementation is for everyone, including us at family levels. Then more to that, in terms of government, the opportunity goes further. Government is recapitalizing UDB, Uganda Development Bank, and improving the access to that money, because previously accessing that money was tricky, but it's now becoming what? Easier, and they keep on improving. And also, government is into the import substitution and export oriented strategy. So in case you're a company out there, in case you are a government official in an MDA trying to help this company, just know you are speaking the same language with government. More to that, government is now increasingly funding research and innovations that are related to national priorities. I'm a beneficiary of the Research and Innovation Fund of Makerere University. At least I've won at least 3 grants, and always they ask us for connecting to the priority government what? Priorities. However, in this opportunity, we are also challenging Makerere University and government plus other universities. Let the priorities be more specific to export competitiveness, to internationalization, all those things, because some of the priorities are not what? Connected. There is less connection to that. And also, furthermore, government is moving into a regime of evidence-based policy making. Many of you are policy makers here, you know that. And government is looking for homegrown what? Solutions. You and me can now have an opportunity to make a contribution, and so many other areas of benefit. But now, CIPLA succeeded. We've seen that we can have more CIPLAs. But if I want to be ready to export internationally, like CIPLA quality chemicals, like Kakira Sugar Works, like the other company in Lira, I've forgotten the name. Those ones. What are the preconditions? And as you see, among the preconditions, there is one which has been mentioned from morning up to now. You have to be compliant in terms of the formalization, business registration, tax registration. You have to be compliant in terms of record keeping. You have to be compliant in terms of paying your taxes. You must be having a compliant governance structure, not just on paper, but in action. Then you have to have compliant production capacities. What you promise to produce, you can actually what? Produce. And not say, I know big people, I'll scare you. No. You have to be compliant. Then even the competitiveness standards, the anti-whatever standards, you have to be there. Then another thing, you have got to have proper management structures that are strategic in nature. They do not disable business, but they make things move faster, easier, and better. And you should have a governance team. It shouldn't be a one-man's what? Sure, we all know entrepreneurs and investors, our own, that we've been happy about. Immediately after their death, the businesses are crumbling, and I'm one of the hurting Ugandans. But of course, we have success stories like Professor James Murwana, who even after his death, JESA is doing well.
You have 2 minutes left.
Yes. So, among those preconditions, don't forget to have a quality, let's not forget to have a quality culture from family level to partnership level and beyond. So what are some of the strategies that we are recommending? We are recommending for a more link between the academia, us at the universities, government, and the industry, as we've seen it here in Uganda for the COVID production or development, Professor Gwang. But this is not just in Uganda. The next you see, the KFCs, the Samsung, the iSense are a product of those partnerships. So this partnership joint venture goes beyond government and the company. You have to include in the business, because as you go higher, the more research and science is needed in the what? In the business. Then furthermore, the other strategies we can look at, we need more FDI policies that are nationalistic, like it is in Uganda, in Kenya, in India, which encourage knowledge, skills, and technology transfer. Someone was talking about the poor quality FDI policies. A company stays here for 30 years, we learn nothing. Imagine we're still looking for Ugandan companies that can construct a bridge, a proper bridge. So our policies on FDIs are a bit lacking. Then we need to strengthen the enforcement of our intellectual property rights. Then we have to encourage more homegrown franchises, made in Uganda international brands. Then tax incentives should be strengthened on the side of our local brands. Although it's strong on the others, but we should also strengthen it, what? This side. Finally, in case of the franchise, if we take on exporting through partners out there, we have authorized dealers and distributors that side. What are the benefits? One of the benefits is that we shall have more world-class knowledge, skills, and technology transfer, and we shall have more local success stories, so that me as a lecturer, when I'm teaching something positive, I'm talking about a Ugandan company. I'm not talking about Coca-Cola, Manya, what? I'm not talking about CNN, I'm not talking about Toyota, I'm talking about Chira EV. Then, for you to be ready for this, those are the benefits. What capabilities do you need? You need quality assurance infrastructure within you, inbuilt within the model. And then you should have easy to be trained quality standards, SOPs, skills, and whatever. Then finally, we shall have homegrown success stories, where we shall have role models that are appropriate to us, that speak to us. And then we use them for teaching, for training, and capacity building. Finally, we shall have more evidence to come up with policies that favor Ugandans. Now, the challenge we have at family level.
I'm giving you just 1 minute. Please.
It's okay. That's the last slide.
Conclude, yeah.
That's the last slide. At family level, there is a challenge. Even at family, we don't honor contracts. People say, let's go for wedding. After the wedding, tebin kwatako. Even families do wills, someone comes and cancels it. When people are conversing, we always praise those who are cheats and laugh at those who honor their contracts. More to that, we don't have a culture of quality. Me, I love music, but I strictly go for quality music. Then at company level, there is very high informality. And the family thing is a bit funny in our companies. We don't do merit. Then at policy level, I will go to number 2. There is persistent Kampalanization of Uganda's ecosystem. Why do we think that everything good must be within Kampala? What do we lose when it's in Lira? What do we lose when it's in Iganga? What do we lose when it's in Mbarara? So we need to improve that challenge. Having said that, thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mtumba, for engaging us in and sharing the CIPLA story. You preempted the next question because you mentioned that some of the foundations that need to be in place. You talked about government support, government engagement. You talked about being ready with a quality model. Compliance, that means your books must be okay, you must be paying your taxes, and you have to do your homework as you decide who you want to partner with. And then government is supporting homegrown solutions, which I thought was good. I'll not go into the other issues about the local companies because our discussants are going to look to that. I think that was very engaging. Thank you very much. I would like to go to Mrs. Mutiavle as our first discussant. You've heard the success story of CIPLA. We want to hear from you, having heard what CIPLA went through, and also Enterprise Uganda being a hub for supporting enterprises, local enterprises. What do you think, why do you think many local businesses find it hard to have successful joint ventures?
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Doctor, for taking us through the CIPLA experience. And yes, I entirely agree that joint venture is one of the drivers of growth. It's a strategy you can choose to accelerate growth of a company. And as Enterprise Uganda, we deal with the micro, small, and medium enterprises. And we've all said that over 90% of our economy is micro, small, and medium enterprises. And so we know the challenges, and Doctor has touched some of those challenges that riddle our small businesses, and those very challenges that actually also limit our potential to tap into the available markets. And so joint venture is a good vehicle for growth. However, we need to look at our own MSMEs here. They still have the challenges that you've talked about, the issues of informality. Even those, the small and medium, forget about the micro, even the small and medium, the company may look quite solid, but when you go into it, there is still a lot of informality. The founder-member syndrome still prevails, that you have a business, you have employees, but you still hold control over all resources and major decisions. And so that is a bit of an issue. And then the issue of our business culture as well. You've talked about not honoring agreements, but also as Ugandans, I think this thing of working with other people is a new concept. And so there's a lot of fear, and there are a lot of failed stories and examples we've seen around. While I worked with Investment Authority, we had a number of joint ventures that we facilitated. But we saw many good ones, but also saw very many failed joint ventures, because a joint venture is really a marriage of two equal partners. It's a collaboration of two equal partners. Now, for you to, the foreign investor who comes in looking for a joint venture, for instance, is looking for somebody almost at their level, that you have something you bring on the table. But here, the MSC, here is the SME that still has issues of course, capitalization. To be ready for foreign investment, for joint ventures, you need to actually have the money, put in place business systems. You need to ensure that you have governance structures, proper governance structures, but also the issues of disclosure. We know that even where we have records, where we have books, we have two sets of books. One is the true story, the other is for the other party. But when a joint venture partner comes in, they want real full disclosure, and sometimes that's a challenge. And so issues of quality, there are so many issues or challenges that our small businesses face that make it very difficult for them to be able to go into joint venture, even when they are willing to. Even for those willing, when the foreign investor comes in, after negotiations, they realize, no, this person is not ready for us. And so I think the solution here is business development services. We need to address issues of making our own SMEs competitive. And I think I want to take this opportunity to talk about, as we launch this strategy today, a few months ago in September, Ministry of Finance again launched the National Business Development Services Framework, a strategy that is aimed at pushing mass BDS down to the last mile to make sure that every Ugandan entrepreneur, wherever they are able to access business development services. And I think that's where we need to go. And so this BDS framework was launched, and however, it also needs to be operationalized, to be implemented. So execution still remains an issue here. And so the BDS framework is trying to address some of the key challenges that we've talked about that riddle or affect our business community. One is the issue of quality, issues of quality. delivering quality BDS. So quality is not just with a challenge within the businesses, but also those delivering BDS. And so you find that there's everybody out there delivering BDS, but the quality is not, the BDS is not responding to the needs of the business people. And so they go in for whatever it is, but no real impact is happening in the businesses. And so the BDS framework has 5 pillars, and one of them is to address the issue of quality BDS. The other is to address the issue of digitalization. Today we want to make sure that we embrace technology innovation and be able to push out BDS using digital platforms. It addresses the issue of coordination. Now, everybody is doing BDS. We need to boost the competitiveness of our businesses. But everybody is playing in that market, but nobody knows what the other is doing. And so there is need to coordinate so that we know what exactly are the BDS needs. How do we address issues of making our MSMEs export ready? How do we address the issues of making them joint venture ready? We need to work together, talk to each other, and be able to devise solutions that are actually relevant and can address the issues that our businesses face. And then the issue of financing. Financing is key. We're talking about to do anything you need to have the financing, whether it is to access markets, whether it is to get a joint venture partner. You need to be able to be capitalized to position yourself as an equal partner. And so I think that the business development framework that we now have in place needs to be publicized, and we all need to get on board and be able to work together and ensure that the BDS ecosystem is actually supporting our businesses to build their competitiveness, and in so doing, be able to push them to tap into the opportunities that we are discussing today. I think I'll stop at that.
Thank you very much, Rosemary. I think you've just hit the nail on the head. You've told us exactly what is happening in the market and supplemented Dr. Mtumba's presentation very well. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Chitamirike the next question. What should be the pre-deal conditions and preparations that a company must put in place to attract investors and strategic partners? You have 5 minutes, but I'll give you a little allowance to introduce yourself so that people know where you're coming from.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Chitamirike. I work for a company called Alltex. Alltex Africa and Alltex East Africa. It is a joint venture with a UK company called Global Markets Exchange. And we brought in the joint venturer for technology so that we could acquire the technology that we wanted. So I work as CEO of that company. And our contribution to that company was funds and management. We have built a stock exchange in Uganda. You might have heard about it, called Alltex East Africa. It's a high-tech exchange. I think I say high-tech because I want you to understand high-tech. I'm going to tell you something about it in a few seconds. It's a very high-tech exchange. There's nothing like it anywhere in the world. Okay? And that's not a boast. I'll tell you in a minute. We were the first exchange in the world to settle transactions in a live environment. Okay? Exchanges typically settle transactions over 3 days, or 4 days, or 5 days. Johannesburg, 5 days. USC here, 3 or 4 days. Kenya, 3 or 4 days. We were the first in the world to settle transactions on the same day. In a space of 5 minutes, our transactions would settle. And when that happened, New York Stock Exchange heard about it. They actually sent an emissary to talk to us to actually confirm. We were the first exchange. You know, mobile money, you all know mobile money because you're in Uganda and Kenya, you know. Here we take it for granted. We've had it for almost 10 years. There are many countries that haven't received mobile money yet. Okay, Nigeria has just licensed MTN, I think in the last 2 weeks, to run mobile money. Okay? Just Nigeria. So we were the first exchange to integrate mobile money into the trading infrastructure of an exchange. Okay? It's not been seen anywhere in the world. We have done it. Okay? But remember, in 2014, when we were doing this joint venture, we pulled in technology from Europe. We have now upgraded that technology, and our joint ventures are buying from us. Okay? Our partners are now buying what we have built from us. They are just on the brink of buying. So it's an exciting times, but there are many things you can do within a joint venture that don't hesitate to build a joint venture, but try to take advantage of what it can offer. But I wanted, having heard what Doctor talked about and what we've gone through, I thought maybe instead of answering your question directly, maybe I should talk about what I think people should pay attention to regarding the value chains and joint ventures and all these things, because there are many considerations that you have to go through. The first is structure. We talked about MSME. I think we started as an MSME. By the end of this year, our balance sheet should be close to 25 billion. I don't know where we are still MSME or not. But as an MSME, no one starts a company wanting to remain an MSME. Whenever you start a business, you think of expansion, you think of profit. So no one ever starts a company hoping to remain an SME. Everybody has that ambition to grow the company. Secondly, it's not a crime to be an MSME, and Italy is full of them. If any of you knows the manufacturing structure of Italy, there are very few really large companies in Italy, but a lot of the products they push out into the export market are built and made by very small companies, from cottage upwards to just above small, okay? And they manage to compete on the global scene through these MSMEs. So the challenge is really capital, like Rosemary was saying, management, and the market size. What market size are you going to tackle, and how are you going to tackle it? Second thing about structure, the structure of export markets. We talked about value chains. But let me give you a statistic which I picked some years ago, but the structure hasn't changed. 65% of world trade, this is about 10 years ago, 65% of world trade was in 15 industries, just 15, 1-5, okay? 15. Everything else we trade in the world was in the 35%. And in those 15 industries is where the growth really was. So if you have not started something and you want to position, find that list of 15. Because there you will find, because there is growth, you will be able to build your market share. Where there is no growth, it's very difficult to build market share. So just pay attention to those things. This morning we heard about, there was a declaration somewhere here that if you're going to finance a company, you must go to the bank. It's good to go to the bank, but banks only provide debt capital. Be careful with debt capital if you are starting or if you are building a joint venture with somebody who has put in equity, okay? Debt capital may not solve all your problems. So remember that there are other forms of capital. Equity can go into your company, but it depends on how open you are to other investors coming into that business, okay? And then, I talked about the 65-35 of global trade. One of the key features of the 65% is that the global value chains that make up those companies, or the companies in that 15, in the industry in that 65%. Hundreds and hundreds of companies manufacture components, but they make money because they are part of the 65%. So sometimes we lock ourselves up into thinking that we must always push finished goods into the market, we got to redefine what that finished good is so that we can participate in the global value chain. Okay? There was something else I had this afternoon. I think it was standards and quality. Yeah? There's been a discussion that they seem to mean the same thing, but they actually don't. Especially if you're in the manufacturing business, be very careful how you use standards and how you use the term of quality. Standards are really benchmarks. I think we heard from the speaker here. He said, you set a standard by saying, I will produce this nail and it will be, 10 inches long, give or take, 0.1 of an inch. So if it's within those measures, it passes. It meets the standard, right? But when it comes to the discussion of quality, quality asks the question of how many exactly 10-inch nails will you produce? Okay? Out of 1 million chances to produce a nail, how many defects do you have? How many nails don't meet the standard, right? Quality asks the question, how many times do you not meet the standard? Okay? And therefore, quality management goes into the large production, while standard setting actually gives you the benchmark on which you will manufacture or on which you will handle or run a certain process. So we need to be very careful how we do that. Then another challenge joint venturers are going to find, we talk about value added. I think in the text that we have received today, there's a huge reference to value added manufacture, value added production. And then there is another term which I think is mistaken, but that's me. When I say value addition. Normally we use that term when we're talking about beneficiation. So that you want to take cotton from lint and turn it into thread, and then turn it into cloth, and then so all those additional steps are beneficiation steps. They are not necessarily, the assumption is that you're adding value. However, I use the cotton example because when I studied the cotton value chain many years ago, I discovered that when you go into, at lint, you're profitable. The moment you tried to spin the cotton, you started to lose profitability. When you went into weaving cloth, you lost a little more profitability. So you're really not adding value by doing those activities, but they are called value addition in a mistaken sense. So there are going to be many industries, especially in the 35%, where parts of the chain are not necessarily additive to value. So we need to be very, very careful as we pursue the value chain concepts, because they reveal that there are parts of the chain where we can avoid going or building industries completely and just sell your lint and come back and grow more cotton. Let somebody else do the spinning. And these statistics are available. If any of you has a good contact with UNCTAD, we can pull them down and look at these statistics. They're all available.
Okay, try to conclude, Mr. Chitamike.
I'll stop there for now.
Oh.
I'll stop there for now. I think that's a bit of a
Thank you for that inspiring, inspiring story, Mr. Chitamike. I'm very proud of you. I think I've realized as I've worked in the private sector that many of us Ugandans want to work individually. It's very difficult to convince even your brother from the same family that we should co-invest. Everybody wants to do something on their own. They prefer to own a small thing of a small thing rather than own a small thing of a big thing. And I think we need to change our mindset. The previous speakers have also talked about, governance, compliance. I was talking to somebody in Stanbic Bank and he said, we've tried to convince some of our good clients and say, even if you don't have a functioning board, we shall put together a board that you can rent, actually. so that we put together a good functioning board, and they can be your board actually, to make sure you have corporate governance, and nobody wanted to take that. So if we are going to go into joint ventures, we need to have corporate governance. We need to be compliant. It's going to be very difficult for anybody to bring in millions of money when they are not sure where that money is coming from. Recently, we had a business forum. I worked for a project that promotes trade and investment between Uganda and Europe, and we profiled about 100 companies. But many of these people I was talking to, if you ask them, what are you bringing to the table? They say, we are looking for 2 million euro, 3 million euro. And you ask them, what are you bringing to the table? And they say, I have land in Intungamo, I have some 10 acres of land, and they say, where is the cash? Because if I'm going to, something, you have to be ready with something, like Mr. Chitamike said. They put in money, they put in management. So we have to come to the table with something. It's very difficult for somebody to come from Europe, and all you are saying is that I have some land in Intungamo, which you are overvaluing. Because at the end of the day, what risk are you taking? Are you going to just walk away when things don't work? So I think there's some very, very good, suggestions here. I hope we listen and take them up. Now, Mr. Mutahi, why do many deals fail in Uganda? You have 5 minutes. Within those 5 minutes, introduce yourself. Tell us about.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. My name is Mark Mutahi. I run a business called Bid Capital. We are an advisory firm that have been in the region for some time in different forms. But effectively what we do is we support businesses raising money. To date, we have offices here, Rwanda, Kenya, Amsterdam, and in Belgium. And we've done about $70 million in total, primarily for agribusiness and tech businesses. Your question is, why do deals fail? I think that question needs to be qualified a bit.
You are free to qualify.
Yeah. It's a broad question. Somebody mentioned these deals are like a marriage. The question becomes, at what stage does the deal fail? So just like a marriage, does it fail after the kuchala, the kwanjula, the church, the first child, the fifth child? So the stage of the transaction impacts the answer to that question. But I'm going to assume you mean, why does a joint venture happen and then it collapses, right? Or do you mean pre-investment? So again, you need to qualify pre-investment or post-investment. And again, for the sake of this discussion, there's a difference between an investor and a joint venture partner. You'll have an investor who will bring money to the table, and that's all they will do. They might bring some governance and things like that, but you continue to run your business as is. As Joseph mentioned, their partner brought tech, and he brought other things on the table. So that's a true joint venture. The same thing with Cipla. The Indians came with certain things, and they found quality chemicals with certain things. Now, in this market, it is typically not regular that joint ventures will fail post. First of all, there's a lot of misinformation. For example, I don't know how many people knew Alltex was a joint venture. So there's not a lot of information in the market in terms of success stories of how many deals have happened. The public stories of Cipla are many, and we know those, but there's also smaller transactions that do happen that we never get to hear about, especially if you're not in the industry. So there's actually very many deals that are going on and JVs of sorts that are happening. Now, post-investment, it is not regular that the joint venture will fail and everybody sort of walks separate ways. Typically, the combined whole will fail and the business shuts down. But either way, those situations do exist. In this market, again, not so many, but they do happen. Now, there's many reasons why deals fail to proceed pre-investment. A lot of times, there's a failed due diligence on both parts. So, to use an example, I think you call them global markets. So if his partners come to town and they meet Alltex and the discussion is not proceeding well, it's not the market they thought, the growth potential is not what they perceived, the supporting environment is not as favorable as they thought, they might walk away. On the reverse, he too might walk away as he gets to know these partners a bit better. So now that's the best case scenario. Before anybody puts money on the table, invests a lot of time, invests a lot of effort, resources, because it can be an expensive process with advisors, people like ourselves. Before you do any of that, you say, you know what, maybe this is not for us, maybe the timing is off. Or like in the case of MTN in Nigeria, we didn't know they don't have a license yet, so maybe we're too far ahead of our time, let's wait this out. That's the best scenario. Now, the reverse, when the deal happens and everything closes. Typically at that point, if fights start to happen, there's two things. Either like a marriage, you got the wrong partner, unfortunately, and you find out after the second or third or fourth child, or something happens along the way. You have a divergence in vision of how the business should proceed. A lot of times, again, majority of the problems come with the fact that many of our JV partners are not from our context. The way we do business in Uganda is very different from businesses in other places. So if your JV partner comes from Belgium and comes here, they might expect you to manage your business or perform at a Belgian standard of doing things. Not to say it's better or worse, it's just different. So even before that transaction happens, it's important, like you said, and I was impressed to hear that what you contributed is management, because you're the one who knows best how to run business in Uganda. Once you bring in the Belgian and you put him in the CEO position, it will take him some time to acclimatize to our culture of doing business. Actually, I'm surprised. I was hoping that the PS was here, the Major General, who was telling us about how mediocre they are in the ministry. And we sort of accepted that, right? That's how we do work here. I was very surprised. He said, I want to call out the seed producers who have fake seed. But he said, don't count on government, because for us at office, we read newspapers. And I'm wondering, these are the leaders. This is the way we do business, and this is how we are. If the man is reading newspapers, chase him away. Because the Belgian will kick you out of the office. He'll kick you out. You're not here to read newspapers, but our leaders in front of the minister are telling us that's what they are doing. So, the point being, there's a contextual way we do things that typically, if you have the wrong partner, not wrong, might be right, if your partner doesn't understand how business works here, that's where most of the problems happen. Then along the way, of course, there's typical business challenges, and how adaptable are you to them? In the event that, we have a plan to do X, COVID happens, are we nimble enough to change, and things like that. So again, your question is very broad. Why do deals fail? The answer is they fail for multiple reasons based on the stage of the transaction. But a lot of times, majority of the problems come from the fact that potentially we're the wrong partners for each other. Either one person is expecting more than the other thought. Sometimes they are, you quickly run through the due diligence. Unfortunately, many times that also happens, either on the side of the investor because they need to make the deal happen, or on the side of an entrepreneur here locally who needs money on the table before the business collapses. So many things happen. But I think in summary, the critical thing is to fully start from start with the why. Why do you want a joint venture partner? Is this the right path for you? You can get an investor who is not a JV partner, because those are separate things. So what is it you really need? Not all capital is the same. There's different kinds of things that these partnerships should contribute to the combined whole. So I think, again, there's multiple reasons, but the summary of it is, look, there's typically challenges in the marriage or in the partnership in the first place that eventually will come to bear. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that insight. And now, of course, whenever we talk about joint venture, we are always thinking about going abroad, getting people from abroad. Of course, there are reasons. Sometimes there's technology transfer, knowledge transfer, and so on. But how about locally? Can we actually have homegrown joint ventures? Maybe there's something missing in the rules and regulations to actually make sure that if I want to invest with Rosemary, my investment is actually what? Protected. So I want to invite Mr. Sembuya from CMA to introduce himself and just to briefly tell us about what regulations and government support should be considered to ensure more successful joint ventures, both with foreign investors but also homegrown joint ventures. Okay. You introduce yourself and then speak for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Dixon Sembuya. I am currently the Director in charge of Research and Market Development at the Capital Markets Authority. Now, I must admit my slant is much more towards the investor side rather than the broad joint venture regulatory framework, but I can still make an attempt in trying to address the broader joint venture regulatory framework. Number one, I think...
Yeah, you use... use the microphone so people can hear.
Okay.
You can address it from your angle, and it can be supplemented by somebody else. Don't worry about that.
Okay, thank you. Now, I think one very important aspect when it comes to any business relationship is contract performance and contract enforcement. So it's critical that once we get into a contract and once we have any disagreement, once we have a dispute, there's actually a mechanism that can be used to settle any differences between partners within a JV. So a key element of settling this is the judicial system. I think a strong judicial system is important in as far as ensuring that once we have signed a contract, once each partner has got rights, each partner has got obligations, at the end of it all, they can be addressed if one of the partners does not fulfill their contractual obligation. In addition to that, now from the investor perspective, turning to the investor perspective, which is much more of my competence, and I think Mr. Mutei has done justice in as far as trying to create that distinction between a joint venture partner who comes on board and in most cases provides capital, and in addition to that, they might provide technology, they might participate in, say, developing a commercial strategy, helping you with governance issues, etc. Now, an investor is a bit different from that JV partner. Now, this type of partner will, in most cases, provide you that much needed capital, but take a passive position in as far as the day-to-day running of the business is concerned. Take a more passive approach in as far as developing strategy, commercial strategy, business development strategies, etc. So, from a regulatory perspective, what is being done to encourage that type of partner, who might not necessarily be your regular joint venture partner? Now, one of the areas that has been identified as having potential is private markets, where businesses can actually raise capital privately. I think in our country, the default when it comes to capital raising has always been commercial banks. Mr. Mutei has indicated that debt and commercial banks might not be the best option because debt, in most cases, cannot take a lot of risk. Debt is very impatient, and debt is normally between short to medium term. So it might not be able to wait out for the challenges that might come as you try and develop a business. So there are private markets where businesses can raise capital privately, where you can get this partner. I don't want to call them a joint venture partner, but you can get this partner who will provide capital but take a passive approach. Now, on the regulatory side, what is being done in order to improve the domiciliation of private capital funds? I mean, these are the providers of that private capital. I think that there are some steps which are being taken in order to increase the supply of capital through these private capital funds or private capital partners. And key among them is tax reforms. I think there's been a realization that the providers of this private capital are subjected to a multiplicity of taxes. So one of the ways of increasing the supply of this capital is by reforming the tax system to ensure that this multiplicity of taxes is actually dealt with so that it does not impede the supply of private capital. In addition to that, there are some frameworks which are important for the domiciliation of private capital funds in Uganda, and key among them is the Partnership Act. And it provides for something called a limited liability partnership, which is normally the structure adopted by private capital funds. Now, what is currently in progress is the fact that this particular law is being reformed. It's being reviewed with the objective of ensuring that it's more facilitative for private capital funds to set up in Uganda in order to supply private capital to businesses. So there are steps being taken towards reforming the Partnership Act, which is the preferred route for private capital funds. Then in my area, that is the capital market space, we are undertaking reforms to ease the process of registration, to ease the process of registration of these private capital funds that will eventually deploy this long-term private capital into your business. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. I think we've had such a robust discussion, and I think all that is coming through these discussions, you need to be ready. The opportunities are there, but are we actually ready? So we need to prepare our companies, we need to prepare ourselves to make sure that we meet the foundations and some of what the speakers have been talking about. I personally know that if for example, you're in need of $500,000 and you want support to be ready to take on private equity, there's a project, the Deal Flow Facility, which is supported by the European Union, and can actually support you build your capacity to make you ready to receive. But you must be wanting $500,000 and above. So they are dealing with that kind of money. But I think that there are opportunities for us to start looking at how do we attract private equity for smaller companies. And I think, like Mr. Chitamirike said, there's nothing wrong with being small. You can be small and part of the value chain, and you can still make money. So that was very interesting. So I want to go to Professor Abaho. Now, you are the Center for Business Education. And we are hoping that a lot of the issues and the problems we've discussed today, solutions should actually be coming from you people. But just to summarize some of the things that have been discussed today, through sharing, any global good practices related to this area of attracting joint ventures, of enabling our companies, to be ready for joint ventures. What is your take on this, Professor Abaho?
Thank you. And
you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm called Ernest Abaho, and I work with Makerere University Business School, where I head the Department of Entrepreneurship and Innovation. It's an interesting question, but I'll try to answer what I can using what I've seen, including the Deals Flow Facility, the one for EU and the one for USAID in Nakawa, and what they are doing to create joint venturing and attracting international investment. Actually, theirs is 5 million and above.
The USAID one?
Yeah, the USAID. Yeah, and the deals room is active and ready. Whenever you are ready, just walk in there. It's Block D, level 6. You can go there. If you have any investable venture, they are there. The money is there. At least I participated in the writing of the concept. Now, we have lost $427 million only in 2022 compared to what we have been getting. And this is Bank of Uganda data. What is wrong? You also know that our business confidence is at 53.3, and it has only grown from, I think, 53.12. So the business confidence is a challenge. You also know that our business competitiveness, we are still at 48.9 out of 100. And we are positioned at 115 out of 140. What is wrong? There is also the ease of affordability of intellectual property rights. It's a big challenge. That notwithstanding, I want to read for you the problem areas first. There is another big problem that we have in Uganda on the confidence in the SME sector. Again, we have a challenge because our common user facility in the innovation sector are not yet funded sufficiently. So we have a challenge of
entrepreneurial resilience. You saw how we struggled to recover from the COVID. But our corruption rating, we are actually in the top class. The confidence in us is just 27 out of 100. And this is 2021 statistics. World Economic Forum and Bank of Uganda. And our index ranking is actually 144 out of 190. You see now the corruption. If you could ask yourself at heart, how many of you have never gone through a corrupt environment, you'll find the room empty. Now, the small business sentiment index, again, is dropping, and that one has affected productivity. That's one. Two, the capacity to create more jobs is still a problem because the ones that are there are not meaningful. So, again, our local capacity to tender. That's why most of the big contracts do not come to Ugandans, although sometimes they come to Uganda in disguise, but they are not Ugandans. But we have it in entrepreneurship, disguised development. Now, that one has affected our capacity to attract innovation. That's why you are in Belgium, you are going where, and yet we come to sell here. Why don't we innovate and develop from here? It's a key question. Some of them come with nothing, and we fund them. We fund them. So, that given, the cost of internet is a big challenge. I was chatting with someone who is in Kenya right now, he's a Ugandan, he said, how possible is it to change nationality within the East African region? I asked why. He said the resilience, the energy for work here has never happened in Uganda. Ugandan is so fast when it is a corrupt deal, but when it comes to real patience in transaction, Ugandans shy away. Now, I'm saying this because the practices are based on the way we do business. So the global practice against corruption is clear and known in other countries, at least a few that have gone through the valley of death. Because we are in the valley of death, the economic situation, we are like crossing a difficult territory. We must fight corruption, and it is me and you, no one else. Because we are saying government, government. The ministers were here saying government. The PSCs are saying government. Who is government? Okay? Now, they also support companies. We are delaying to adopt the startup policy, which everyone is running into to support, promote, and develop local indigenous enterprises. I don't know where we are because even our SME policy expired. DR Congo is moving very fast because they want to detach their supply chains from us, and you see they are now opening up space for other regions. We must fast track the innovation and startup policies, and then the informality. Countries have fought informality because informality does not even give meaningful economic sense to government. How will you tax them? So that is a practice, getting out of informality. And we have so many formal enterprises that operate informally. And that is a killer. Another practice, since you asked about practices, Chair, the deal centers, we only have those two, and you see one is USAID, another one is EU, Capital Markets Authority. Can't you really strengthen your position through private sector foundation and all the major actors? At least let them invest, and you promise they will recover. We don't have our indigenous deals engagement. Okay? For me, it's a practice that we lack. I think Ugandans have a lot of money. The only thing we don't have is business. So we can find a way of using that money. Some of the people here have money investments. Now, another best practice is on building business confidence. I think as business schools, we feel isolated from the private sector development because we receive policies only to use them for examination purposes. What is this? What is the advantage? What is the challenge? Why will it fail? Why will it fail? And then we give first class. We send to you. Engage us. Engage us. I was very impressed when I was invited to develop the database and the baseline for the informality sector. And what I learned from that study actually was too much. And I started teaching informality based on the local content. Because we download from Google, but we must start using local content as a best practice. Another one is on, as I wind up, because I know even time is not in your side. You see, joint venturing is not just about business competitiveness alone. It also supports the smaller startups in form of business opportunities, in form of entrepreneurial apprenticeship. Okay? Here we have lost our people to study from YouTube. These guys with business don't want to take our young people. The young people think they know, they don't want to go. The most lazy category of our community are the graduates. So how will we manage? So the best practice now is actually move away from the youth and go into the real youth that are educated, because for me, they are more disastrous. Now, finally, the MDAs must get out of the newspapers and conferences and go to work. And I have decided to put my next career into advocacy for engagement with real work. Because even your job description has nothing to do with sitting in office. We spend all the time here, and that's why we fall sick. For me, if you are in an agency that is supporting startups, go to the startups, to the field. If you are in agriculture and you are on Nakasero Hill, really? Are you a researcher? Extension service is not on the ground. And then you want hard to reach areas to die because they are hard to reach. They become hard to reach because we don't even give them space to be reached. Now, another one is on the diffusion of knowledge. We must engage more into joint research. These PhD, the professors you see here, we only send journal articles to other countries. The knowledge is used there. I developed a model of learning by doing, only to see it coming from another country as a development strategy. When I proposed it to certain ministries here, he said, that one, no. And then the donor brought the money using the same model here. Why don't you engage us? And we learn, we write, we develop our knowledge. Kenya no longer does these things of external workshops. Why do we run to Kenya? What is wrong with doing whatever we want to do from here? We must love our country. We must believe in our knowledge, because it is the knowledge that we need. We cannot import these solutions. I don't want also to be told to stop, but the last bit is strengthening market linkages. You see, these joint ventures, like you said, we need indigenous joint ventures. Indigenous joint ventures come when we have a strong support system, so that when he has grown and is about to retire, he creates capacity to absorb the knowledge and then transfer. That's when we shall decomparize business, because everyone wants to be in Kampala. So, Chair, I submit, and if there is anything emerging, we can take the discussion beyond here.
Thank you so much. You were about to dampen my spirit, but I'm a person of hope. So I will remain hopeful that in spite of all those things that you've talked about, that Ugandans can be resilient, and that since we've had, we can learn and pick up something from what we have discussed today. I know we have quite a number of challenges, and this strategy is centered about export development and boosting exports. There are so many challenges that have to be dealt with, so many dots that have to be connected, including this one, encouraging private equity, encouraging people to work together, because the Minister for Gender gave a very good example at the recent business forum. She said he went to the Middle East and they said, we want goats. And she said, oh, goats? We have plenty of goats in Uganda. And then they said, okay, how many goats can you supply per week? the number of goats that were needed could be totaling up all the goats we have in Uganda. So he came back and told the Minister for Finance, Honorable Kaseja, he said, Kaseja, how many goats do you have? Kaseja said, I have 1,000 goats. And he said, and you are leading exports. So really, I want to thank so much our distinguished panel for the brilliant discussion. I'm sure each one of us has learned something. Let's go back and be doers and not just listeners. I'm sure that we can move our country forward. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together again for our brilliant panel. Thank you. Over to you, Maurice.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Ladies and gentlemen, really put your hands together for Sarah for managing her time and a great panel. Please do take your seats, lady and gentlemen. We also noted, Diana, that apart from the first session, the others were very gender imbalanced. And this one, you just decided to put in Rosemary to make us look nice. So some of us are very gender sensitive. So we are noting these things, Minister of Finance, so be very careful when we do an audit. So we need to quickly move, and I really want to suggest you allow me invite Richard to moderate this next session. It will be very short. I don't want to say that there is tea to keep you here so that when we're done you can have my tea. But for now, allow me just say that, Richard, we have a few minutes to manage within the time we will lose people in this room.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Maurice, for managing this day and the program. Ladies and gentlemen, we're really grateful that you have kept around till this time. And normally, this session, we crown it all. We have a team of rapporteurs from Ministry of Finance and National Planning Authority that have put together the key recommendations from all the discussions we've had. And allow me invite Commissioner Kakama, the Commissioner for Budget Policy, to come and join me here. And Mr. Richard Jabo from Economic Policy Research Department. Richard Jabo, wherever you are, please come. Time is not on our side. Ladies and gentlemen, what we normally do is that after all is said and done, so what? So these two gentlemen are going to tell us the so what. Have they had our recommendations? And if they have, what are they going to do? And someone who's going to help us deliver these recommendations is Mr. Africa from Siatini. Mr. Africa, you around? From Siatini, please run very fast. We have less than 30 minutes. Can I request the IT team to put the slides on? So this session, we want the bosses to tell us from the recommendations what is finance doing from the economic side and from the budget side, and what should we expect when we come back to the 14th NCF. So Africa, you can come and present the list of recommendations, and then Mr. Kakama and Richard will comment, and then after that we shall say how to close. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Richard, and distinguished guests and panelists. Our recommendations, the deliberations that we've had over the day regarding the second national strategy for the private sector development, NSPSD, the second one. These are some of the key highlights that we wish to take forward. The first critical one is to urgently improve transport network and speed of cargo movement, especially through the congestion of traffic, given the fact that when we are talking about trade facilitation, transport and mobility of goods, but equally services is also critical. So especially for those areas like Mukono, Mpigi, and this would also help in terms of boosting tourism apart from trade, but also we could diversify this through looking at air cargo to exploit those strategic but currently areas that are still having challenges of infrastructure, like DRC Congo, the Middle East, and Europe. Then we are looking at government liberalizing pension fund for civil servants in order to increase the availability of domestic funds for investment in order to reduce the cost of financing, because the cost of financing is one of the challenges that is affecting enterprises, the private sector, especially MSMEs, in being able to engage in value addition and competitive trade. We are also proposing, one of the directions that came out was the need to support formalization of businesses in order for them to go beyond certification, beyond registration, but also to ensure that they comply with standards. This will help them to be able to grow and be competitive. Of course, this goes hand in hand with ensuring that we have resources that are allocated to UNBS to be able to address this critical aspect. Again, with regards to UNBS, quality standards. We can't talk about competitiveness and value addition without looking at quality and standards. So we are proposing that this should be improved and enforced. The capacity of our domestic enterprises can be enhanced to develop standards and ensure that certification measures are adopted by all the actors and across the supply value chain. This would be critical in ensuring that the end product, in terms of traceability, but also competitiveness, is able to access the markets that negotiators have labored to get for us, including the domestic market. We are also looking at setting innovation fund for the creative arts and technology development. Beyond the traditional markets, creative economy, arts is one of the aspects that we need to look into in diversifying our markets, in diversifying our competitiveness. And so by setting up an innovation fund for this specific sector, this would help in also ensuring that we have an inclusive market. Yes, security, especially in the Great Lakes region. We cannot have trade without security. So beefing up and upscaling security to ensure access to unhindered access to export markets in key regions like the Democratic Republic of the Congo, but also in the Great Lakes region per se, in general, is critical. And this would help as one of the measures of trade facilitation. Indeed, the implementation of the strategy, we believe that it should also involve sub-regional and local governments to ensure its coordination with government programs like PDM. If you recall, the Auditor General report faulted some of the government MDAs for being non-aligned with the NDP3. So this kind of implementation, which ensures coordination, would be critical in going a wrong way in supporting private sector competitiveness and for market access. Sensitization of smallholder farmers about standards cannot go unmentioned, because we are, being an agrarian economy, we believe that their effect on exports and even animal feed is important. And this, to be able to do that, providing farm-gate farmers with aflatoxin testing ability, but even awareness creation and raising is critical in ensuring that we have a standard culture along and across the value chain and all the actors. Increasing the number of extension workers from 67 to 1,000. The current number of extension workers, for example, which is in Kenya, would be important also in upscaling agriculture production for exports. So the question of the role played by extension workers in supporting value addition for market access and competitiveness cannot go unmentioned. Chair, with your permission, these are some of the deliberations we've had all over the day, and I wish to say thank you.
Thank you, Africa. Now, Richard, please, what do you take of those recommendations that members have made today?
First of all, my gratitude to Setini for coming up with all these recommendations. I think they've been comprehensive and they've been well thought out. If I can make a comment on one or two of them, and I think this goes to the essence of our gathering today. First and foremost, in my opinion, this forum and several other fora that we have been having between private sector and the public sector, a signal to the private sector that government is listening, government is looking at ways of improving our competitiveness and the general business environment. And for me, that is something which is a plus. The second thing I want to comment on is that if you look at the recommendations in detail, I think government is already moving in many of them, but we can improve our effort. Let me just address myself specifically to the aspect of formalization of businesses. And this has been a central theme of our discussions right from the morning, the keynote address of the PS, the minister's speech, and it has also appeared in the recommendations. What we recognize is that the NDP3 clearly spells out the fact that 77% of formal employment comes from the private sector. So that the constituency of the private sector is very important. But we can still do more because a lot more people are not captured, especially in the informal sector. So this is something that we think the business development services framework that Rosemary was talking about earlier on, but also this strategy that we have just launched today are going to address adequately. And we'd encourage the private sector, please let us find space in this area of business development services to ensure that there is participation. Secondly, on issues of transport, I've heard about air transport. A lot of people are complaining or lamenting about access to external markets and the lack of fast evacuation of fresh foods and horticulture, for instance. I think the PSST, the DST at the time when I was reading the remarks in his capacity as a representative of the PS, he already mentioned to us that in Uganda Airlines, where he sits on the board, they are discussing in their strategic plan going forward, how do they capture the aspect of air cargo? Because not only will that earn us a lot more money as a country, but also the farmers have better market access. So in that regard, I think that is a very wonderful recommendation. And I think continually within the integrated transport and infrastructure program of the NDP3, they are looking at ways of reducing the transport bottlenecks within the country. Yes, it's a huge problem, but I know in the midterm review of the NDP3, they've been looking at ways of addressing this. Then the other thing which I would want to comment on in the recommendations, and this came out throughout the discussions, about the need for better coordination, especially within MDAs and supporting partners for the private sector. Better coordination to ensure that we arrive at superior outcomes for the results that we see within the private sector. And that's something that we should be monitoring diligently within the implementation framework of this new strategy that has just been launched. Richard, I think I'll restrict my comments to those for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Commissioner Kakama, we have made a list of recommendations from today's discussions, and many participants would want to know how these will fare in the coming budget. Could you comment on these recommendations? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and all the participants.
I want to make three broad comments first before I go about the individual issues you have raised here. Or I may not even do it because the broad comments will. Now, the first thing we should understand, every time I go to these meetings, the first issue is that the government is not doing this. Government is not doing that. You as a private sector, have you done all you are supposed to do? That's the first question. Otherwise, you should also say we have also weaknesses here and we are not offering everything we are supposed to do as a private sector. That's the first comment I wanted to make. The second issue is, when you go to such a forum or anywhere where there is resource allocation, issues of privatization and the sequencing of activities are a problem. And those of us who have been dealing with implementation of NDP3, these program working groups, they are not following the PIAPs. And even within the PIAPs, you have to prioritize and sequence activities. Otherwise, if you start with an activity which will be at the end, you are not solving the issue. The third one, what we should take from today is that we have, under the NDP3, we have developed the planning to guide the budgeting principles. The other day, when we issued the budget core circular, and we put money under program ceilings, some people were thrown out. We don't want you to be here. We should be seen to be working together to develop this nation, following the government program, the government policy of removing duplications and trying to sequence, to harmonize areas. I know of some ministries, I don't want to say them, but even today, we know of some ministries which are fighting serious, and some of you know them, about that, this one is my role, this one is my role, but it's not helping us to achieve service delivery. So what am I saying in all of this is that we should now understand that it's not only the government which is faltering, but also the private sector in some cases. Secondly, we have not reached the level of prioritizing and sequencing of activities. One of the areas we have a problem now is under energy. Yes, we went for the dams, but we are now paying dimmed energy because we cannot evacuate the what? The power. And that's already, that money could have been used for something else. So I think we have to now concentrate on that issue of prioritizing and sequencing of activities. But lastly, we can't do everything at the same time. That's what people forget. They think government has money, do you go and borrow, do what? But that's not the issue. Because if you are borrowing, you are crowding out the private sector. Interest rates will go up, because if government borrows from the same market with the private sector, the interest rates go up, and people cannot even manage their own farms because you want to support the government. So the principle of saying, let us use the resources we have optimally is very, very important. That was understanding under the National Development Plan 3. Most of these issues you have raised are being addressed, but are addressed in the resources that are available. That's one thing I wanted to put on record, that we have limited resources. You can't address everything. For example, if there was no security, you wouldn't be in this hall today. So if you are prioritizing the little resources you have, you start with security agencies so that everybody is secure. You can move to golf club and meet and discuss. Then you can go to other issues. But if you started with funding roads without security, and you have examples where when there is insecurity, even those working on roads cannot work. So with that prioritization issue is very, very important. We have also supported some areas in revenue mobilization so that we become self-reliant. Uganda Revenue Authority is not fully funded, but is reasonably funded to undertake that core function of resource mobilization domestically. So we are saying we look at priorities within all this we have raised and we sequence them. If you don't have roads, then you cannot transport your goods. And at the same time, tourism cannot be enhanced. That's why some of our neighbors are doing better than us. So that's how the resource mobilization aspects But all of these are being looked at. And there are other issues which you have not raised. Because we are talking about quality and standards, and you are talking about skills development, I think there is something you have missed. Because quality and standards come from skills. Dr. Bao has been talking about the students they are raising. It is because the standards of education somewhere, the content is not helping them to come out as good officers. So there are things here which may not be, you have raised as a core, but they are also aided by other areas within the same system. I think, moderator, I want to stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is Commissioner Godwin Kakama, representing the Director Budget. Thank you so much, sir. And then Richard Jabo, representing Director Economic Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I want to bring this to a close and request Commissioner Kakama to give us closing remarks. Commissioner, you're welcome.
So, thank you, moderator. When you come as a commissioner, you are elevated to acting director, PS, then to minister. You should also be happy sometimes. Because I came for one small part, and I am now being elevated. But that aside, let me do what they have requested me to do. Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, honorable fellow ministers and political heads, honorable members of Parliament, development partner representatives, the Permanent Secretary, Secretary Treasury, Permanent Secretary is present, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, government officials present, private sector representatives, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to express my appreciation to the speakers and the panelists for their invaluable contribution to this year's National Competitive Forum that brings us together to discuss and share experiences on how to improve our business competitiveness. Without your input, ideas, and discussion, this forum would not have been a success. I am delighted to congratulate all stakeholders upon your collaboration and innumerable contribution towards the organization and success of this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic presented the world with an immense healthcare, social, political, and economic challenge. Many companies and industries grappled with its impact, which not only affected business performance, but also presented new obstacles for first-time remote workers. Globally, communities are striving to mitigate the impact of this crisis on our lives and livelihood through a combination of adapting mindsets, behaviors, and technologies. My ministry considers the National Competitive Forum as a principal platform for the public and private sector to engage in identifying best practices and emerging issues in the private sector development, competitiveness, and investment agenda to ensure sustainable and inclusive growth. I am happy that over the past 12 fora, it has proven to be an important platform for concretizing key interventions to plan for and prioritize in fostering private sector competitiveness. The second national competitive strategy between the second national development between 22, 23, 26, and 7 looks back at the hindrances encountered during the implementation of the first national strategy for private sector development, 2017-18, 2020-21, and picks lessons specifically to ensure that the private sector remains resilient and competitive even in the post-COVID era. Therefore, it is very important to regularly hear the views from the industry, academic experts, and government representatives. Your questions, feedback, and shared experiences are very vital for the successful implementation of this strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, this was time as the country is pursuing important replacement and export promotion strategies and also grappling on how to position the private sector to recover from COVID-19 effects to drive growth, job creation, and wealth creation. I am further certain that ideas gathered from here today will therefore drive government's macroeconomic and development policy agenda over the medium term and bolster the pace of industrialization in a bid to improve the country's competitiveness, expand exports, generate employment, and raise agricultural productivity. The 13th National Competitive Forum is timely given the numerous issues happening in the economy, including the effects of the ongoing Ukraine-Russian war, growing protectionism experienced through unfair tariffs and non-tariff barriers, the growing impact of technology innovations, and digital transformation. Demand is increasing in trade facilitation, small and medium enterprises competitiveness, strengthening of institutions, and the list goes on. Government is undertaking a number of measures to improve the country's business competitiveness and has made considerable progress in fostering the enabling environment, especially the policy environment and institutions. A national industrial policy was adopted with the aim of accelerating industrialization and socio-economic transformation. The thoughts gathered here will therefore facilitate full implementation of the policy and anticipated outcomes in productivity and business competitiveness. Some of the challenges affecting enterprises have been identified, such as lack of formal skills, no clear addresses, and operating in an informal manner using basic technology. These limitations cannot facilitate a progressive business philosophy. The policy agenda therefore must emphasize building capacity for innovation, formalizing enterprises, and incubating new technologies. Innovation is critical to the survival of enterprises and a key component of competitiveness. I would like to reiterate government's commitment to comprehensively implement interventions towards addressing key barriers to competitiveness and improving the business environment through skills development, business development services, incubation, and development of standards to enable us to compete effectively in the domestic, regional, and international markets. This further includes support to a multi-sector program of customized services that empower women entrepreneurs and transition their enterprises from micro to small and from small to medium, as well as improve their productivity. Our engagement today shows that the whole of government approach is crucial for socio-economic transformation. Finally, my deepest gratitude and question goes to the National Competitiveness Forum Secretariat, the Private Sector Development Unit, for steering and spearheading a successful event. With these remarks, I officially close the 13th National Competitive Forum and wish you journey mercies for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And I'm happy you stood up to close. That was respect for the conference. Commissioner, thank you so much. Before you go, we have a very small exercise we want you to participate in, and we request that you help us. And maybe request the others, you can now take your seats, and we leave our big commissioner. Richard, I am saving you the legs. So, Commissioner, allow me begin by thanking a couple of people, and in a way we will give you a small token to them. We'll begin with our own boss, Diana. Diana Nanono, please come and receive on behalf of the team. We are here, so we want to thank you. Commissioner, we want you to keep there so that we get a good picture, a good picture there. Diana, our head PSDU. From the team, Dr. Patrick Olowo, NPA, please come, round of applause. Key stakeholder, and we want to thank you for this partnership. Anne, I see Anne is not here, so I will go to, is Charles Lugendo here? Charles? No, we will deliver this to them. Mr. Anthony Chintu? Not here? Okay. We have, is Samuel Watasa or any of the team from session 2? Anybody of any of our panelists here? Everest Muijuche, Rastas? All right, move quickly. Dr. John Seriange, James Kanyije, Stephen Kasule, Emmanuel Awori, and Francis Kolwo, and then to the team that I know that is here. Miss Rosemary Mutiabre, please come. The team, yes, at least one of the panelists from session 3 is also here. So please come. No, don't worry. We have many. Thank you very much. That is Emmanuel Awori. There you go, Emmanuel Awori. We have also Dixon Sembuya. Is Joseph? Joseph is here. Yes. Joseph Chitamirike, ALDX Africa. Ernest Abaho, Professor. Prof, is Prof still here? Okay, please let him know that we are still. Abe Mutumba, Doctor. Yes, there you go. And then the final session. Richard, you didn't add yourself? Oh, okay. Richard, Jabo, and this other Richard. Okay. I also need, you also need to receive, so you will come and give directly to commit. So Richard, you need to go. So also, who will then Diana Ayudhan giving Mr. Kakama? This one is very interesting. All right. Any of the panelists that is here, because I know Prof was coming. I'm just checking. I should be the last person. I want to make sure I have the last photo. So I'm just checking if I've left out any of the panelists, please, or session chairs. I saw Sarah had not here. Okay, so the other one is mine. So you bring mine. No, he gets last. He's the boss. So please bring mine. And finally, I think NPA should award Kakama. So I'll ask Patrick to come, you come, and be the one. It will look like a partnership deal. Yeah? NPA and the ministry in the middle there. And the budget will be increased for NPA. You never know, since he's in charge. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I really want to thank you for staying with us the whole day. To reward you, the least we can do is really give you tea and coffee. And it is available at the back, so don't leave it. So when you move out, please pick a cup of tea and coffee. Apologies, we couldn't have questions. I know my colleague was really asking a couple of questions. But as you go for coffee, go with Commissioner Kakama. You ask him all the questions. Yeah, he will answer them. Please do continue to share in this conversation with your stakeholders and partners. I really want, on behalf of the ministry, on behalf of NPA, the partners PSFU, to thank you for having joined us for this 13th Competitive Forum. Good evening.